right, I got that started. Now I completely forgot to type up my tweet real quick. So let me go do that and I'll be right back. And I'll get talking to everybody and we'll go from there. What you doing, Ed? All right, guys. Sorry about that. Had some issues. I'm having technical issues as always. I'm gonna pop that in here. I'm sure all set. But welcome everybody. We're doing episode 18 of Let's Grab a Beer. Sorry, I was looking at the DSLR. I'm not recording yet. I gotta look at you guys because you guys are right there. This one's kind of a spur of the moment, and there's gonna be a follow up later this week. Either it's probably gonna be Friday after Thanksgiving, which I know is gonna suck for a lot of y'all, because you'll be out with. What's up, Gaffa? How you doing? If you guys are not following Crazy Gaffa, make sure you click the icon next to his name and drop him a follow. But as I was saying, follow up will happen probably Friday. I know a lot of people are be busy with family and traveling at that time. because it's the day after Thanksgiving. But don't worry, I don't take my streams down anymore. Leave it up for all y'all to see, and then there'll be an edited VOD that will come out that just covers the conversation. What I discuss, so that way it's not as long as the whole entire stream, so you can get to exactly where you need to go. I know, Ed, I know. And you don't have to worry about trying to dig through the entire episode to find the parts you want. And I'm going to start using timestamps. For those who are new, normally what I do is, right now it's actually what I do. I go live and I stream while I record. I got a DSLR camera setting up over there, and I record about an hour to 2 hours worth of a video that's unedited. It's just basically the only jump cuts are, for some reason, my camera only records in 30-minute intervals and it stops on its own. I don't know why. I'm trying to figure out how to fix that. Haven't figured it out yet. Friday is our election day in Texas. And then I live stream that, and once the recording's done, I stop the recording and respond to chat, and then invite people to call in if they want to join the conversation, either discuss any of the topics that I am discussing right now, or they can bring up something they want to discuss on their own too. And normally I have it broken down by gripes, mids, and complaints, or hypes. But tonight, I'm actually thinking of going away from that format altogether until I can come up with a better name for each category. Otherwise, it just sounds lame and cheesy. So we're just gonna I'm not hyping, griping, or complaining about anything, or nothing. I guess it's basically all mid. So we're just gonna talk about Rumble and the creator program and Dr. Disrespect and small creators on Rumble as a whole. Just based off a conversation I had with Baramuth, Ireland. Oh, are you voting in Ireland, Goffo? Hopefully Ireland can vote out some of those nut jobs they got in office right now. I know they desperately need it. They're hurting worse than we are at this point. So yeah, and to be clear, I wasn't angry or upset with Baramuth at all. I was having a conversation with him. We discussed some things, and it led me to asking a question that led to a poll that I'm currently promoting on Twitter, just to see what people think, to get more feedback. Obviously, it's more targeted to the Rumble community, but I also want some outsiders' perspective on that. And also, it brings more attention to Rumble, which is what we desperately need, especially for the non-political stuff, which, again, is generating this episode today. So, and then I also get a beer of the episode that I drink. It's usually a 6-pack because it's a local company. More often than not, it's not some corporate company out there. And I give it my 1 out of 6 rating because it's, again, always in a 6-pack, almost always in a 6-pack, and 6 being the best and 1 being bad. Last episode I did I don't even remember what I gave it for a rating, but it's a 0. It was Fall Line's old Toby, I think, or something like that. It was absolute trash. I despise it. I hate it and never want to spend money on it again. And granted, I'm also done with Fall Line altogether, but that beer was disgusting. It was one of the worst beers I've ever drank in my life. So I do not recommend it. I don't know if I just got a bad batch or if it's just a straight trash beer. But this episode is going to be an Alabama company called Goat Island Brewing Company, and I'll be doing a blood orange, I want to butcher this, Berliner Weissen. My wife wanted me to try to get another bitter. She loves the bitter beers, so I'm hoping blood orange would be bitter and she'll like it and enjoy it. And usually what I use to rate it is based on refreshness, taste, and how much I drink before the end of the episode. So if I get through a whole 6-pack before the end of the episode, then it's obviously going to be a 6 because I enjoyed it quite a bit. There's nothing scientific behind it. I'm no beer connoisseur. I tell you what I like and don't like about it, and then you can make your own decision from there. And like I said, at the end of the episode, you guys get to call in. I use Rumble Studios to do all my Let's Grab a Beer podcasts. I know it's not perfect. It needs some work to be done, but it is a free tool that is usable, and I enjoy it. So, and I know Chris and the team are going to be working on making it as improving it along the way, where you just got to give it time. A lot of impatient people say it's taking too long. That's fine. They can think that. I'm here for the long haul, and we'll see how it all works out in the end. But like I said, I currently have no issues. I do have some complaints about Studio, but I know they're working on it, so I'm not overly stressed out about it. I use it to multi-stream, which I'm going to be multi-streaming on all platforms, which is Twitch, Kick, X, and Rumble, and YouTube until the end of the year. And then after that, I go back to just streaming on those other platforms twice a week. Rumble is my main platform. I'm mainly multi-streaming right now to kind of collect information and see if people's claims on growth and engagement on Rumble versus the other platforms are valid, or if they're just, granted, it's just me. It's not like I got a group of people doing all the same thing. So I'm just basing it off of my personal experience and giving you guys my information based on that. And what I think is or is not Rumble's problem. But that is enough of that for now. I'm going to go grab the beer, which is going to be the star of the episode. And then we're going to go ahead and I'm going to start recording. Do I still have that? Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. I'm going to start the recording, get to the recording as quickly as possible by covering all the topics I want to cover. And then open up for phone calls. I don't want to spend, I'm trying to decrease the amount of time these episodes go, especially for the VOD portion, because they are incredibly long at this point. So I do need to reduce that, because obviously we all have lives to live and we can't sit here and watch 3-hour long episodes. Now, the great thing about these episodes, you don't need to see my face. It can be like a podcast and you just listen. So that's a plus you got going for it. But let me go ahead and grab my beer and the drinking glass I'm going to be using for the episode, and then we'll go ahead and get into it. Well, I just broke the lapel mic that I have. So that took a little longer because I had to go find the other one I have to replace it. And then I had to go grab the beer. My dumbass neighbor's smoking outside right now, so great. All he fucking does is smoke. All right. So wait, as I said, this is the beer for the episode. It is Goat Island Brewing Company Blood Orange. Why is that one facing the wrong way? This is not. None of these companies ever sponsor my stream. This is just stuff I pick up with my own money and try out. Try to stick to local companies that are not somewhere you can go to the grocery store. Buy like Sam. When I say that, I mean like Sam Adams, Budweiser, Coors, and all that. Going to get my camera ready to start. Get this. There we go. Get that going. Go back to chat. See if I miss anything. What's up, Darmouth? Or Daramuth? Sorry. How you doing, man? Seeing what studio you turned in the less than a year makes me excited for 20. I agree, Goffo. I absolutely agree. Studios is definitely improving. Yes, it's not there yet, but it is improving. Sorry, Daramuth. I've been tired. And my allergies are kicking my ass. So this is gonna be fun trying to drink this beer and see what that's gonna do to everything. It's gonna make my allergies like 1,000 times worse. I'm having one more surgery on December 3rd. Then I'll be back to my schedule. Awesome. We'd be glad to have you back, Goffo. I know it's been a while, and I know you've been frustrated with it all. I was actually supposed to have surgery on December 3rd as well, but I had to move it because an emergency came up. I hate technology at the same. I absolutely despise technology and love it at the same time. I was hoping to be able to control my camera from my phone, but it's not working as it should. Cannot connect Wi-Fi. It's probably because it's too far away. I'm just not going to worry about it now. All right, so everybody, we're going to go ahead and start the recording. Once the recording's done, I will read all the chats that I missed and then pull up anybody that wants to join the call. So, see you guys in a little bit. Hi, Ed. I know it's cold. Absolutely can, Daramuth. All right, everybody, welcome. This is episode 18 of Let's Grab a Beer. And as I did last episode, there are going to be no gripes, mids, or hypes. It's just going to be just us having conversation with the beer. Obviously, there are set topics. This one, we're going to be talking about Rumble and small creators, the new small creator program that's expected to be out in the next couple of months. Chris Blavatsky's push to make Rumble not a political only platform and have other content be brought in, and also the prospects of Dr. Disrespect coming in. I wasn't planning to do a Let's Grab a Beer day. If anything, I was planning to stream some like maybe a Once Human, or I was just gonna chill and watch a movie in my living room. But Daramuth was jackasses. Daramuth made a tweet earlier today that I responded to and brought up a conversation about small creators, Rumble, and the prospect of big creators being signed either with or without contracts. So it sparked an idea that I had. Well, not really an idea. These are thoughts I've had for a while, and I'm just gonna say what I think on my mind and see what you guys think, and you guys can agree and disagree. We had Daramuth and I had a great conversation on X, and then the people that joined in to my poll that I promoted on X have also generated a great conversation that I want to continue. As always, I record the episode first while live. So there are people in live chat right now that are anxiously waiting my words of wisdom and infinite knowledge. I know it's a joke, but hey, they're curious to hear what I have to say. And then at the end of the recording, I invite any of my viewers to come in and join in through Rumble Studios to call and discuss either the topics we talk about for this episode or whatever topics you want. Those who are watching this video, this recording right now, You guys aren't going to see what happened before I started recording or what happens after, which is the call-in conversation with the viewers. This is going to be specifically about the topics I'm going to discuss, and that's it. So if that's all you want, then that's all you can get. If you want to see the whole thing, you either join us live, go back and see the old VOD, or join us live, which obviously if you're seeing this now, you can't join live because we're already started and it's already completed. And this is all unedited, unscripted for the recording. The only jump cuts you see are because my camera can only record in 30-minute intervals. I do not know why. I've looked through all these settings. I've Googled to try to get it all set up so that way it can just record nonstop until I'm done, but it won't. So that's the only time you're going to see cuts. As you see, I was just annoyed earlier. I don't know if you could hear over this mic. The stream might have heard it. There's a road behind me, and everybody with their loud ass vehicles love to gun it through there as quickly as possible, making loud, obnoxious noises all the time, and it just pisses me. This is why I hate living in cities. I want to live out in the country. I hate people. That's what it's all going to boil down to. Sorry, I'm going to actually respond. I don't usually respond to recordings while I'm live, but Goffo's here, Goffo just dropped something in chat. I'm gonna respond. No, Goffo, I am still live. I'm just doing the recording now, and then we'll get into just talking with you guys in chat in a little bit. And I'm wasting enough time on the intro. I also grab a beer from a local company. I don't do Budweiser, Miller, Coors, or anything like. Don't worry, I'm not a microbrewery hippie or what do they call them? Not hippies, hipsters. I like promoting local companies, especially if they have good morals and values. So I try to find companies that I either never heard of or I saw recently and was impressed with something they said or did. And I try to promote them. And that's what this is. This is maybe a beer you can grab in this area like this one. The beer of the episode is Goat Island Brewing Company Blood Orange Berliner Weissen. I probably butchered the name of that. It is an Alabama company. So if you guys are from that region, you probably already know what I'm talking about and probably know if this is a delicious or non-delicious beer or good beer. This is my first time having Goat Island. I usually do a lot of Georgia beers because I'm in Georgia. So we'll see how this turns out. And in fact, we're going to crack into it. I give it a rating of 1 out of 6 because it's almost always these smaller companies come in 6-packs. And 6 being the best score the beer can get, 1 being the worst. Well, actually, no. I gave Foul Line's Old Toby a 0 because it was disgusting. And it just made me feel gross on the inside. So that's the first beer I gave such a low rating. What influences the rating for each beer is flavor. If I find it refreshing, what I think it would pair well with. If I get through 6 packs before the end of the recording, all that encourages the rating. And if I let my wife try it, she is not a fan of beer, but if she likes it, then that also plays a role into the review as well. It's not bad. First sip, I got a little hint of like cleaner, and I'm not entirely sure if that's because my glass wasn't rinsed out enough after I washed it, or if that's the beer itself. I guess with the next can we'll pop open, I'll drink that and see if I get that same taste. But initially it was a good taste, and then after I swallowed, it tastes like dish soap, an aftertaste of dish soap. So to be fair to the company, the next can I'll pop up or I'll drink that, see if that flavor's still there, and let you guys know. I don't know if it's just like I said, my glass hasn't been rinsed out enough, and I'm tasting dish soap. I mean, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It means I actually clean my glass, but it just ruins the taste of the beer. But today's episode, by the way, guys, I think I've already mentioned this in the recording. We're going to be discussing small creators and Rumble. Chris Pavlovski's push to bring more non-political content and viewers to Rumble, so Rumble can get out of the stigma that it is a politics-only platform. And what I feel or don't feel he's doing well or not well with that. And then we're also going to talk about the small creator program. I don't know if I said that already. And what I think it should involve in some opinions I have both on Rumble's handling of small creators and the small creators themselves. Not the ones I'm going to speak ill of. I'm not going to list by name. The ones I actually respect and praise, I will mention them by name because I think they're worth mentioning, like Darren Muth, Gafo, Amasaku, JFG, Patty's Parlor, Dubes a lot, and a lot of people like them. I respect them. So if you hear me mention them by name, unless somebody absolutely pisses me off, that means I like them. If I really do not respect this person at all, I will go ahead and name drop them. But you will also know they're not name dropping them because I respect them. I'm name dropping them because I don't respect them at all. So we're gonna go ahead and get into this topic, and the first thing we're gonna talk about, High Ungodly. The first thing we're gonna talk about is what initially started my idea for the next episode of Let's Grab a Beer. Is Chris Pulaski made a post on the 21st of November. He says, everyone is sleeping on Dan Bongino. Bongino's number 3 in the podcast charts without YouTube. Everyone who thinks they need to multi-stream or only stream on YouTube hasn't realized you can dominate with Rumble alone. MAGA is on Rumble. Don't sleep on half America. And this, first, I understand and respect why Chris is talking about Dan Bongino and the gains Dan has been making in the podcast world, because it's huge. It's fantastic that Rumble is actually pulling these numbers in general. If we ignore what kind of content it is, the fact that Rumble's pulling these numbers and Dan Bongino is one of the top reasons for that is fantastic, incredible, and awesome for Rumble. And I congratulate Chris and his team and Dan for what they were able to accomplish. I firmly believe Rumble is a huge key component for this election cycle we just went through, and we couldn't have done a lot of what we did without them. So I'm, first of all, very happy. So I'm not complaining that Chris is promoting it and Dan's success. It's just an observation that I and many other creators and viewers have had is that Chris and others at Rumble, at the team at Rumble, constantly say Rumble is not a political only platform. But the only time you ever really see Chris talk about the successes about Rumble, it almost always, not always, almost always involves a political creator, or I guess political creator, lack for a better term, commentator or podcaster or news channel. Dan Bongino almost always is that one, rightfully so, because he's almost always dominating. So I'm not telling Chris that he needs to stop celebrating these victories. But when he makes a comment that says something as without YouTube, or everyone who thinks they need to multi-stream or only stream on YouTube hasn't realized you can dominate with Rumble alone. Everyone is sleeping on Rumble. When he makes comments like that, it's like, all right, Chris, look, I love you, man. I love what you're trying to do. I love that Dan Bongino is so successful right now. But how can you keep telling us that Rumble is not a politics-only platform and then make a post like that? First of all, I personally think if you're trying to make it anywhere as a creator, regardless of the category you're trying to create in, whether it's politics, gaming, hobbies, just general podcasting, how-tos, anything like that. If you're planning to make it as a creator in that, you need to multi-stream. Is because you should never ever pigeonhole yourself into one area. You should not lock yourself in, because one, everything's run by man, and everything that's run by humans is bound to fail eventually. I mean, look at this country. The founding fathers had an amazing idea. It wasn't perfect. We started building into the direction of making this country perfect, and it's in recent years just dropped and started to decline drastically. YouTube was fantastic at one point. Twitter was the safe haven, or was great for free speech for a while, became a safe haven for leftists. And then you saw Jack Dorsey lost it all, and now Elon runs it. And us on our side of things thinks Twitter's doing fantastic, but it's a matter of time before something else overturns Twitter. Same thing can happen to Rumble. I don't want anything bad, or I'm not wishing anything ill on Chris Pulaski in any way, shape, or form. But something can and will eventually happen to Chris, or even just Rumble alone, that will cause Rumble to fall into the wrong hands, and Rumble will just degrade and be just as trashy as YouTube and Twitch. It's just natural. It is a course of humanity. Anything a human touches is bound to degrade and fall apart over time. How quick that will happen, I don't know. Again, God forbid, hopefully this doesn't happen. Something can happen to Chris tomorrow where he's just God forbid, not on this earth anymore, and Rumble gets taken over by a bunch of nut jobs. Rumble is a publicly traded company. That's how Twitter was able to fall into Elon's hands, because he was able to buy enough shares to start strongholding or manhandling Twitter into the point where he can take over. I guess maybe that's not the way to say it, but you get my point. And that is probably part of the reason why Elon's got Twitter private, because he doesn't want that to happen to him. Rumble had no choice to go public, but it opens them up for something similar to happen to them someday. Now, I'm not that intelligent in the world of trading and market shares and shareholders and all that. Maybe Chris is predicting something like that to happen to him someday, and he's got protections in place to ensure that doesn't happen. But until I got that warm, fuzzy feeling, that's not a guarantee. So if you're going to make it as a creator, hopefully to make it as a career someday, so you can rely on just the content you create to supplement your income, you need to put your content as many platforms as possible. Now, you just heard me say that I multi-stream on Twitch, Kick, X, YouTube, and Rumble right now. But at the end of the year, all those other platforms, with the exception of Rumble, will be pretty much all but non-existent in my content. I'm mainly doing it right now to gather information to see what people's claims about Rumble versus these other platforms are, if they're true or not, based on my personal experience. But the reason why I'm sticking with Rumble is I'm not doing Rumble to be rich and famous and make lots of money, and to the point where all I do is make content and I don't have to worry about working another day of my life. I'm on Rumble because I believe Rumble is absolutely key to the success of this election cycle that we just had. And I would like to see Rumble continue to succeed in that regard. And I believe in their stance of freedom of speech. I know people are going to say, but the chat censor. Well, I mean, if you guys want Rumble to be on App Store, which so many of you complain about, they got to fall in line with the chat censor. You say, well, Twitch doesn't ban certain words that Rumble does. Well, Twitch also gets a free pass compared to the other platforms because Google doesn't like Rumble. So, and I just saw Goffo just says he's forever nuked on Twitch and YouTube. So I should add, if you're able to multi-stream to these platforms, you absolutely should. Can you succeed on Rumble alone? Yeah, you can. I'm going to put a spike strip across the road back there. Take me to the country. Good Lord, give me a place to live in the country. I don't have to be around people anymore. Where was I at? Yes, you could absolutely make it big on Rumble someday. Maybe not. It won't be as quick as the other platforms, but it can happen. And that's where we're going to get into the small creator portion of this conversation. But before I do that, I'm going to read off my response in another tweet I made. So my response to Chris directly, like I actually walked up to Chris and talked to him about this. I responded directly to his tweet. I said, that's great. I'm happy for Dan and Rumble, but this is what we've been saying. People sleep on Rumble because at one minute you say Rumble is more than politics, but the other minute you brag about Rumble's success, rightfully so, with Dan and Crowder, both political podcasters. This constantly shows the only success you can expect to have as a creator on Rumble, as a podcaster specifically a political one. Please don't get me wrong. I'm very excited about the direction that you're heading with gaming on Rumble and the new emphasis you're placing in gaming, but there are little to no success stories in gaming or any other categories outside of politics. Till that changes, Rumble will always be viewed as a political platform, and no other creator will take it seriously. That's why people keep sleeping on Rumble. Now, I personally do not think Chris should just ditch and abandon politics at all. I am not calling for that in any way, shape, or form. He absolutely should celebrate anytime Dan Bongino or Crowder start taking these top spots around the world. But if that's the only time he brags about successes and that's all his focus and energy is going to be at, people are going to constantly assume that's the only thing that Rumble cares about is politics. Because, again, without what Rumble was able to provide, we would not have the ability to have these conversations we have right now, and we wouldn't have been as successful as we were in the election. Let me see. I'm also quote tweeting him, which I guess I didn't bookmark that. I did bookmark somebody's response to my quote tweet. I'm not going to mention this person by name because I don't really have a lot of respect for them. But I mean, obviously, if you guys see my tweet, you probably know who I'm going to talk about. So I quote tweeted Chris and made this very long, rambling post about why people keep sleeping on Rumble and why people assume Rumble is a politics-only platform. So I summarized that post real quick because I realized how long, and some people did read it all the way, some people didn't. I also summarized it to make it easier for people like me that if I see a really long post, unless it's really interesting, I'm not going to read the entire thing. So I made a summary post where I quote tweeted and said that, in fact, let me provide drop this in chat for you all to see. Oh my word, this mouse is trash. Should be on all. Here's the link to the post that I'm about to refer to. If you guys want to check it out. Those who are in the VOD, I'll provide these posts in the description and the pinned comment down below so you guys can read it yourselves. I used to do screenshots, but I always forget where to put them. And I know part of the reason why I'm not a successful creator is I don't have time to put thought and effort into my edits. So part of the reason why this is a Lady Z podcast where it's basically unedited. So I said the bottom line up front, which is I said bluff. I know I didn't know about bluff until I joined the military, so I don't know if everybody on the outside know about bluff. But bottom line up front version of this incoherent rant is this: one, the common belief about Rumble videos is that it is only a political platform. That's the only way you will see success as a creator on it. Two, this belief is confirmed by the successes of Rumble being measured only in its political content, as in posts of big numbers in Bongino Crowder and election streams. Three, I lost my own rant. I got lost in my own rant and didn't even touch the basis of why I provide my screenshots below. Which led to this conversation with this individual that was responding to me. I hate how Twitter does. This person, what just happened? This person responded to me. So this individual is accusing Rumble of not caring about small creators, all because their personal success isn't going as well as they want. They were expecting by the base of, and this is going to be a big theme of what I'm about to talk about, is I think Rumble suffers with a severe entitlement issue, which is something I see commonly amongst the left and millennial generations. Certain people feel like they're entitled to certain things for whatever made up reason in their own head. If I'm being too harsh, I'm sorry. It's just what I see. But this person concludes basically off our conversation that we had that Rumble doesn't care about small creators because, one, he's not doing as well as he thinks he should be. Two, he doesn't see the ad revenue he believes he should see, which is ironic because he says I bought into Rumble because Rumble sold the promise of ad revenue, which he did admit to getting ad revenue. You can argue ad revenue isn't that great on Rumble. I already did a long episode of Let's Grab a Beer discussing why I believe Rumble's ad revenue isn't as good as I think it is for creators, especially like us. But he's complaining about the way it came off of is that he believes Rumble sold this promise of ad revenue, and he doesn't feel like he's getting that ad revenue. Which is bullshit because he showed in his own screenshot that he actually, in fact, is getting ad revenue. So Rumble is upholding that promise, and he's holding Rumble hostage, basically accountable for something that companies are refusing to support. So he thinks it's Rumble's fault that companies aren't providing the ad revenue he deems he is justified in receiving. And if hopefully he sees this, if he thinks I'm misinterpreting what I said, he's more than welcome to defend himself. But I tried to be reasonable with him, but his posts became more and more entitled. One of the things I pointed out to him is like you talk about your lack of success on Rumble, but yet you disappeared for a while from streaming and not holding this against them. Personal things come up. Everybody has lives. Things interrupt and interfere with our desire to content create. Plus, he admitted himself he didn't make a Twitter until very recently, like incredibly recently, and he's been streaming on Rumble since March of last year. So minimum March of last year. One thing is I see a lot, and this is what I was going to talk about, I was talking with Darmouth in our conversation on Twitter today. But before I get into that, I don't know how much longer this recording has because I can't read the timer from here. So I'm going to go stop the recording and restart it, and then we're going to pick up where we left off. We had less than 7 minutes left in that before the recording is going to stop on its own. So I'm glad I went to go check. It did. I love your butt, but I can't scratch your butt right now. Sorry. Yeah, so I was talking to Darmouth, and one thing I noticed about a lot of these creators complaining about how they think Rumble doesn't care about small creators for X, Y, Z reasons. For the love of fucking God. For whatever reason they made up in their own head, a lot of these creators I noticed do little to no work into their own content. It's literally just them playing a video game and very rarely responding to chat at all. They look half awake, barely no energy at all, and I'm on the talk because I almost have no energy in my streams either. And they're never promoting their content ever. Absolutely never. If they're on Twitter engaging with communities around gaming or whatever category they're in, or Rumble, it's always complaining about favoritism of Rumble, botting of Rumble, how Rumble doesn't care about small creators because they're not succeeding well and they're not getting featured as much as they think of. But again, you never see them promoting themselves. And this is where my personal issue with people like that is, how are you going to expect somebody else to invest in your content if you're not willing to invest in it yourself at all? Why are you going to constantly expect Rumble to give you a free handout if you're not willing to put in the work for your own content? I have no respect for people like that. Now, again, what I told Darmouth, there's a difference between those people and the people that are complaining about issues that Rumble does have, because they either A, have valid criticisms, or B, even if I don't personally think their criticisms are valid, they're at least offering solutions, and they're also actively trying to grow their own content and as much as physically possible themselves within their limitations, because let's be honest, we don't have the infrastructure of Dan Bongino, so our growth isn't going to be as quick as somebody like Dan Bongino. So I immediately I got a little short because I'm sick and tired. I've been intentionally avoiding, because I know I've been called the cuck of Rumble before and all that other stuff. I personally don't care about that stuff, but I'm just, if you guys see it, it's probably going to start happening again, because it sounds like I'm sucking the dick of Rumble all over again, but it's the truth. I call it as I see it. I criticized Chris in his post about multi-streaming and people sleeping on Rumble. At the same time, him constantly showing that Dan Bongino is doing so well, and that's like the only time you ever see Chris brag about successes on Rumble. Yes, he has I drank too fast. He has been talking about gaming a lot more and how he wants to make gaming great again. And he had his team start up gaming on Rumble. So he's making steps to start promoting more gaming content, which to me is fantastic. But I just hope he doesn't get so wrapped up that gaming becomes another political category where that's the main focus. And everybody's like, I mean, I guess it won't be as bad because Twitch started off as a gaming-only platform, and next thing you know, there's a bunch of other platform content on there. And YouTube started off on everything but gaming content, and now gaming content is growing drastically on YouTube. So as long as And the reason why that is with them focusing on individual categories like that is because gaming isn't like politics. It's not as divisive. It's not as threatening. It is not as dominating. Um, so if you're not into politics, you come onto a political platform, like you may not be left or right. You might be somebody that's completely oblivious to politics in general, and you come to Rumble, all you see is politics, 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 and you just went through the same election season the rest of us went through, and we're sick and tired and done with it all. I'm not done with it because I know the moment we stop caring is the moment they're going to start gaining ground again. But again, not everybody feels the same way as I do. So they come to Rumble and they see that everybody's like, Rumble's not a politics only platform. And you see Dan Bongino, Crowder, the Quartering, um, Russell Brand, and maybe one gaming creator right there, or maybe some random other content that wasn't there before. They're going to look at this as like, why am I going to come here? It looks like the only people that are successful in Rumble are political platforms. So anybody that does news or commentating or anything along that line, nobody's going to want to deal with that. A lot of people get into gaming to get away from politics. So they don't want to come home probably from a day of nothing but politics to get on a platform to find their favorite creator, and they just see politics shoved in their face all the time. Again, I'm not telling Rumble to remove politics from its platform. I'm telling them that they need to find a good, healthy balance at this point. So, I am critical of Rumble, but I'm also a realist. I'm not going to attack Rumble because everybody's like, you're defending a multi-million-dollar corporation. Yeah, because when somebody's a moron and they're lying or they're over exaggerating something or they got back an accusation that's not backed by anything, I'm going to call them out on it. Again, I still believe in Rumble. I still believe in what Rumble stands for. I'm obviously not going to people shit on Rumble for the sake of shitting on Rumble. I'm not going to be the cool kid that thinks they're part of the counter culture because I am so defiant towards the man. I'm not going to do that bullshit. If you're wrong, you're wrong. When I call you out, if I'm wrong, I'm going to admit I'm wrong, and I'll adjust course accordingly. So if I see you complaining about Rumble, and it's an accusation that seems unfounded, and you're not providing a lot of things backed up to it, and you're basically, it comes down to the reason why you're complaining is you're not succeeding on Rumble as you think you should succeed. I'm going to start digging into your content. If I'm going to look through your posts and it's just you bitching about Rumble nonstop or promoting other people's content and hardly ever your own, now if I go to your content on whatever platform you're currently creating on and you're barely awake, not engaging in chat, playing a boring game, and not making it exciting for your viewers, then I'm like, what? You have no ground to stand on, or no ground to stand on, because basically what I see from you is you don't want to do any of the work. You want everybody to do the work for you, and I have no respect for people like that because people like that is what's destroying this country right now, and I'm getting sick and tired of it. I'm not going to let you destroy every aspect of my life because you feel entitled to something. That's not how this works at all. Darmouth, I have not. Oh crap! I just got spilled beer. Hold on. Thank you for the rant. First of all, no, I have not seen that yet. I definitely will want to check that out in just a minute. But yeah, okay. So that kind of dish soap taste I'm getting is from the beer itself. It's not strong, but I don't even know if it's obviously it's not dish soap, but there's something about it that just soapy. It's chemically. It's I don't know what it is. I don't like it. I mean, the beer itself actually is really good. If it wasn't for that aftertaste that kicks in, I want to save a can for my wife and see if she notices it. Maybe it's just me. Excuse me. But yeah, creators that have brought up valid criticisms against Rumble, and the ones I respect because they actually provide solutions, or they actually provide helpful feedback, or they're actually trying to engage and make things better, are people like Darmuth, Amish Zaku, JFG, and those are the ones that come off to the top of my head. They provide criticism, they also provide feedback, and they also put in the work into their own content. They're not just sitting there streaming a video game for 2+ hours and expecting the world to be handed to them. They're actually engaging with the community. Darren specifically, he's constantly inviting creators onto his channel to talk to him and have conversations and discussions with him. He's actively engaging with those communities. He is reaching out to people. He's not sitting in his own little bubble expecting people to hand things to him. He's going out there and doing the work. He's constantly promoting it on his socials. He's constantly talking about it on his socials. He's making private and public invitations on his socials. JFG and Amish Zaku are constantly engaging in community nights. Like on Friday, we did a Halo night, one of the biggest community nights I've ever been involved with. 16 creators, I believe, is what it came up to. Technically more as we start swapping people in and out as time went on, because obviously people had to come and go. We had over 16 Rumble creators, and Halo overtook the new Call of Duty in category on Rumble on Friday night. I can't remember who shared that. Shout out to, I want to say it's Meister. I think Meister shared that. He might have commented on it. I can't remember. But shout out to that person for showing that, like, we overtook Call of Duty on Halo that night. And it was a blast. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of creators shouting each other out, giving each other crap, talking trash to each other, but still having a great time. Amish Zaku does his Tank Tuesdays where he invites everybody to come play. You just try to eat your own hair, you moron. Well, creators can come over and play some War Thunder. You don't even have to be a creator. It just invites you over to War Thunder. And Amish Zaku is absolutely passionate about War Thunder to the point where he's trying to get partnered with War Thunder through Rumble, and he's trying desperately to get the numbers in that grow in that regard so he can get War Thunder's attention and be part of the partner program. He also does other nights, like he's getting ready to do a why can't I think of the name? It's cars, soccer balls. What is that game? Rocket League. He's trying to do a Rocket League tournament. He's trying to do more Halo nights with Highmark and Fuse Ages. So as far as I know, Fuse and Highmark are the two that started the Halo thing. I could be wrong. Well, I know Highmark is one of the biggest pushers of it because he constantly makes clips to Highmark is actually going in there, sifting through literally 4+ hours of these events, finding clips to edit and promote the next event on Rumble through Twitter. These are the people I respect. Even if they do complain about Rumble and don't provide feedback, I actually respect them more than the average person that just complains to complain, because they're putting in the work. So obviously they want to start seeing the work succeed, and they're actually trying the effort. Now, I'm not saying this is the case for these guys. I'm just saying in general, just because you put in the work doesn't mean you succeed. You could be one. You're just not finding that right niche that gets people's attention. You aren't as talented as you think it is. You got to think content creation is an oversaturated field right now. And there's thousands upon thousands, maybe millions of people trying to make it big as the next giant content creator. Not all of us are going to be cut out to do it. Doesn't mean you need to give up. You need to keep trying to prove you and yourself and your content. You need to find that next avenue to grow. And there's always room for improvement. You need to study your own streams, find out where you're lacking in streams. Like I can tell you several things that are hindering me as a content creator, and especially my gaming streams, is my rage. My rage is definitely hurt me in my growth, because a lot of people don't want to sit there and watch a grown man yell at the top of his lungs at a video game. Nobody wants to see that. So I've been trying to work on my rage. My excessive cussing. I don't personally have an issue with cussing, but now everybody wants to hear the F word every 5 seconds. I make stupid jokes and I get like a Tourette's or something in that joke, where I'll repeat the same joke multiple times in one stream thinking I'm being funny, but it's because I lack that creativity to come up with something original. So I just get like fixated on this one joke over and over again. So I've been working to be more original, more refreshing, not get locked into these repeating lines over and over again. Like, you can ask my friends that used to play with me all the time back in my early Twitch streaming days. I always was saying, your mom is this, your mom is that, your mom is this. And most of the time it didn't make sense. And that gets annoying and repetitive. Like, I was annoying myself listening to my own streams. I look at creators that are being successful in and out of Rumble, seeing what they're doing to succeed, try to take notes, not trying to copy them, but see what I can take from what they've done to implement it to what suits me, for me, to make me a better creator. Another thing, I see a lot of creators, I look at content creation kind of like dating. You're never going to really be successful in dating until you learn to be confident in who you are. And in this case, confident in your content. I'm confident in me. I'm very confident in me. I'm very happy with the life I have. I'm very happy with the things I have because of the life I built. I'm not perfect. I still got room to grow as a person. However, I struggle deeply with the confidence in my own content, and a lot of people, despite how hard you think you're hiding it, can see that. Now, there's also such thing as overconfidence. You think you're the next Dr. Disrespect, but you're probably absolute trash and probably one of the most annoying people on the internet. But that is partly because you're so overly confident in your stuff and not willing to accept criticism. Nobody wants to watch your content. So, like, I get frustrated when people come off as they're expecting Rumble to do all the work for them. Like, they want Rumble to pay them. They want Rumble to give them more. Rumble is definitely by far, and I don't care what anybody says. You can tell me I'm wrong. Fine. I will, again, I will entertain valid criticism. Rumble is the best platform for a small creator for the sole reason that you're monetized on day one. Everybody's complaining about this new partner program that Chris Pavlovsky is working on right now, which is going to be a more permanent partner program. Than what they feel that they should be getting in for this reason. And like, I kid you not, some people say, well, I stream only on Rumble, and that's the only time I ever stream is on Rumble. I don't stream anywhere else. I'm not these multi-streamers like everybody else. I stream only on Rumble, therefore I should be in the Rumble partner program. No, that is not a qualifying mark that makes you qualified to be in the partner program. It's not even one that makes you qualified to be featured. That is a sense of self-entitlement that is borderline delusional, because just because you're loyal to one brand does not entitle you to be promoted by that brand. If you're not doing anything to grow yourself, you're not showing any ambition, drive, or creativity, you're not going to get accepted. And these people are going to be the first ones calling out favoritism, view botting, overinflation of numbers by Rumble, and blah blah blah. They're going to constantly be these ones, and because they solely believe they should be being paid by Rumble for their time. And I disagree with that. A lot of the conversation in the promoted tweet I did today is we were talking about first of all, what's considered a small creator. And I understand my question was very specific and it left out a lot of factors that go into considering what a small creator actually is and what is a small creator valid or that is worthy of being accepted into a program like the small creator program. I understand I left a lot of it out, like chat engagement, stream engagement, viewer count, average viewer, active viewers. Like, there's a lot of that needs to go into consideration, but a lot of these people that I'm mainly thinking about when I make these criticisms are ignoring that. They just see them as them and believe, regardless of how well they're succeeding in their streams on their own, they deserve to be in the small program. And that I 100% disagree. And I'm getting sick of. I guess one of the reasons why I get frustrated about seeing these people is because there are other creators that are actual legit creators that are worthy of those small giving voices to these people. If these people cannot do the work themselves, we need to stop validating what they're doing, because it just looks like petty trash all the time. And Rumble just looks like this petty, childish high school drama bullshit all the time, because people are just bitching and moaning about the dumbest things. Rumble did screw up with phase 2 specifically of the creator program. I didn't pay that much attention to phase 1. It definitely came off as a lottery style selection process, which I really, really hope Chris learned from that and they don't do this time. There were definitely creators that accepted in the program that absolutely had zero business to be in there, whether they were caught stealing content, caught view botting, or they were caught just harassing other creators in the program for the sake of having clicks, or they were caught even though they did not. So this phase 2 specifically, and I use this person as an example a lot of people know who I'm talking about. I'm still not going to mention their name because they're trash, and they're also in a wrong group of people. This person bitched and moaned and groaned and complained despite being selected in the phase program and phase 2 because they were never featured enough. Everybody else got featured but them, and it's all because everybody sucks the dick of Rumble staff, and that's the only reason why that everybody else got featured more than they did, and blah blah blah. But there were specific rules laid out by phase 2. You had to have a certain amount of stream or certain hours of streaming every week that had to be solely on Rumble and Rumble only. You also had to promote your stream that stream on every single social media platform that you had when you signed up, and told Rumble that you have, to whenever you went live on Rumble during the program. This individual, I don't know if they multi-stream or not, but this individual never promoted their stream once the entire time about when they were in the program. The only time you saw them talk about Rumble is when they complained about Rumble. They still paid this person. Not only did this person violate the rules, this person also bitched and complained and insulted and harassed and attacked Rumble and the creators on Rumble because they felt like they weren't being treated well. And when I looked at this person's content, it was the same thumbnail every single time. Every single time. There was like three words in their title. There was nothing promoted on any of the socials ever at all about their content. I did see plenty of content from other people on their socials, but I did not see their content anywhere. And this is the type of people I'm sick of being validated by. I get it. I respect those who are trying to reach out and trying to get feedback and try to help Rumble grow. So they reach out and give these people voices. But at some point, we got to learn to stop, because these people are not doing anything to help. They're just absolutely taking everybody down with them because they're miserable people that are not willing to do the work themselves. And that's my issue. And like I said, I agree. Rumble made a huge mistake of doing what seemed to be a lottery style selection process for the creator program. They obviously they handpicked certain people for sure. The rest came up as a lottery system. Maybe they did actually take an in-depth consideration. They haven't been very transparent on that selection progress for phase 2. Again, I can't speak on phase 1. I wasn't that involved with phase 1, so I don't know a lot about it. So I'm not going to pretend to speak on it. Before we continue, I use the bathroom real quick. This dog is wanting to go inside. He's starting to get a little chilly, so I'm going to throw a jacket on myself, and then we'll continue the recording stream. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I'll read through some recording. Those who are watching the recording, I'm going to read some of the chats before I start recording again. And that way I can acknowledge those guys that are in chat right now, and then I'll be right back. Hey, Dad, you want to go inside? folks. I'm back. Let's go see what we missed through chat while we were going through our little mini rant. We'll get this ticker to stop for now. Maybe. I'm looking at the wrong thing. There we go. So, my word. Stupid house. It's getting chilly fast out here. Let me see. I've got a lot of chat to get through right now. I appreciate you all for that. Really do. Oh, where the hell did we start? So we got that one. I'm good. How are you? That's Darmouth coming in. Darmuth, I'm sorry. Technology can give things, can take it away. Okay, so that's the last thing I remember reading before we were recording. McGregor 2024. I hope he wins. What's up, FB? How you doing? Man, it's like an earthquake over there. Yeah, you talk about all the cars driving by Darmuth. Also saying Dara is fine too. Yeah, that's right. I remember you telling me that before. I have a bad habit too when I read chat. I try to say person's entire names, and some of y'all have insanely long screen names. I need to learn to just find a very unique part of your name and use that to talk to you. But I can't do that. It's another one of my criticisms as me as a creator. Did we? No, we didn't. We're in the now crazy Goffo. Like Goffo, I could say Goffo, but I keep calling him crazy Goffo. Thanks, I appreciate it. What a loser. Ungodly Rampage, if you're still there, you're a tool. What's up, True Line Cinema. True Survivor Cinema, how you doing? I disagree with that. I'm not sure what you're disagreeing with. Didn't Rumble or Dr. Pedo. He's not a pedophile, ungodly, proven in court of law, but if you want to call him that, go for it. You can't and shouldn't survive on the platform alone. Oh, you're agreeing with me, but disagreeing with Chris. I agree. You need to be able to multi-stream. Correct. I didn't get credit for my gaming streams when I was partnered. Is it because you signed up under your podcast streams, Goffo? A lot of people got burned on the last partner program or miffed. I hit all the requirements with my new podcast, at least. Yeah, a news podcast. Because somebody asked me why I wasn't doing my hobby streams at all during the partner program, because I signed up under my gaming profile, and I realized the moment if I try to use my hobby streams or my Let's Subscribe a Beer streams as part of the partner program, I wasn't going to succeed because that's not what they were tracking. Your butt stuff, ungodly. I already read that one. Forever Nuked on Twitch and YouTube. I was an OG gun tuber during the Sandy Hook purge. Oof. Effing chat. Yeah, that'll do it, Goffo. Then Twitch banned me for disputing a copyright strike. They banned you for disputing a copyright strike. That makes perfect sense. They can't just say, hey, you're wrong and this is why. It can't be that simple. Because they're probably looking for a reason to ban you, and they just took that as the reason. Make 144 character limit great again. Instant monetization here versus jumping through hoops everywhere else. Exactly, Goffo. And when I get recording, I'm going to harp on that and why I think Rumble's still a better platform for small creators than anywhere else. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to yourself. Ungodly. You're a tool. You just can't catch a break. No, I can't. The cars are... Why aren't you on Rumble? I am on Rumble, Ungodly. You're just watching me on Twitch. Or Twitter. Or no, Twitter is Twitter. You're watching me on Twitch. I'm using Rumble Studios to stream right now. I have a criticism, but I just went on X, my DM staff, and it gets resolved. Yeah. I mean, granted, another valid criticism. I'm going to save that for the recording. But I'll go ahead and say in case I forget to do it in the recording. Another valid criticism people do have is it does come off that staff comes as a favorite or has its favorites. I don't think they have their favorites. I think they just get overwhelmed. Personally, I think they get overwhelmed by the amount of requests they get through people, both in public, in DM, and in email, that they just can't keep up with it all. I really appreciate how open and public the staff is with engaging with the people of Rumble, but I think it's biting them in the ass because people are starting to, if they don't get what they want, or they don't get a response to why they're not getting what they want. They cry favoritism and all that, and I think that's hurting Rumble in a large way. Your Doom streams get dividing. Why do your Doom streams get divided? Did you see me? And yes, Starmouth, if you want to DM me that summary, or is it on your channel? The summary I posted for Rumble Squared, Air TV Gaming, I have not. But if I did spill a drop. I spilled quite a bit there, or Dara. I definitely want to check out that summary, though. I know people complain, but I send specific examples and solutions. And that's it. So this is another thing people fail to realize. A lot of times Rumble staff ignores people's complaints, if you will, because all they do is complain. And then when they ask for specifics, they either just repeat exactly the same complaint word for word, or they ignore the staff, or they never provide solutions too. If you're specific and precise in your language, they're more than likely to respond. If you provide solutions, they also are more likely to respond. If you just bitch to bitch, they're going to ignore you, and rightfully so, because that's what I need to start doing. If I see you bitching to bitch, I just need to start ignoring you and stop allowing you guys getting under my skin like this. I'm talking to those who just bitch to bitch, by the way, not talking to everybody in chat right now. That's probably what makes you different from them. And that's exactly what makes them different from them, Darmouth. The reason why the times I get response from staff is because I'm very specific and I don't bitch to bitch. They know that. And also, if I'm doing a generalized complaint against Rumble, I'm not targeting or adding or tagging the staff. I just say something about Rumble that I think is an issue and bring it up. I directed my last one towards Chris because it involved Chris, because Chris is the one to say it. I'm not expecting a response from him, and I'm not going to get butthurt because he's not going to respond to me, because he's got bigger and better things to do. And I'm sure he gets added and tagged all the time, and he just can't get to everything. But a lot of people, again, it goes back to hold on, I'm going to respond. It gets back to entitlement. People are entitled. They figure if I complain enough, you need to listen to me because I'm me, and for this reason, you need to listen to me. A lot of people get caught up in that. Creators and non-creators. As an engineering developer, I heard you need specifics to be able to fix anything. Exactly, Goffo. A lot of people fail to realize that the Rumble needs that too. Yeah, many don't. It's usually UI suck and nothing else. Yep. And the ones that you usually say UI suck haven't touched the UI since like last year. They haven't been to Rumble. They're just complaining to complain. And some people just hate Rumble to hate Rumbles. They're just going to intentionally cause chaos and panic. A lot of creators, but now enough watchers. That's not enough. I'm assuming that's supposed to be not enough, but not enough watchers. Cinema, because I agree with that too. There's way too many creators on Rumble and not enough watchers. Now I have seen a shift in my following. A lot of my new followers don't have content created on their own. There's still a healthy portion of my new followers that are creators themselves. But I've been seeing more and more people that don't have the look of videos uploaded it, so that's encouraging. The content, in fact, I can show that in my tracker. Just creators. Yeah, not enough. That's what I figured. Imagine that a 10-year-old site isn't featured as a feature-rich as sites much older and owned by the two richest. Yeah, agree, Goffo. That's another thing people don't realize. And they're like, well, they're still pulling in millions. People are delusional and disconnected, so they think they know everything when they don't. I don't know everything. Man, it's getting chilly fast. I've worked radio for years. People want personalities. No one comes to the game music. They come for the show. If you can't make a good show, you won't grow. Exactly, especially if you're playing games. Like I was big in Ark for a while. Nobody watches Ark to watch Ark. They're usually watching it for the creator because they're entertaining, engaging, or there's something unique about them that just everybody latches to. Jerking while working. I appreciate that, Chad. I mean, working while, yeah, I'm sure you mean working. It's why Crowder Show does so well, intrusive. Yep. Air Condom is in chat. And so one hopes that this new trial will be different, but believing is seeing at this point. I believe it is going to be different. Again, if you guys watched, I know a lot of people have issues with Lumpy Potato and Silver Fox, but like it or not, they are the bigger faces of gaming on Rumble at this point. So if you want to be connected and learn how to grow and do better, you probably should at least pay attention to them. Not necessarily say you need to follow or subscribe or rant to them, but if you're bitching about complaining or bitching about not growing but not doing any work to grow, you're going to just continue in the same rut you're in now. But in fact, they're supposed to have another one with Chris. I don't think it's gonna be this week. I can't imagine they'll do it before Thanksgiving. So probably after Thanksgiving, they'll have another one with Chris. I'm sure we're gonna hear more about who this new big creator is that's coming to Rumble, and I'm sure we're gonna hear more about the small creator program. But from what I understand, Chris is being very restrictive on who can apply. It is a permanent thing, so it's gonna probably be based on what I heard. And the fact that it's going to be permanent, it's going to be a lot like the Twitch affiliate and partner program, where you have to meet certain requirements before you can apply. Once you get those requirements, you apply. Hopefully, they review your application and make sure you're actually a legit fit and you're not like flubbing your numbers by either view botting or stealing other people's content or anything like that. And they picked you based on you actually being a good creator. Even I can get, I guess, where the incentive and talent comes in, because even in Twitch, I basically slammed my way to the affiliate requirements by just getting a lot of friends just to basically support me. After I made affiliate, my friends stopped supporting. I guess they're not really friends, I suppose. They stopped supporting me, and I averaged one or less viewers per stream, and somehow I was still affiliate, able to get subscribers and stuff. So Twitch technically wasted their time by accepting me into the affiliate program, but also in Twitch's defense, they get probably millions of applications a day. So they just basically do the minimum to make sure I'm not violating any rules or guidelines and I met all the requirements, and then they approve it. That program, the partner program, they're more selective, but it takes a lot longer and a lot harder to get into the partner program. This is why I'm being so, I need to start recording. I'll read the rest of the chat. You guys are just going off in chat real quick. I'll read the rest of the chat after I'm recording. I'm going to keep the chat. The last one was so hopes that the new tribe be different, but believe me. So we're gonna, I gotta get into recording. I don't want the stream to go too long. Hi, why are you not? I said why. That's not what I'm gonna do. Oh, it's getting dark. Actually, hold on. Let me stop that recording. I might go get myself a light. All right, I'm plugging in my new light real quick. Hopefully this thing is finicky. It doesn't always work. Right now it's not working. It's supposed to be. There's no switch on it. That's what makes it a problem. I don't know. All right, we won't have additional light. It is what it is. Is it recording? And it's not recording. All right, guys, as you can see, it's gotten quite a bit darker since the last time I was recording. I apologize. It is winter. Sun is setting fast. The light I have set up that is supposed to provide additional light is not working, so you're just going to have to deal with the darkness and go from there. Some things I want to recap before I continue on the conversation about small creators, the small creator program and Rumble, and then we'll wrap it up with a conversation about Dr. Disrespect and what I feel about the potential that Rumble is bringing Dr. Disrespect to the platform. One of the things, like I was talking about, you guys need, I think far too many people get too worried about everybody else but themselves. And they need to start focusing on themselves and stop worrying about what everybody is and is not doing. Um, like for me specifically, I talked about how I rage too much, I cuss a lot, I make stupid jokes that I repeat repeatedly. Like if anybody watches my Batman streams, I keep making jokes about a bat whenever I beat somebody up that had a bat in the game. It's the same joke over and over again. It's not a very funny joke. It's not a very original joke. Sometimes it doesn't even make sense. But I make the same damn joke every single time, and it's irritating to me. So I can only imagine what it does to the average viewer that is watching my stream. And these are the things I need to take note. Another thing is I'm very low energy. I'm very sucky at responding to chat. I'm trying to improve on it. I try to work on my wit and my humor a little bit more because I'm not a great game player. Nobody's watching my stream for the sake of that's not gonna work. For the sake of skill level, because I'm not a skilled player, not as much as I used to be. I lack the skill, so I have to rely on my creativity, my entertainment, and stuff like that. And if I can't improve in that, I won't make it as a creator. And now, lucky for me, I have a career that's about to give me a retirement. Then I can start another job and still be living life for the most part pretty well. Would I like to make more money in content creation? Yes. Would I like to be more successful in content creation? Yes. Would I like to get to the point where I can just make videos and stream all day for you guys and just use it to supplement my retirement check so that I can make a decent living? Yes, I would absolutely like that. I'd be lying if I said I didn't. But I also got to be realistic that it is an oversaturated field. And it's gonna be next to impossible for you to make an actual honest living off of content creation. Almost every creator is gonna have to supplement that income some other way. Another thing that a lot of people fail to do that are wanting to make it big, they don't have merch stores. I barely have it. I have stickers, and the reason why I don't push my stickers anymore is I realized that it is way too expensive. Yeah, I'm charging like $3 a sticker, like $2.50 to $3 a sticker, but after shipping costs like $8. And these stickers, I mean, they're decent sized, good quality stickers, but who's going to pay $8 for a sticker that's like that skinny and that long? I wouldn't pay $8 for that sticker. So I need to find other ways to do merch. Like I'm looking into doing some beer mug designs. I was stealing that idea from Crazy Goffo. In fact, if you guys are looking at the thumbnail for the stream, if you look at the mug in the hand of the lizard dude, the Airconda, there's a little teaser of an idea I have for a beer mug. I'd be curious to see what you guys think of that kind of beer mug. And one of the things I've struggled with that whole product line is because I want American-made mugs. I don't want just an American company that puts my label on the mug. I want the glass to be made in the USA. Which means my products are going to be more expensive, but I don't want to give Chinese commie companies all my money anymore. Obviously, I'm always going to fall into that trap, and I'm not going to be able to get out of it. But I want to reduce the amount of times I give money to Chinese companies, or foreign companies for that matter. I want American-made products to do better. I really do. So anytime I go for merch, I'm gonna go for as American as humanly possible. These for my companies I'm gonna use for my merch products. But anyway, enough about that. Darren talked about something about the phase 3, if you will, the final phase of the partner program from Rumble. That brings up a pretty good point. He said in chat, he says, so one of that is new. We'll try a different, but believing it. So he says in chat, basically he's hoping that the next phase, the final phase of the partner program will be completely different. And they also actually learn from the selection process and do a better selection process. And it got me thinking about Twitch's program, which we'll also get into, again, why I think Rumble's a far superior platform for small creators than any other platform, which I know a lot of people are going to disagree with me on. That's perfectly fine, but I'll provide my case and you guys can argue against it. But anyway, on the partner program, like Twitch, I can't remember what the requirements were for affiliate. You had to jump through hoops to get to the affiliate program, and then you submit your application in hopes they still approve you. They, for the most part, approved every single application. So I steamrolled my way to the affiliate program by just getting a lot of people on board that just sat my stream long enough to get my average viewer count, because the average viewer count was the hardest thing that I had to getting into the affiliate program. In fact, even now, my average views on Twitch are less than one view per stream. So if I try to reapply the affiliate program, I'm not getting into it. I got the viewers, or I got the hour stream, I got the follower count, but I don't have the average viewers. Excuse me. So I would not be able to reapply. Not that I want to anyway. The moment I made affiliate, these people that helped me get there all but disappeared. And my average viewer on Twitch is less than one view per stream. And why would I expect? Now, Twitch doesn't pay you to be affiliate. They just offer you opportunities to be monetized through subs, bits, and now ad revenue. You get more ad revenue as a partner, I believe, but as affiliate, you get like a much smaller amount, but you still get ad revenue. Which, again, this is why I think Rumble is a far superior platform for small creators. You get, as of right now, you get 100% of your sub revenue the moment you start creating on Rumble. Now, people are like, I can't stream immediately on Rumble. Yes, you can. There's just different ways to go about doing it. You either pay for Rumble Premium, you verify your account through the verification process to make sure you're not a bot, or you get 5 or more followers. And then, like, you can make 5 channels and follow all 5 of your own channels, and that will count as your 5 followers to be able to stream. It's call that your baby's first steps to Rumble hack. Or you can, I already said, if you pay for premium, you do the verification, or you get the 5 followers. Those are the ways you can stream on Rumble. But otherwise, you can still upload, where you still get ad revenue through Rumble. But if you go the streaming route, you get sub and rants, and you get 80-20 of rants, as long as it's done through the browser. People are bitching that Rumble's lying about its revenue split for rants. Well, if you rant through the app on Android or Apple, Android and Apple take a cut of that rant. So they will take a percentage. Rumble does not charge more for rants on their apps. It's the same fee. Like, Rumble has no fees. So Rumble will take their 20%, and then Apple takes, I think it's 3% or more. I can't remember. Apple and Google take 3% on their app store. So that, but if people, that's why when I rant to people, I do not rant through the app. I might be watching on the app. I will go out of my way to go on my browser on my phone, and I will rant through the browser to ensure all that money goes to Rumble, and then the 20% of that money goes to Rumble, and the 80% go to the creator, and Apple and Google can suck my nuts and get not a single dime of that. That's why I'm personally against allowing subs on the app. I get the argument why people want subs to the app, because they may increase the chance of getting more subs to the app. However, your 100% sub revenue is going to disappear now, because now Google and Apple are going to take a percentage of that sub every month that person subscribes. Plus, it gets confusing depending on how it's done. Like on Twitch, I found out the other day, if I sub through the app on Twitch, I can't cancel that sub unless I go onto the app to cancel the sub. I can't go to my browser and cancel the sub. Unless they changed it. They might have changed it, because I haven't subbed to anybody in Twitch in a while. So that's, I think Rumble's better. Now, the argument for the small creator program, the reason why I'm completely against lowering the bar so low, the reason why I was asking for the follower counts, what people consider small creators, and then I started, when people gave me the answers, if they didn't vote, or if they did vote and they still provided feedback, I asked them, how much would you be willing to pay this creator monthly in your creator program? And yes, again, I get it. When you're accepting somebody to the program, is going to be more than just followers. But there was a point, because there were people that were complaining about not getting enough love from Rumble that had 0 to no creators. So that's why I was specifically focusing on our creators, 0 to no follower, or like little to no followers. So I was focusing on the follower aspect for a purpose. I know that it didn't make a lot of sense, but there's a reason for that, because I know followers does not make you a creator, because people can fake their follower count. They can actually fake their viewer count too. Some can fake their chatters too. They can fake their likes and dislikes. We already know about bots that go out there that mass dislike people's streams on Rumble, and I'm sure it happens on other platforms too. It's just easier to spot on Rumble because Rumble is a smaller platform, and the community amongst gamers specifically is a smaller community compared to Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. And that's another thing I think a lot of people miss is like, it's so bad on Rumble. It's probably just as bad on Rumble as it is every other platform. The reason it seems worse is it's far more noticeable. That's just my opinion. You guys correct me if I'm wrong, if you agree or disagree with that thought process. But so the reason why I'm talking about the follower count is like, people say, well, if you're 0 to 1,000, you're a small creator. And I get why they put the mark so high or so low for the small creator, because Rumble, if you look at Rumble, and the biggest gaming creator is probably got what 45, 50,000, maybe 100,000 followers. I think Alexandra, I can't remember what she's at. I know she doesn't consistently stream on Rumble, but she streams on Rumble quite a bit. So I'm mainly using her as an example. I'm not using Rice Gum or the other ones because they bailed the moment their contracts were up. So I don't consider them as legitimate creators on Rumble. Which is part of the reason why, and I get people's concern about the new big creator because Chris says he wasn't going to do contracts anymore, but he's kind of doing contracts with a small creator program because you're going to have to maintain a certain amount of requirements to stay in the program. So that's in a way a contract. I'm sure he's going to have some legal form for you to sign saying you agree to these terms to protect Rumble when somebody violates one thing or the other. But the reason why I started asking people when they provided what they consider a small creator based on followers alone is because, one, as Dara has pointed out, Chris hasn't really given a whole lot to the requirements. Now he's mentioned like doing ad reads must stream through Rumble Studio. He's talked about that. A certain viewership has to be maintained, and he did mention, but he didn't give specifics. But we do know a follower has been their favorite thing. The follower market benchmark has been one of their favorite things for the previous creator programs. It was always based on followers. Both the first one I think was strictly Rumble followers. Second one was Rumble followers in it, or followers in and out inside of Rumble. So that's why I'm using another reason why I was using the Rumble the follower benchmark for my question. So when people provided the responses, I asked them, how much would you be willing to pay these people? Because Chris paid us $500 for 1 month of streaming on Rumble. I don't think he's going to do that for the final phase of the creator program. I absolutely don't. I don't think that's realistic or believable. I don't know if he's actually going to pay him a monthly fee or salary at all. I'm just basing it off the previous two programs. He did mention that people he's looking to have it available that they get a cut of the premium revenue that Rumble gets. I can't imagine it'd be very big because if we go based off what a lot of people are saying, it was 5,000 or less are considered small creators. And when I say less, because I kept specifically mentioning 0 followers, 5,000 or less, and nobody really pushed back on it. I only had a couple people that actually had a low cap and a high cap. I had one person say once you reach above a certain follower count and you're no longer in the small creator program, you should either leave the creator program or they said more ideally be moved into a higher tier of creator program, which I think is the logical step, in my opinion. You guys can agree or disagree. Chris was talking about potential people getting a cut of the Rumble Premium. One of the things some people suggest is that you can get more cut from Rumble Premium the higher the tier you are in. So let's say, and also another one, I think it was Cinema, you said this. If it wasn't you, you could correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody said that people that are just regular creators on Rumble go to like a 70-30 sub split because ideally or realistically, Rumble keeping 100% split for a sub revenue, it's not going to be able to last. They're going to have to eventually back off from that. But maybe for people like me who won't be able to qualify for the partner program, I would get a 70-30 split. And then those who are in the partner program get like an 80-20 split. And then if they do a higher tier, they get like a 90-10 split. And if you're in the God tier, if you will, you get a 100% split for your sub revenue. And then because you're actually giving something to Rumble. A lot of my issues with a lot of these people complaining is they want to take from Rumble, but they don't really want to give. They claim they're giving to Rumble, when in reality they're giving is playing kiss ass in the comments of Chris and Rumble posts and getting upset and saying I stream solely to Rumble and getting upset when they don't get the notice me senpai moment that they've all been craving for. That's not giving to Rumble. That's just you sucking up and kissing ass, hoping you get recognized for it and get paid out for it. But outside of that, you're doing absolutely no work at all. So that's, again, my opinion on that. I know there are people that will disagree with me, and that's fine. You can disagree with me. I am not one for handouts. I'm not one for easy lanes. I'm not one for equality for all. I am one for if you are not willing to put in the work, you're not worthy of receiving the rewards. If you're busting your ass and presenting good quality content, you deserve to be rewarded. And if Rumble's not going to get anything out of you, then why should Rumble pay you? Or I say pay you, I mean that by like either directly paying you or paying you through giving a certain cut of revenue split. Another feature they were talking about, like better quality streams for people in the partner program. Now, right now, I believe it's 4K plus. Once it's out of beta, is planned to be available to everybody streaming. And with the low latency, where your chats are lined up pretty well with your stream, so you're not missing chats and people are missing key moments of your stream because they thought they commented the moment it happened, but in reality, you're like 10 minutes ahead of when it happens. So by the time their comment pops up, you already moved on, and now you're completely lost to what they were talking about. That happens to me a lot in my stream. Or somebody will say something like, "What are you talking about?" And they talk about something that happened like 5 minutes ago, and I already forgot about it because I got the mindset of a ADHD retard. So, speaking of which, mindset of an ADHD retard. There's a couple other points I wanted to make, and I've already kind of forgot about them. We're going to go ahead and see what they are. Somebody messaged me. I don't know. Oh, okay. Dara, I see your post. We'll read that in just a second. I'm gonna go look at my bookmarks. I'm gonna look what Dara sent me. And by the way, guys, if you want to reach out to me, airconnetv at proton.me for all business inquiries, or if you just want to hit me up on Twitter. My DMs are completely open to everybody. If I'm not following you, your messages get thrown into a little different area. I almost always check because I know how many of those I have. I do get a lot of spam, but I know how many of those are spam. So if I see that number increase, I open it up, check to see if I got a new spam message or if I got a message for somebody that's actually trying to reach out to me. So those are the best ways to reach out to me. If you're part of the Travis C Chat beta, that's another way to reach out to me. You can hit me up on Discord. I do not have a Discord because I don't want to support Discord. I have a Guilded. I don't really check Guilded anymore, but it is open, so I get messages if you message me on Guilded. I just don't manage my community on Guilded anymore, which means I need to change my tier for my tier list for people supporting Project Orion. All right. I've already shared it in chat once. Again, if you're watching the recording, it'll be in the description and then the pinned comment down below. I have a poll that I am promoting on Twitter up until Black Friday, which it will end. So I'm curious to see what you want to vote. Right, currently, 500 to 1,000 followers is considered a small program or a small creator that people would consider to be put into a small creator program. With second place being other, comment below. So everybody's providing their personal opinions. Quite a few people that have done that one. I said anything below 5K is considered a small creator and be considered in the program. And they always say, well, that's including viewer count and average views. I get that. Again, I probably should have. I kind of baited people and I shouldn't have done that. The reason why I specifically harped on followers because the previous programs were mainly focused on follower count. And then a lot of people that claim that Rumble should give them everything they deserve is solely based off their follower count and nothing more. So that's the reason why I only asked the question to talk about follower count in that regard. Now, one of the highlighted comments I had was from Patty's Parlor Games. He's a creator in Rumble. He does tabletop stuff quite a bit. So if you guys are into tabletop gaming, both in miniatures and stuff, like he actually paints miniatures. So if that's your kind of thing, I highly recommend you check out Patty's Parlor Games. His first response, small creator, is who I consider to have 1,000 followers or less for the most part. So I responded and asked, if you were running Rumble, would you pay those creators under 1,000 to be in your program, or would they hit a certain number of followers before they're considered for the program? I just lost it. If they break 1,000, would you remove them from that program or allow them to stay or move them to a higher tier? He responded with, and he is actually like almost word for word in line with my thought process between Rumble creators and the program that Chris is creating. I don't know. Again, I don't know what Chris has in mind, but if I was Chris, this is how I would run it if I was Patty. He says, no, I would not do any of that at all. I work hard at this, but this is not my job. If I want to gain something financially from doing it, I'll marketing myself to other creators and creations within my niche. I make my money from my art, from my books. Rumble makes less money from me than I make from it. Between my own products and my wonderful companies that allow me to be an affiliate of theirs, I do not expect Rumble to pay me to stream. I do not participate and expect Rumble to market for me either. Their efforts are way better spent on stuff like Power Slap, skateboarding, esports, tourneys, and the like. I also think bringing people on like Dr. Disrespect, if that's the case, is very different than bringing on the personalities as before. I've seen more smaller creators get the Rumble bennies handed to them only to abscond, I probably butchered that word, with their goodwill once their deal is up. I look forward to Rumble's new creator program, making people earn it rather than winning it. A raffle or blind pick should not. Blind pick should, I'm assuming not, or should net them more self-motivation and dedicated creators. I would be happy to expand on this once, but I was hoping he could make it, but he says he's busy today, and I was going to say, he was asking if I can do it tomorrow. I can't do it tomorrow, unfortunately. I told him I can do it probably because I'm going to do a follow-up to all this to see what the poll finalizes out and what other conversations pop up from this. So I'll do like another Let's Grab a Beer on Friday to discuss all this. But I think he hit the nail on the head. Nobody should go to Rumble expecting Rumble to give them anything. I don't care how much work you put in. I do understand those who have done a lot from Rumble and expect Rumble to at least acknowledge their hard work. I do understand that. But if you're just a random creator getting there like, ooh, this is an easy buck for me, why is Rumble not noticing me more? Why am I not being getting featured as much as I think I should be featured? Why I'm not a part of the program? Well, maybe because you should stop going to Rumble expecting Rumble to give you stuff, because you need to focus on you and you alone. And that's exactly what he's talking about. He's focusing on things that make him happy. He's focused on things that he wants to succeed at, and that's all he's worried about. If Rumble gives him stuff along the way, great, that's an added bonus, but he's not expecting anything from Rumble. So Rumble does have bigger fish to fry, and a lot of people don't like that. Sorry, that's just my opinion, and you don't have to like my opinion. Just like I don't have to like your opinion either. Welcome to the beauty of freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And then the jackass on his loud call. It's getting worse. It was never this bad. It's getting worse. And I agree with them. People should earn the creator program. They should not. And the earning is by standards that Rumble needs to set. They don't need to be like, well, I really like this creator. They didn't really meet the mark. I should let them in anyway. No. If I fully expect, if I do not meet the mark from Rumble, I'm not even going to apply for the program. If I do meet the mark, I'm obviously going to apply. But they better not pick me just because they like me. They better pick me because I actually qualified for that thing. Now, not everybody feels that way about me because I don't want to say I succeeded because of handouts. I want to say I succeeded because I worked hard and earned it. Like I've earned my house. I've earned the vehicles I own. I earned the retirement I'm about to get. I don't want to find out that I was handed these things because that would just piss me off and make me feel worthless and pathetic. I want to earn these things. And that's what I hope Rumble does with this program. It makes these people earn it because he's right. People got in on Rumble's goodwill, got the money, got out and dipped, and haven't done shit for Rumble since. And that's what I feel a lot of these people complaining about Rumble not giving them enough are going to do. Once they feel like they got all they can from Rumble, they're going to dip out the moment something else and better comes out. Like Dara talked about this new party platform that's offering $1,000 for new creators or something like that. No, that's a fucking handout. And these people are going to be shit creators, and they're going to get depressed and miserable because they're going to realize that they're not succeeding, and then they're going to get dropped from this program because the party's going to realize they can't afford to give $1,000 to everybody that signs up to be a creator. I want to know I succeeded because I worked hard. Now, am I going to handicap myself every time like I said, when the partner program's out, if I feel like if I have met the requirements set up by Chris and his team, I'm going to apply for it. If I don't have it, I don't want to reach out. I'm not going to DM one of the staffers and be like, hey, I've been with you guys a really long time. I advocate you for all the time. I stream solely to Rumble and nowhere else. Can I get into the program? I'm not going to do that shit. They set goals that should be available to everybody that everybody can obtain if they work hard enough for. If you don't obtain it, then you're probably not cut out to be a creator. I'm sorry. I'm probably not cut out to be a creator. I might be plateauing at my followers, and I may be stuck at 500 plus followers for the rest of my life, and I may never see above that in my gaming channel. It's something I'm going to have to deal with. That's reality. I don't get things handed to me. And that's my opinion on the creator program in general. I know a lot of people don't like hearing that stuff. They want to feel like Rumble is easy cash. It is easy cash. It's not a lot of money, but I'm making about $1 plus in ad revenue alone. And again, that's nothing to brag about. But if I do $1 a month, that's $12 that I didn't have before. You know what? That's $12 more than I get Twitch. Now, again, when I was on Twitch affiliate, I was getting ad revenue, and I never broke $1 on Twitch. So it's still more money than I'm getting on Twitch. If I'm going on ad revenue or alone, it's definitely more money than I'm getting on YouTube and Kick, because when Kick has no ad revenue at all, YouTube, you have to literally saw off your leg and eat it in front of them to be able to get the ad revenue in the first place, or even the opportunity to get subs and their super chats, because I think they're things. Again, why I believe Rumble is far superior for smaller creators than any other platform. You may not be succeeding, but the opportunity for you to monetize yourself as a creator is available, whereas it is not. I'm at 80 something followers on YouTube, my gaming YouTube, and what is it, 100 where you finally can apply for monetization? I can't remember what it is. I want to say it was 1,000 actually. I can't remember because I don't care about monetizing on YouTube because I don't believe in YouTube. I use YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and X as a means to help grow my product, to make me a better Rumble creator. That's what those platforms are to me. They are tools. I'm not saying that's what you guys should do. You guys should build yourself the way you should be built and be true to yourself. Be confident in you, be confident in your content, and you're going to probably succeed far better than you would. You can get featured on Rumble for 30 days straight, every single time you went live for 30 days and only gain 30 followers. And then after that, you're going to be plateauing and doing that, maybe earning a follower a month. So being featured or getting handouts from Rumble does not mean you will succeed. Rumble cannot make sure every single one of us get featured every single day. That's impossible. They did it on Friday. A shit ton of gamers were featured on Friday at the same exact time, but they were only 4 of them or 5 of them were on the homepage. So, guys, I don't know what you expect. You're not, if you're going to rely on Rumble to make you grow, whether or not they're actually doing something wrong, you are not going to succeed if you're going to fully rely on Rumble and its crew to make you succeed. You need to do the work yourself to succeed. I guess. Oh, actually, let me make sure. Let me stop this recording, restart it, and then we're gonna go ahead and just move on. Dr. Disrespect. I'm not gonna talk long on him. And then we're gonna open up for calls for everybody in chat that wants to join. Rumble only allows I think up to 9 calls. Actually, I think it does more. The recording just stopped, so good. But Rumble Studios allows over 9 callers, but only 9 are shown on the screen at the time. So let me go take a leak real quick. I'll start the recording, talk about Dr. Disrespect, do my summary, wrap it all up, give my rating on the beer, and then I'll open up to you guys to call in. In fact, I'll go ahead and drop the invite link in chat, so that way people can queue up if they want to start joining in. This is the invite link. I think you do have to have a Rumble account to be able to call in. So if you don't have a Rumble account, you're not going to be able to call in. So make one real quick. This gives you your opportunity, if you're watching on the other platforms, to go ahead and make that Rumble account. And then you click that link, and then you'll be in the queue. You do not have to have a webcam. I only ask you have a mic, and you have your beverage of choice. It does not have to be an adult beverage, but have your beverage of choice so we can just chill, relax, and have a conversation. If you do get rude and disrespectful, I don't believe in censorship. I will just boot you from the call and let somebody else be able to speak. And then you can go ahead and throw your hissy fit in chat or whatever you want to do. But if you're not going to allow anybody else to speak, or you just do absolute nonsense, then I'm just going to open up for somebody that actually wants to be a part of the conversation. So I'll be right back, and we'll start up the recording again. All right, let me read some more chats before I start recording again, and then I'm going to pull up Darmal's DM that he sent me on X to read what he's trying to say in there, and add it to the recording too, if he's okay with it. At least they removed the ones that didn't qualify. I agree, Goffo. Now they shouldn't have let him in the first place, but at least they eventually removed him. Sort of. There was still that Sonic Blue one that was still on there. Wait, Sonic Blue made it in the program? I didn't think he made it in the program. Big Germany under the sea is kind of hard to ship. Now you're removing the camera. Oh, me, when I move the camera shakes. It's because the camera's attached to the table, so when I hit the table or touch the table. Plus, my deck isn't the most stable deck, so it's over 10 feet off the ground, so it's got quite a bit of wobble to it. I'll just call me True or Cinema. Yeah, I'll do that, Cinema. Nobody's watching me on Twitch. That is accurate, because nobody ever watches me on Twitch. Have you ever killed anyone? Not directly, D's. I'm like in 20 steps removed, I've technically killed somebody. Yes, it's on my I forgot to put my banner up saying that I was recording. It's on my profile. Okay. Welcome to the Ammo Dump Signwater Ungodly Rampage. Did you where the hell did you just follow me at? Ungodly. I thought you were already following me on Rumble. What are you? Oh, you know what? You only know about my gaming account on Rumble. You don't know about my Aircon TV account. That's why. Ungodly. I will check that out, Dermot. Appreciate haters gonna hate. They absolutely will. Cinema. We just tune in to watch you do squats. Yes, I actually haven't done squats on stream in a long time. There will still be some burned about the chat censor thing. Understandable, but restriction for now. Yeah, there's going to be people always complain about chat censor. There's nothing we can really do about it to make them happy. I don't like the chat censor myself, especially since they don't have a list of forbidden words. I think Rumble at minimum should at least provide the words that are not allowed. I don't know why they won't. Just so we know what we can and can't say. I get it that it's not their fault that they can't allow those words. And maybe it's because they don't even fully know what words are or are not allowed. Isn't because Rumble hates free speech. Agreed, Goffo. It's because of the app stores. They hate free speech. Apple Store, Android. It's because they won't. Yeah, no, they definitely don't want to get parlored at all. I've got your chat. Come in my stream and on my streams. Gotcha chats. Fake accounts posting something racist. Yeah, I've had a couple of those recently. I had one not that long ago. I think I said something. He's like, "See," I was like, "Whatever. I don't give a shit. You ought to do that." They're doing to burn you in Rumble. The key to be defeating them is not give a shit. There are trolls who come in. Yep, they do that. Man, the chat is really popping tonight. It's getting hard to keep up with y'all. Hopefully, don't miss anything. On multiple accounts. So, yep, that's true, Cinema. They do the multiple accounts to make sure they get you as much as possible and be in there as long as it's up. Yes, you troll content, but I love your troll. I'm like, you're like my 50 Shades of Grey, but you do it verbally, not physically. Actually, no, he did it verbally too, didn't he? You just haven't had the physical aspect of our 50 Shades of Grey love story, Chad. Rumble, I have custom blocked words. Yep. I haven't done that. I don't block anything in my chat. I block the bots that just drop links in my chat because I don't want people clicking links and then going somewhere harmful and fucking up their account or leaking any of their personal information. So that's the only thing I block right now. I put somebody in timeout because they were literally spamming my chat so nobody else could talk. So I just put them in timeout. They could still talk eventually after the timeout was up, so they other people can start talking. But that person's not banned. They can come back. Total through app 50%. Apple, Google 30%. Rumble 20%. Yeah. So you only get 50% because that's why I don't advocate doing subs through the app stores. Is that reason specifically? My account is messed up somehow. I can't grant sub because I need to add a payment, but my account already has one, so I won't let me add it. One day I'll contact support one day. And no worries, Cinema. I understand that. Still wish we got some shares instead of cash for partner. At least an option to do shares. And maybe that's something. So, Goffo, I don't know if you know, Chris is going to be back on with Lumpy and Silver, and they're going to be taking viewer questions. Maybe that's something one of us can ask. Can we have an option for those to get into the partner program if they don't? If we can look in, maybe not in the low tier partner, but if they get into a higher tier partner, they can get some shares into Rumble. That would be cool. It's kind of like, so my friend of mine, his wife is a manager of, I can't remember, I think she's a regional manager now at Target. And for her Christmas bonus, she gets shares into Target. Or part of her Christmas bonus. I don't think it's her full Christmas bonus. You can do it as True Lie, or Cinema. I believe in you. Side Scrollers podcast always streams in gaming, but they don't game. Yeah, that's another issue. And I see a lot of people complain about that. And it's like they think it's unique to Rumble. And this is a lot of things. A lot of the complaints of people like view botting, accounts stealing content, and people streaming in the wrong categories. They say act like it's unique to Rumble. It's not unique to Rumble. It's just easier to spot because Rumble's a hell of a lot smaller than the other platforms, and people are watching Rumble like eagle eyes right now, so they can find every negative, bitter thing about Rumble. They don't talk about gaming. Almost everyone game the system in order to. Yeah, that's exactly, and that happens on any other platform. That's part of the reason why Rumble didn't want to do the algorithm. When Rumble Mario was involved in the Discord, that's one of the things he said. We don't really want to do an algorithm because we don't want people gaming the systems. But at the same time, Rumble's never going to succeed. It's like a catch-22. Wherever Lumpy falls, will be the benchmark. And whether you like Lumpy or not, that's true at this point. Wherever Lumpy falls will be the benchmark. As with the last one, I wouldn't do it. Then again, going in the partner program doesn't interest me as much. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I will apply for the partner program, but I'm not going to be too upset if I don't get into it. I'm not going to be able. It is a goal I will be able to have to set for myself. Man, you guys are chatting up a storm in here. I think this is going to be the first one I'm not going to be able to talk to everybody and get all the chats in here. I'm going to have to call it the most. That is the join link. Hi, bro. I'm from Brazil. Just find your stream. Genki, thank you for popping in here. Thank you for the follow as well. Let me see what the last couple chats were, and then I'll start recording and so we can wrap this up and get people in the calls. Same with the follower amount. Not everyone will have all of their followers watch. Yep. I mean, I have 583 followers in gaming, and I average probably 10 views per stream. For the most part, when I stream like around 4 p.m. I don't get that many viewers, and that's because I'm in that sweet spot where people are they're at the end of their shift at work, or coming home from work, or doing stuff as soon as I get home from work, so they don't really get to see streams that out. So that's the only time my viewership my average isn't that great. Hear more about active chatters versus followers and even views. Me too, Goffo. Active chatters, like I've been recording my chatters every stream, which is going to be a pain in the ass to do in this one because there's a lot of you today. I've been recording how many active chatters I have had per stream, how many likes I get per stream, and the number of comments per stream, which hasn't been a lot because they disabled comments during the election season, like the actual election time frame. And they reactivated it. I think a lot of people don't realize comments have been reactivated. I actually had one a couple days ago, though. During the Halo stream, I had one. Oh, is that what's going on, Goffo? Apple and Google? Why won't Chris say that? Or maybe Chris has said that and I just completely missed it. That Apple and Google won't allow. That's stupid. Fuck Google and Apple. Goffo. We'll start our own app store that's universal between Android and Google, and I don't know how we'll make it better so that all the apps want to come to us. We'll go in on it with you. I'm retired next year. I'm going to need a new career to start up. All right, I'm going to start recording again, and then we'll wrap this up, and I'll open it up for people to call in if they want to discuss this topic or any other topic that we've been discussing today. Time I have left. All right, guys, it is officially dark out here, and my light still will not turn on. Sorry, I gotta adjust this. I just realized it's not really pointing at me. So you're gonna see me in the dark. Luckily for me, I'm white enough that I glow in the dark, and you at least can see my face because it's not covered. So at least I got that going for me. I just got caught up in chat real quick for the guys because the chat's been popping off, and I don't want to neglect and ignore my chat, so I'm happy to see them in there. I was going to look at what Daramuth sent me. Let's see. So Daramuth had a Rumble Squared podcast that he did yesterday with Vaping Gamers, JFG, and a couple other creators. Those are the ones I mainly know. So, and there it is. Vaping Gamers, Hacking the Way, Nicholas. I kind of like Hacking the Way. That's a good name. Fat Steven, Kovori, and Zara, aka Zara, and himself, Daramuth. So he did like a kind of meeting notes, the way I view it in my head because of the job I have. Meeting notes from that podcast. So he added Chris, Rick, Rumble Video, Rumble Mario, and Gaming on Rumble. They kind of gave him the talking points. They kind of covered it. And he said multiple platform reach, 40 viewers, Rumble/YouTube, stream via Rumble Studio. In fact, here, let me post this link in chat. Which actually, Dara, you could have done too if you wanted. Zaza. Sorry, I said Zara. Zaza. Why does it keep switching to private? So here's his tweet if you guys want to check out what I'm reading right now. Let me get back up there. F features wanted 1/5 top results from creators community tab integration, enhanced creator tools / studio features, clip creation system. There is a clip creation system. It is janky as all get up. The best thing I do with the clip creation system in Rumble Studios is it only goes up to a minute. That's the only downside. It goes up to a minute, and it doesn't always publish. So what I do, I make sure I download it first after I create my clip, and then I try to publish. If it doesn't publish, I can at least upload it myself. But they do need to fix the clip creation, and I also argue they need to make it longer than a minute. But I think they're setting that up for Rumble Shorts. I know those are coming eventually, so I think that's the purpose of the clip creation and studio right now. Better mobile experience. I don't have a lot to speak on that because I haven't used the mobile experience for Rumble Studios. Game subcategory expansion. That's going to be a tough one for them to do. Content filtering options. Rumble platform. Content filtering. Are you talking about for like the homepage so people don't see politics if they don't want to see politics? Kind of like what Kick does to remove the adult content for people who don't want to see adult content. Issues noted. So there's like 5. So issues noted. Current challenges. Notification system needs work. I've seen it does really well. Okay. So if you're relying on email notifications, it absolutely sucks ass. But that's also why they've been telling people to make sure they have the Rumble app downloaded, because that's where I get the best notifications when everybody goes live. You know what? Hold on. I disabled all notifications, so I haven't been getting notified when people go live. I don't think. No, that's not true. I haven't. I just don't get emails anymore because people go live like 3 or 4 times a day. I don't need an email every time they go live. DB app requires updates. What kind of updates? Studio connectivity concerns. I guess I haven't had any issue. The only issue I have with studio connectivity is if I somehow lose internet or my computer crashes midstream, I basically have to create a whole new stream and stop the one through Studios because there's no like auto recovery if you're able to reconnect in a certain amount of time. So that is something I would like to see fixed. I don't know what you mean by TV app requires update. I've used the TV app. The only thing is I wish it's like when trying to find channels, I wish it was in alphabetical order for my followed channels. I think they do it by live, and then after that, I think it's just completely random. Ad delivery refinement needed. That I don't know. I get ad-free experience, so I don't get to really see ads, so I can't comment on that one. Mobile app limitations. I know they just added emotes to iOS. Android had it earlier this week. It's now available on iOS, so that's one thing that's added. I know people want rants and subs on app. Rants are available on app. I disagree with the subs because, like I said, as I mentioned before, I don't believe in giving Apple and Google my money as much as I can avoid it. Again, not everybody feels the same. They're not fanatical like me, so. Bandwidth streaming stability. I guess I haven't noticed that issue. The issues I have with streaming is usually because of my ISP and not usually because of Rumble. There's only a few occasions it was directly to Rumble, but most of the time when I have those issues is with my ISP or my equipment. Positive scene, 3 of 5 community highlights. Welcoming environment, strong monetization. Those are definitely, I agree with both of those. Great growth potential. That's hit or miss. I guess it depends. Again, it depends on you as the creator, how much work you're putting in, effort you put in, how involved you get. One reason why I grew so quickly on Rumble is how active I got with the Rumble creator community from day one when gaming started. That's a lot of that growth is because of my involvement with those guys. If you're staying in your little bubble and you're not promoting yourself or trying to get involved with the community, you're not going to grow unless you have that one viral moment that makes you take off. Supportive staff, they absolutely are. They are human though. They do miss things, and people take that out on the people highlight the negatives far more than highlight the positives, because everybody loves negatives more than they love positives for some reason. Freedom of expression, absolutely good content discovery. It has improved. It definitely has. I don't know if it's quite up there with the other platforms, but it definitely has improves. Suggestions made, creator recommendations, OBS style studio upgrades. How are they going to do that? You talk about in Rumble Studios itself. I mean, I see Rumble Studios as a means, not as the final tool. I mean, it'd be cool if they did something like that. I know they were talking to Streamlabs recently. I think it was Streamlabs they said they've been talking to get better integration with them. So hopefully you got that. Maybe that will solve what you're asking for. Enhanced mod tools. I don't care enough about mod tools unless I'm talking about adding polls and like mini games and stuff like that. That's fine, but I use bots for that stuff anyway. I don't mod my chat that much. I really don't, and I'm doing that on purpose. I don't censor my chat. Platform uniformity. I censor bots, like legitimate bots. I will censor them for my chat. Platform uniform desktop mobile. I don't know how you're going to do that. Like Twitch doesn't even have uniformity in their desktop and mobile. Neither does YouTube. So I don't know how they're going to. I guess I don't know what you mean by that. Like Twitch, I fucking cannot stand the Twitch app. I want to do something with my in Rumble. I can at least do stuff as a creator through their apps. YouTube, I can do stuff as a creator through their apps. Twitch, you can't do shit through their apps except live stream. I would like when I try to pull up one of my unpublished videos, I can't do that. I can't stand Twitch's mobile app. I hate their mobile app. I don't even have Kick's app because Kick is just a carbon copy of Twitch. I think Rumble's is far superior compared to Twitch and Kick when it comes to the mobile app, in my opinion. I know there's a lot of people that are going to go off in chat saying they completely disagree. Better analytics. Yes, I agree with that, but Rick and Chris both leaked a beta version of the Better Analytics that are supposed to be coming before the holidays, before Christmas. So hopefully we get that soon. That's what it would help I don't know if you guys see my little Excel tracker I've been building lately. API expansion. I'm not smart enough to speak on that. I think the API is pretty good, but I'm also, again, not smart enough to speak on that. So I'll just leave that one alone and not criticize or comment. More payment options. Yes, I would like to get away from PayPal. Please let me stop using PayPal. I know the Stripe integration is coming soon. And I think something with parallel economy is also coming soon. 70 plus unique data points collected. 7 creators participated. Top priority studio improvements. Most praised community support. Most needed mobile app overhaul. I guess I don't know what you guys mean by mobile app overhaul. This goes back to not providing. I know in your stream you're providing specifics, but in the summary there is no specifics on the mobile app overhaul. Like, I don't have any issues with the mobile app. Maybe I'm just a boomer. Maybe I like the simplicity of the mobile app. I don't know. This is, I try to avoid conversations concerning the app because I just don't see what everybody else is seeing. Maybe it's because I don't use it enough. Like, I spent the whole week last week watching Major League Fishing, the tournament they just had, and I had no issues with their app or any complaints about their app. So maybe I'm just not with it to comment on that one. So that when people bring up the mobile app, I tend to not comment on it. If I see people flooding my timeline with bitching about mobile app, I will mute them so I don't have to keep seeing it in my timeline. All right. I'm going to go ahead and like and retweet this so other people can check that out, because there's obviously people that are going to have a lot of opinions on that, and I want them to be able to share their opinions, as they should. I'm not one to stifle opinions. All right, so we covered that was kind of not on the schedule for what we're going to talk about in this episode of Let's Grab a Beer. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up by talking about Dr. Disrespect too, and then summarize basically this whole conversation I just had in this recording today. But essentially, I believe it's Dr. Disrespect that's the big creator that Chris keeps teasing about. Dr. Disrespect himself has kind of teased it a little bit, apparently, on his YouTube streams. We'll find out next week, supposedly. I believe if he's doing the interview with Lumpy and Silver, he will next week. That is when Chris is going to announce who the big creator is. I'm glad that Chris is looking for a big creator outside of gaming. Unfortunately, I'm a little hesitant because we all saw what happened with Rice Gum. Steve will do it. Kai and Sanat, Kai and Speed and other creators, they got their money. The contract ended and they dipped like bitches. So I'm not holding my breath. I completely understand why Chris doesn't want to do contracts anymore. I don't think he's doing a contract with Dr. Disrespect. I think what he ended up doing was reaching out to Dr. Disrespect, seeing how Dr. Disrespect was being mistreated by the other platforms, and say, hey, you come to us. You're going to have the freedom to be yourself, do your thing, do your whole Dr. Disrespect stick, and not be criticized, punished, or hindered against it. We won't do anything to hinder you as long as you, obviously, Chris is going to always uphold the law, and like the actual law, not these bullshit freedom of expression and freedom of speech laws that all these other countries are enacting. As long as he doesn't do anything violent, he doesn't actually sexually assault or rape anybody or anything like that, or isn't actually a pedophile. Chris is never gonna stop him from being him on. So, and I think Dr. Disrespect likes that. Dr. Disrespect, I think, is desperately yearning for a platform where he can just be him and not be afraid of being attacked and hindered. I believe Rumble absolutely offers that. I think that's the appeal that he's offering to Doctor. Doctor has agreed and is coming. Will he sign a contract? Who knows? Maybe he will. Maybe he's going to sign on the 30 million or the $1 million contract or whatever contract that see like Drama Alert posts. They're living to the name. They're Drama Alert. They don't provide facts. They do rage bait, clickbaity bullshit because they know it gets the responses. Like they were saying that Neon was getting a $30 million contract with Rumble, which is absolute bullshit. Neon can come to Rumble. I don't want him here, but he can come to Rumble all he wants. Everybody's welcome. But I'm also going to harass him. All right, I'm not going to harass the shit out of him. I'm mostly going to mostly highly criticize the fact that Neon is here, because I don't respect him as an individual. I have my reservations about Dr. Disrespect. Even if he didn't physically get involved with a minor, he knowingly spoke to a minor in an inappropriate manner. That is an issue with me. The issue, but his response was also very vague. He said knowingly spoke inappropriately to a minor. Now, is it that he knowingly spoke inappropriately to this individual and then later found out they were a minor? I don't know. Because I trust him more than I trust the Twitch staff, because I think Twitch staff are absolute human garbage. If they don't get their way, they're spoiled little brats, and they're going to do anything they can to burn everybody down to get their way. So I believe that's what's happening to Dr. Disrespect. I do believe Dr. Disrespect advocating and promoting Rumble will be absolutely huge for Rumble, is something that Rumble desperately needs. If Dr. Disrespect actually is loyal to Rumble, contract or no contract, I think he's a better pick than Kai, and I think he's a better pick than Rice Gum. He has a bigger following. From what I understand, when Dr. Disrespect thinks he's found a home in the platform, he's very loyal to that platform. I do question his loyalty because he has cheated on his wife. That is a confirmed fact. I question anybody's loyalty that has done something like that. But I also believe in redemption. If he truly has learned his lesson and has learned to not repeat the same mistakes, I will. I can like forgive. I'm not the one that needs to forgive him. It's obviously his wife and his family that needs to forgive him. But I hope you guys understand what I'm trying to say. I would forgive him and accept him for that, because we all make mistakes. We all do stupid shit. The key is, do we actually learn from it? That defines you as an individual. It defines you as a man if you actually learn and grow from that. I won't hold it against him if he's actually done that, but he has proven to be, from what I've seen of him. I haven't watched his content. I'm not that super loyal to Dr. Disrespect in any way, shape, or form. He appears to be very loyal to the platforms that give him a space to be him. But again, I question loyalty because of him cheating on his wife. Hopefully he has learned from that. Hopefully he is not an actual pedophile. If he is, obviously I will condemn that. Condemn that in every way, shape, and form. And Sneeko. Yeah, I was saying Neon, Sneeko. think I'm saying Neon, but yes, Sneeko. I don't like Sneeko either. Um, I welcome Dr. Disrespect to Rumble. I think he would be good for Rumble if it's handled and managed correctly. I suspect that he will heavily promote Rumble. I don't think he will leave YouTube. Rumble would just be the one he'll talk about the most. It'd be featured more in his backgrounds and all his little skits and stuff he does. I'm sure he'd be actively involved with Chris quite a bit. And then YouTube would be kicking themselves in the ass for not being more accommodating to him. I hope he doesn't sign a contract, mainly because one, Rumble's been. I think. Well, here I'm mixed on that one. So I think it'd be stupid if Rumble doesn't force him to sign, or not force him. If Rumble doesn't have some kind of legal contract in between the two of them, if that's depending on how this is all going. And I'm also a little disheartened if Chris truly did say. I never heard him say it, but I've seen 2 or 3 people say it now. If Chris truly did say that he will never do a contract again, and he's about to do a contract with Dr. Disrespect, it makes me lose a little respect to Chris because he backed on his word, if that's in fact what he actually said. However, I think it's also stupid to not do a contract with somebody like Dr. Disrespect. Because you're still setting yourself up for another kind. And I say that unless Chris is not paying him, unless the only agreement between him and Chris is that Chris will not penalize, punish, or persecute Dr. Disrespect on his platform. Dr. Disrespect will have a platform where he can be himself. That's the only thing that they shook hands on and agreed on. He doesn't need a contract. If money was exchanged, Chris absolutely needs a contract. If they just have a gentleman's agreement, like, hey, if you come to Rumble, we're going to promote you and all our promotion material. You're going to never be persecuted or condemned on our platform. You can be yourself. If that's all that happened, then no contract needed. If money was exchanged, absolutely contract should be included. Yes, it's a little disheartening to hear somebody say I'll never do contracts again, and he absolutely does contracts again. But in his defense, everybody he's done contracts with leave the moment the contract is over. So Rumble cannot sustain itself as a platform if that's what keeps happening. And I guess that's all my thoughts on Dr. Disrespect. I personally think it's good for Rumble, especially to break out of the political aspect. The only issue is it still falls in line with this right-wing mentality that everybody has about Rumble. A lot of people view Dr. Disrespect as right-wing. So they're going to treat him as such, and they're going to see, this just proves the fact that Rumble's right-wing. If you're not right-wing, you're not welcomed on Rumble, which is a lot of shit. A lot of non-right-wing people have been on Rumble. Destiny was actually very active and featured quite often in Rumble. I can't stand Destiny. I think he's a disgusting human being, but I also believe in his right to be on the platform and succeed on the platform. So, thank you, Darmos. If you're late waiting to call in, I apologize. These go long. I ramble on long enough. But to summarize the stream, I don't respect people that expect handouts from Rumble. Just because you stream solely on Rumble does not mean Rumble owes you anything. The only person that's holding you to streaming only on Rumble is yourself. So you're yourself to blame if you are being held to one account or to one platform. Holding Rumble hostage because you're not getting your way is also another way to lose respect. And the only person that's going to make sure you actually succeed as a creator is yourself. And if you're not willing to put in the effort or the energy or the work to make yourself succeed, you're not going to succeed. The Rumble can do everything they can to make you succeed, but if you're not a good creator, you're just not a good creator. So if, again, relying on Rumble is a dumb thing to do. Don't do it. Small creator program. I think Rumble's making good decisions in that direction as long as they truly did actually learn the lessons for phase 2 and phase 1. And hopefully they actually vet their people that are approved better, and they actually offer something of substantial value to those people that get accepted. Because right now, I mean, the reason why people get into affiliate or is it affiliate in YouTube? I don't remember what YouTube calls it. Is because they want to be monetized. Well, you're monetized the moment you set up on Rumble and start creating. So I don't know what Chris plans to offer people accepted in the program. Which is also why I don't fully understand why people complain about how the program was made. Now, when they was giving $500 a month, or $500 for the month of streaming. I get why people are upset because you get paid $500 to break the rules and be an absolute shitbag. So I get that complaint. But if Chris is not going to be paying him a monthly salary, and they're not really getting, I mean, I'm sure they're going to get benefits. I don't know why people are upset about this, about the new program, unless they actually did not learn any lessons. And then Chris is going to give these people in the programs like leaps and bounds benefits over everybody else. But I mean, everybody else has the same opportunity to make bank on Rumble as anybody in the partner program. You just got to be willing to put the work in it and promote yourself. Now we're going to give our final rating on the beer. I need to wrap it up because I don't know if people are waiting to call in. By the way, we drank out of our wicked good pub glass from Maine, great for sodas, beers, and hot liquors. We have a beer in here right now from Alabama, which is ironic. 28th Maine beat the 13th Alabama, 12th Alabama at Gettysburg. I probably got the Alabama regiment wrong on a little round top. Just saying. But the beer is actually pretty good. That soap taste is gone, so I don't know where I was getting it from. Maybe it was the glass, maybe it was the beer, but I don't taste it anymore. The beer is really good. We're down to 3 cans. I'm going to give this a 6 out of 10. Or, sorry, no, we're doing scale 6. I get it a 4 out of 6. It's pretty good. I drink it again. The downside of these, they're a little pricey. It's $13 for a 6-pack. That's like any microbrewery. But if you guys enjoyed this, these streams are never scheduled, barely announced in advance. With the exception, like I said, this Friday I'll be doing another one. Friday after Thanksgiving. If you guys are watching this in the future, I'll be doing another one. I don't know what time yet. Probably around 1 in the afternoon. My wife will be at work, and I want to make sure I'm done before she gets home from work. She'll probably come home early on that day because it's the day after Thanksgiving. So around 1 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time, we'll do another episode. Let's grab a beer. We're going to recap what we discussed because the poll will be finished on Twitter. If you want to check that out, look up Aircon TVT on Twitter and drop it a follow. And you can go find that poll and you can vote it. It's a promoted tweet right now. And I appreciate you all being here. Darmouth, Goffo, Cinema, FP, Chad, all of the main ones I've been talking in chat tonight. I appreciate you guys are for hanging out. If you're still here, I appreciate you being here. If you're not still here, or if you're waiting to call in, if you're in chat still and want to call in, I'm going to drop the link in chat again. You have to have a Rumble account to be able to call in on Rumble Studios. You do not have to have a webcam. You just need to have a mic and your favorite beverage. But in the meantime, everybody watching the video that's recorded right now, appreciate you all coming in, and I hope to be able to grab a beer again with you next time. That was one of the most rushed summaries outros I've ever done for this. All right, chat. I broke the seal, and I got a bladder of a child. I'm going to go take a leak real quick. If you guys want to go ahead and call in, go ahead and click the link that is dropped in chat and call in if you want to. If nobody calls in, we'll go ahead and wrap up the stream, call it a night. But I got to go take a leak real quick, so I'll be right back. Ended. Don't you pee on my deck. Better go down in the yard to go pee. All right, chat. Let's get caught up in chat. Well, let's go see who's here. Is there any? Oh, fuck. No, stop. Accidentally opened my polar cameras. Nobody's in the waiting room. So we're going to give it a little bit longer in case anybody wants to join up. All right, Mouse, stop. We get caught up in chat real quick. Again, if you guys want to join in the call, here's the link. All you have to do is have a mic and a Rumble account. If you don't have a Rumble account, I have an affiliate link you guys can use, or not, a referral link you guys can use. And I can get a cut of your earnings. Not from you, it'd be a cut from Rumble's earnings. That's another thing. You get affiliate link the moment you sign up on Rumble. If people use your link to sign up, you can make money off of their money. Again, it's not their money; it's a cut. Rumble's cut to you. The person that signs up does not lose money over this. Rumble just gives up some of their money. But all right, let's see. Let's get caught up in chat. And if nobody's in the waiting room by the time I'm doing this, we'll just wrap it up. I'm going to go get myself a fire going and go watch me a movie while I wait for my wife to get home. I already read. Chad, thank you so much for that. By the way, if you guys are not following Darylmuth, Chad, or Crazy Goffo, FP, or Cinema, make sure you click the icons next to the name and drop them a follow, please. That would be greatly appreciated. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out. Okay. I have custom blocked words. I already read that one. Kind of makes everything look long. Yeah, I do. Wait. I don't know how to take that. Read that one too. My account is messed up. Read that one too. I wish we got some shares. Yeah, read that one as well. Lumpy Fall. I'm trying to find. Oh, they could do it like locals. Not need to creator 10 to them. You talk about the subs, Dartmouth. Yeah, I mean, like I said, so I think if Rumble was to reduce the amount of money that creators get from subs, it would be a 90-10 split. But again, if you want to make a purpose for a program, like if you're not going to make the partner program worth it, there's no reason to do a partner program. So Rumble already makes it so you're monetized the moment you start creating on Rumble. So if they're going to do that, then I don't see an issue with doing a 30 or 70-30 split or an 80-20 split for subs. And then if you're in the program, you're either getting 90-10 or 100%. I don't see any issues with that. I know they're going to be doing a premium, looking into potentially giving people in the program cut a premium. I think it's a decent idea. I don't know if me personally, I can't see Rumble's numbers. I don't know how many users they got on premium. I'm just worried Rumble's going to promise the stars and only give you the treetops because let's say within a year. I want Rumble to succeed. I don't want Chris to promise all these things because the amount of complaining people do, despite how much Rumble has given him, is only going to double if he has to backtrack on any of these promises. I just hope. I mean, again, I'm trusting Chris. I'm one, not a businessman. Two, I don't see his numbers like he can see it. I'm just basing off of my limited interaction with the stuff. So, never stream on any other. Never stream to only one platform. Less power to the creator. I agree, Darren. If you're trying to be a successful creator, I love Rumble. And my Rumble, as of right now, will be my main platform until something serious happens, where they break my trust or Chris loses power or something like that. Rumble will always be my main platform. But if you're trying to make it big as a creator, if you don't use every tool available, that includes YouTube, Twitch, Kick, TikTok, X, Party, Facebook, Instagram. I even promote my streams on Pinterest. If you don't use every available tool out there for you, you will not make it as a creator. You have to put in work. Handouts are not going to get you the success you're looking for. They're going to get you temporary success, which is just going to lead to depression once you realize you're not making it like you thought you were going to make it. have the energy, have the engagement, have the creativity. I don't have the energy. Right now I have the energy because one of the things I do very well is just rambling on and on and on and rant. But if I'm gaming, I get focused on my game and I get distracted and then my brain can't just separate the two. That's why my gaming streams don't get that much energy. Holy crap, I look like my dad right now. That's not a bad thing. I love my dad. Good looking man. If you don't give a little, why should you expect a lot back? Exactly, Darren. That was the point I was trying to make with UNX, and if it didn't convey it well, I apologize. But that was the point I was attempting to make. Let me make sure nobody's in the waiting rooms. People still can join. Oh, whoops! I've been dropping Darmel's link in Twitter like multiple times, which is not a bad thing. Now you guys can see his post. But here's the link to call in if you guys want to call in. If you want to join the waiting room. I apologize. I didn't realize I did the Twitter link by accident. Yes, but you're our ADHD retard. Thank you, Chad. I appreciate it. I mean, I feel loved and appreciated. We already know Chair Force is retarded. No, the Marines are tarded. I'm tarded. Long ADHD. Travesty chat. Yes, I am also in travesty. I can't. I'm hoping he makes that app. I don't know how that stuff works. I don't. My brain doesn't work that way. Goffo probably knows more than I do. Hopefully, a mobile app comes for Travesty because the reason why I'm not as active on Travesty is because I'm not on my computer at home that often and at work. I can't pull up Travesty chat on the work computer. So if it can't be pulled up on my mobile phone through an app, I don't get on it. If I can't pull it up on my work computer. Rumble, I can pull up my work computer. That's why you guys get the lurking while working a lot, mainly because I can't hear you guys. The audio is disabled on my laptop at work, and most of the time it's not a Rumble issue, it's a DoD network issue. Your streams freeze up a lot. So there's no sense in me trying to engage with you guys because whatever you say to me, I probably won't hear it because your streams are going to probably conveniently freeze the moment you try to respond to me. Unless you text or type a response to me in chat, and I'm not going to expect you guys to do that. So if you see me saying lurking while working, that's why. If you pause the video and wait a few minutes, you can hear Conda talk 1.125, 1.5, 175, or just saying. This is why Conda is married. His woman did the same thing during coitus. Wait. What's that supposed to mean, Chad? What do you mean? What's that supposed to mean? Correct, but it's a varying degree of content creator for party. I guess I don't know what that. I haven't looked into party. Not because I know Odyssey, what people are talking about back in the day when Rumble Gaming started kicking off. And I don't really see people talk about Odyssey anymore. So if Odyssey is still, cause I did the same thing with Kick. I checked out Kick when it first started. Wasn't able to stream for several months. I was like, all right, so this is gonna be a dead platform, especially seeing that's a carbon copy of Twitch, and it ended up not being a dead platform. And I'm checking out Kick again. Kick is a dead platform because all I get is bots or people trying to sell me graphic art. So Kick is not something I'm super excited about. Getting features nice, it doesn't actually equal growth. No, it does not, Goffo. Absolutely. I'm a perfect example of that. I almost got 200,000 views my first time being featured. You know how many followers I gained from that? 72 followers. I gained 72 followers from 195,000 views. So feature doesn't mean shit if you don't have the quality of content needed to get you that growth. So these people bitching about not being featured probably need to worry about themselves first before they worry about being featured by Rumble. I haven't been featured by Rumble since May of this year. I'm very grateful that they did it, but I'm not going to be begging and bitching because Rumble hasn't featured me since May. If Rumble features me, I'm going to be grateful. I'm going to appreciate it. I'm going to do my best to earn those viewers to make sure they stay there and come back to me in a future stream. But ultimately, if I fail to grow, it's not because Rumble didn't feature me enough. It's because I suck as a creator. It's not that hard of a concept to understand. And I'm not saying that so you guys get down on yourself and start picking on yourself and being very negative. I don't want you guys getting all depressed because you think you're a shitty creator. I want you guys to take that as a motivation, saying you need to figure out why you're a shitty creator and improve. Like I said, my rage during gaming, my abundant cussing, my repetitive jokes that make no sense or are absolutely stupid jokes, or my lack of energy while streaming are my four main reasons why I'm a bad creator. and my lack or 5. We'll include 5 for lack of skill. So I know my faults as a gaming creator, why you don't succeed very much. So I do the same thing. Identify your weaknesses and improve. If Rumble starts featuring you, starts putting you in your programs, then you must be doing great. As you improve on your weaknesses, when you get featured, you're going to benefit more from that moment. So work on that stuff. Stop worrying about Rumble and everybody else's success. Stop worrying about you. I'm out on Goffo. Zeus. All right. Well, we're going to finish reading chat. I see Key Lime's waiting in the waiting room to call in. Same with follower count. Not everyone will have all of their followers watch. Yep, I read that one on your fine. It was posted public for everyone to take and do what with. I figured. Darren, I figured you wouldn't have it publicly posted on X if you didn't want it to. I care more about active chatters. Yeah, I read that one. I think I'm getting caught up. I am getting caught up. Apologies, Beyond Rumble Studio is what I should have posted. Beyond Rumble Studio is what I should have posted. Yes. Trying to find commodities of issues, which was okay. But at least there's physical to see what people are. Yeah, and I agree that I'm not saying your list is bad. I realize it's a summary of issues. Not everybody's going to realize that TV apps are a bit behind. Some are still stuck in 2023. Rumble's TV apps or TV apps in general. Also, the more people come to Rumble Squared, the more data I can collect. For right now, I'm going to be limited, and that's understandable. Correct, better connection to etc. API expansions from Vapin. I figured that was from Vapin, since he's making the Rumble bot. Again, I'm not smart enough on API and stuff like that, so really fully comment. So I'm not going to talk poorly or in favor of API. That is definitely way out of my league. You may not, but others do. Yeah, I didn't mean that as a talking down to anybody criticizing API or Dartmouth. I'm just saying I can't comment on it because I'm not smart enough to do that. All right, I'm heading off. Good. Again, if you guys are not, hope to have you on for the next Rumble Square. You got to just give me enough update, Dartmouth, and I should be there. I know the next couple of weeks will be very busy. We're coming to the holidays. I got a lot of work stuff coming up. I got retirement stuff I got to work on, and I got a wedding. So just make sure you give me enough heads up, and I'll try to be there. Keyline Boom Existence. Welcome, Keyline. If you guys are not following Keyline Warrior, make sure you click the icon. With that being said, Keyline, I'm about to accept you. So if it's still there, did I wait too long? Did I fuck this up? And he's not going to be able to be there now. There he is. And
hey,
damn.
What's going on, brother?
Nothing much. How you like the webcam so far?
I love it so far. It's beautiful and it's crystal and clean and
it's beautiful because your face is there.
The autofocus every once in a while for some reason.
It might be because of the lighting. It's just not bright enough.
Oh yeah. Well,
maybe
I am a friend of the darkness.
The darkness is my friend because it hides all my flaws.
Hang on, I forgot to check my sound settings.
It's all right.
God damn it! It always does that shit. Sometimes when I turn off my computer every night, and then when I'm getting ready to do other shit, I have to reset my input volume to go all the way up. Otherwise, it's too quiet.
I can hear for the only reason why I'm struggling to hear you right now is because my laptop is really loud because I think it's about to die.
Oh yeah. You got it plugged in? Got it.
It's plugged. No, like die, like hit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's making noises that a laptop is not supposed to make.
Yeah. Oh, that's not fun.
Well, Key Lime, I mean, it's been a while since you've been on Let's Grab a Beer. If you want to tell the fine viewers who you are, what you do, and what you like to stream, by all means do so.
Okay, I am the Keyline Warrior at KLW Gaming, as many of you likely know. I like to play Team Fortress 2 and Minecraft and whatever JRPGs I can get my hands on and just whatever else I fucking feel like playing. I just kind of stream what I want, when I want. I don't take it too seriously, but yeah, I'm having a good time so far.
So what's a JRPG? I'm a little...
It's a Japanese RPG.
I should have known that.
Yeah, it's an RPG that's made in Japan. Yay!
Japanese games are on a different level too. I went to a Japanese game show in Tokyo while I was stationed out there.
Mm-hmm.
and there's
thanks.
games that were just really weird. It freaked me out, and there are games that are amazing. And I was very sad that I knew once I go to the States, I'm not going to play them because they don't exist.
Yeah.
But the guys, that's Key Lime's channel. You want to check out for Key Lime
Cool.
Warrior Gaming. I saw KLW News. Is that you too? Or is that somebody else?
News? It's the first time hearing about it.
Yeah. If you type in KLW, KLW News pops up. It sounds like an actual like affiliated news channel.
Well, I hope I don't get sued.
They can't sue you.
Oh, I see. KLW World News. No, that's not me. Yeah.
Like you starting to get into news?
No. Not that it hasn't crossed my mind.
Nothing wrong with it as
Yeah.
long as you're happy with what you do.
I'm pretty satisfied right now. And things are starting to look up for me. I've been having a pretty good amount of growth for the past couple of days.
I've been seeing you pop up a lot more now, which I've been happy about. I was a little sad because I was missing you. I know you because you had that break you had to take because you're looking for a job and other things that were going on. So
No, I'm still the delivery boy, and it's good enough for now, but not something I want to stick around with.
I don't blame you, honestly, at all.
Yeah.
So how much were you able to catch of the stream?
Of this stream?
Yeah.
I just got home a few minutes ago, and I just popped in about 10 minutes ago watching.
Well, you saw the title. Do you have any feedback or input of what the title's discussing, or you want to just talk about something completely different?
Let's see. Let's grab a beer. Hang on. Let me.
No worries. While you do that, I'm gonna go. I hear my dogs, and it sounds
Yeah.
like they got out of the fence real quick. I want to make sure they didn't get out the fence.
Okay.
Zeus, Bella, where are you?
The beer Jesus. What's going on, brother? Thanks for coming out.
Zeus. That's Bella.
Actually, I need to grab something. I need to grab a cup. I'll be right back.
All right, I'll be right here. I gotta find Zeus. Zeus, where are you? Hey, big girl. Zeus. Zeus. Oh, there you are. Okay, you can get out. Hey, princess. I know it. I know it. Okay. They're both in the fence. Zeus was barking at. Hey, buddy, come here. Zeus. Bella, come here. Bella, come here. They're distracted by something. Hello everyone. Not much helping a veteran. What do you mean not much helping a veteran? The beer Jesus. What are you talking about? Oh, you got your glass. What you drinking tonight?
Okay. I forgot. I'm just about to do the last couple of ounces of the Old Smoky.
Oh yeah.
Peach flavored.
You said peach?
Peach, yes, peach whiskey.
My wife actually liked the peach one. She hates whiskey, but she did the Old Smoky peach and she liked it.
Well, I only got a little bit of it left. The legal age for drinking is 21, and please drink responsibly.
Yes.
Don't drink if you're underage.
Cheers. Cheers.
Actually, that's like half an ounce. Whatever. If it means I finish the damn thing so I can get the next one,
There you
I can
go.
roll.
You're drinking Chimay
Yeah.
Grande Reserve. That sounds good. Beer Jesus. Hold on. You asked wondering what I was doing. Oh, the Beer Jesus asked what you were doing, or Key Lime asked you what you were doing.
Oh, I said I don't think so. I just said, hey, what's up? I said what's up, so maybe that was it.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, what do you got? Some Chimay Grand Reserve.
All right. So if anybody wants to join in the call, I dropped the invite link. Key Lime is the only one in right now.
Yeah, I decided.
Oh, I
little
don't have a
while
Discord
ago.
anymore. Jesus, I'm sorry. The Discord doesn't exist. I actually need to get rid of that command.
Yeah, I decided a little while ago that I'm not a beer person. I think beer is disgusting. But it's pretty good.
Understandable. I normally drink whiskey, but my whiskey is pretty expensive, so I've been trying to go to.
Oh yeah. Well, I was able to get this. Let's see. This is what 375 milliliters for like $12.
Old Smoky's outside of Gatlinburg, isn't it?
Yep.
Or in
This
Gatlinburg?
distillery is like an hour away from me.
Yeah.
Like not even an hour.
Key Lime's near the Gatlinburg area, guys, if you didn't know that.
Goes down smooth. Yeah,
And
I remember.
every single barrel. Well, I appreciate it, Beer Jesus. So how was your weekend, Key Lime?
It was fine.
Did you stream it all yesterday?
Yesterday I did. I streamed Final Fantasy Tactics on PS1.
I miss my PS1.
Yeah, it's a
That was
pretty.
That was the first console I bought with my own money. We got ourselves, I don't remember where we got our Genesis from. I think my parents got it from a friend. And then before that,
Oh,
we had
Sega Genesis. Gotcha.
Yeah, Sega Genesis. And we had a Intellivision before that my mom and dad bought when they first got married.
Mhm.
And that was our gaming experience until one day my brother and I realized we were old enough to earn money, and we bought ourselves a
Nice.
PlayStation 1.
Hell yeah.
No, it's just a PlayStation.
Doggy.
This is Daddy's girl. She's attached to me at the hip, aren't you, sweetheart?
Yeah.
You smell my beer? Puppy can't have beer. Nope. Oh, goodness, you just went out. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to do a Let's Grab a Beer today, but conversations happened on Twitter, and I decided to expand on that conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, I missed most of your stream before coming in, so I'm looking at the topics here, and I'm not too knowledgeable about this kind of thing.
Oh, no worries.
And I'm not very good at reading the room when it comes to like the relationship between Rumble and small creators. I did see your tweet earlier where you were asking, like how would you define small creators in terms of follower count? And I don't know. I don't know the answer.
See, defining somebody as a small creator based on follower count alone, that's obviously a very stupid thing to do, because you can have 30,000 followers and only 2 people watching your stream.
Yeah, I see that a lot with like Silver Fox, because I know he has a whole lot of followers, and he has pretty high view count for how many followers he has. But compared to, like, you know what I mean, he's got like over 1,000 followers, but I don't think any more than 50 people watch his streams regularly.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird.
Well, and that's
that's not an indictment on him, by the way.
Right, I know it's
just the nature of the beast right now.
It's not a dive on him. I think one of the issues that Rumble struggle with is Cinnabon brought this up earlier when I was streaming. A lot of viewers and followers are fellow creators, so everybody's doing a lot of bandwagoning following. So they'll follow you because they see you and they see that you're getting some kind of like a lot. I got a lot of creators that followed me the 3 times I've been featured, and I think they do it because, and this is not to be mean because I understand it, but I think a lot of people that are creators see a creator get featured, so they follow them because they're hoping to hitch themselves to that wagon to somehow get like the same notice. And because myself, I have 580 followers, and I have luckily if I break 10 viewers a stream, you think I would have a lot more than that? I'm not saying I should have 500 viewers every stream, because you look at the biggest streamer on YouTube, they have like several million followers, but they only get maybe 1,000 viewers when they're live.
YouTube's algorithm also is it's pretty unfriendly to everybody.
Yes.
YouTube hates fun. Yeah, I noticed that too, because look at PewDiePie. Like, PewDiePie is still one of the most subbed YouTubers, but his videos, compared to how many followers he has, his videos don't get that. Like, if you have 100 million, his videos only get like 2 million.
Yeah.
Which, if you look at it like the percentages, that's kind of bad.
It's really bad.
Yeah, 1 million views does not go as far as it used to.
And it's a combination of people pick and choose what they want to watch. People, especially in the sense of Rumble, if you get creators following creators, obviously a lot of times when you follow somebody, they're streaming when you're streaming, so you're not able to watch them while you're streaming.
Yeah.
One thing I meant to mention during my recording, a lot of people complain about the lack of gaming, even when they're featured, well, they got to think Rumble was built off politics, whether we like it or not. And a lot of those people that are big in the political content, they're older, and they're conservatives. And conservatives have always kind of been against gaming, as much as we love to hate it.
God knows that's true. Yeah.
And older folks tend to be against gaming as themselves, whether they're male or female. So if they're watching a Dan Bongino, his stream ends, and then they get thrown into a gaming stream, because Rumble admitted that when a featured stream ends, those viewers get thrown into the next featured stream.
Okay.
And they're gonna pop in there and be like, "Why am I watching a gaming creator? I'm not. I'm here for the politics.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go find Crowder now. I'm gonna go find Russell Brand. I'm gonna
go find the quartering.
Yeah, I'm gonna go find the quartering. I'm not gonna watch some
Yeah.
people waste their lives because, like it or not, a lot of conservatives do shit on gamers. Like, you're wasting your life. You're not doing anything with your lives. Why are you playing games? Go touch grass.
Because playing games are awesome.
I like games. I like hunting. I like fishing. I like off-roading, and I like my video games. So
yeah, you think you can find a way to do them all at once?
yes. Like all at the same time.
You got a controller in one hand, a sniper rifle in the other. You're out in the forest, and so you're kind of dividing your attention between Shin Megami Tensei over here and that deer that's just about to get away over there.
That's a 10-point buck that you've been waiting for all day.
Yeah, and if you miss it, you're probably not going to see it again for another month.
Yep.
Or somebody else gets to it first.
What's up, Gage MP5? Welcome to chat. ESRB rating.
Gage MP5, kampai.
By the way, MP5, if you want to join the call, you're not required to. And anybody else that's watching, you're welcome to. This is open to everybody. Keylime just happened to be the first and only one to accept it so far. So that's why
that makes me special.
He is
That
special.
makes me better than everybody. No.
He's also a veteran at this stuff. So he's been doing this with me almost as long as I've been doing Let's Grab a Beer.
Yeah. I mean, I've not even been streaming like a year yet. I still consider myself, the new kid. I don't know. I'm still. It took me this long to get a damn webcam. I'll be honest. I was very, very on the fence about getting a webcam initially. I think I just needed to build up my confidence first and get better at this, figure out how to do it. But I think I'm ready for the webcam now. And
I mean, you got a face for it. I'm gonna admit it. No homo.
Oh, thanks. I got a face for radio. No, I got the face of Michael Savage. No, but honestly, I think getting the webcam plus finally biting the bullet and getting on X has made my concurrent viewer count go up. I've seen a lot of growth. I've seen a lot of growth since getting a webcam and getting on X. I don't know if it's one or the other or both, but I'm experiencing a spurt right now, and I like it.
I'm glad you said that because that's one of the things I brought up during so a lot of people complain about that they're not growing well on Rumble is because Rumble hates small creators. Literally had someone respond to me on X saying Rumble
I kind of disagree. I don't think they hate small creators.
No, I don't think they hate small creators. They may not be the best for small creators. I personally think Rumble is the best platform for small creators, in my opinion. And I'm okay with being wrong on that opinion. But a lot of these people, one of the things I said when I was talking, I think it was Gamer Grill, or I can't remember who I was talking to. I said, I view content creating in general much like dating. You're not going to have a lot of success unless you're confident in yourself and in your content. And if you're not confident in yourself or in your content, you're not going to succeed. Now, with that confidence comes you believing in that content enough to put yourself out there. So you're talking about you just now got the confidence to put your camera up, and you're just now getting into X more. And you're not sure it's enough to say that it's related to your growth, but you have noticed a growth. If you're just literally, like a lot of people I've been seeing complain about Rumble, they literally just stream games for 4 hours and that's all they do. You don't see them anywhere else. You just see them stream for 4 hours and that's it. And they do.
Do you mean like they don't engage with anyone else's streams? Is that what you mean?
No, not just streams. Like you don't see them outside of their own stream. They're not engaging other people's streams. They're not on Rumble communities. They're not on X promoting their own content. Like as simple as taking, hey, I'm live on X. Like post on X.
I post my streams on X every time now, and I have noticed a difference. Like everybody's like, the reason I avoided X is not because I didn't believe in Rumble or myself. It's because I didn't want to deal with the cancer.
Yeah,
there's a lot of cancer on every social media platform, whether it's X or Truth Social or especially Blue Sky now. Good Lord, Blue Sky. But
The home of the pedophiles.
yes. Yeah, but honestly, after talking to the people like Fused Aegis and Hemp Hero and everybody, they're like, hey, if you want to see some growth, and I'm not too concerned about being huge, I just want more than 4 people to watch my streams. That's kind of it. And so I was like, all right, fine, let's get on X, and I don't regret it. It's actually really good. It's been great to post my streams on X.
Yeah, no, it definitely helps with growth. That just promoting yourself. And Gage, I'm not saying you have to have a webcam to grow on and content, because I mean, there's a lot of VTubers that do really well.
Yeah, you don't need face cam.
No,
but it's nice to have.
It's nice to have. It does help you, but the whole thing is confidence. You can have confidence and not have a face cam. I'm not commenting on Keylime because he's now doing a face cam. I'm commenting on his noticing of growth because he says he's more confident now, to the point now he's on a face cam. Now he's posting on Twitter. And I agree, yes, Twitter's full of cancer, so I completely agree why people try to avoid that crap.
And I can't say much for my follower growth on X specifically, but here on Rumble, it's made a huge difference. Most of the people who have lately been following me on X have been, I'm pretty sure they're just bots. I'm pretty sure I'm getting a lot of bot followers, so I have to clean that shit out. Because they don't engage with anybody, they don't post anything, they don't reply to anything. I'm like, okay, why are you here?
A good way to figure that out, open up your DMs, and then you're going to see a spot that says, like, people you may know, and there'd be messages that are just hiding in limbo, and there's usually someone trying to sell you something, porn-related, or just straight-up spam. Like, I've had a lot of Asian girls in my DMs say, hey, I just want to make a really good friend. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure you want to make a really good friend. That's why you're in my DMs. Oh, you meant that for chat. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, MP5. And MP5, if you don't have a camera, you can still call in. Keylime used to be, when we did these in the past, he had no webcam. He's just here on mic chat.
Yeah, there was the other reason you never saw my face, is because I physically did not have a webcam. And it was hard to get the money together. Hell, this webcam was a birthday gift. I just had my birthday a few days ago.
You said your sister, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because my laptop does not have a webcam, which I think is fine, but
Yeah, no, actually, I highly encourage you guys, if you can get portable electronics without cameras built in, you probably should. You can call me boomer conspiracy theorist, but I'm standing by that.
Yeah, I agree. Like, although they'll never make a smartphone without a camera. That's never
they won't. We're long past it. Unless a conservative company does it, saying, "Hey, we're sticking," or not conservative, liberal. See, and this is why I hate when people get mad at politics and say the liberals. They're like, a true liberal is not the problem. It's the fake liberals.
It's like Dennis Prager said. There's a difference between liberals and leftists.
Yes.
Like, I do not call myself a conservative. I don't call myself a leftist either. Like, which I guess by default makes me a liberal, as dirty as that term may sound. But I don't know. I mean, I'm anti-war. I hate outlandish government spending. I love guns.
Hate big government.
Yeah, I hate big government. I love guns. I love history. I love all kinds of shit.
You like truth?
And now I love Old Smoky.
And he loves Old Smoky.
Yeah, shout out to Cat Dog, by the way. He recommended the Old Smoky, specifically the salty watermelon flavor, which is also good. But I think peach is my favorite so far.
I haven't done the salty watermelon. We've done salted caramel, Old Smoky, s'mores, Old Smoky, and peach. My wife liked the salted caramel and the peach. I liked all 3 of those.
Yeah. I also feel like this something that does make me paranoid a little bit in regards to hanging out with my like-minded fellows. And real quick, this is not something anyone has ever given me shit for. It's just me being paranoid. My not being a Christian, I feel like it makes me stick out like a sore thumb a little bit, and I'm really worried that people are silently judging me for that, like especially on platforms that are more friendly to the right. It's just something that's always worried me, But again, no one's ever given me shit for not being Christian. That's just me. So that's just something I got to worry about.
Well, I'm joking. I was about to say I'm going to be the first one to give you. No, I'm joking. I am, in fact, a Christian. However, I first of all, I'm in the military. You know how many I'm working with straight heathens. And I'm not talking that as in because I'm a Christian. These
Right.
they will make an actual atheist look at them and go, "You're going to hell."
That
That's what I
gaming.
mean, but straight heathens. But anyway, no, and I think because of Dan Bongino, Crowder, Russell Brand on Rumble, everybody looks at Rumble and that's what they think. Rumble's straight conservative. And
Mhm.
I think that's the issue. Like Elon talks about, I never left the left left me. And I think this is like the case with a lot of liberals. You like by definition, you are a liberal, just on that short description you just gave of yourself.
Mhm.
But because in the eyes of the left, because you do not walk in lockstep with them, you're a right wing. But to us, you're not right wing because you're not a Christian, which is nothing wrong with that. You don't believe in you don't fully believe in the conservative values because as much as us conservatives are trying to say we're not into big government and the way we are, there are aspects we are big government. A true liberal believes that government should have little to no involvement in a person's life as much as possible, and that's what us conservatives believe. It's the opposite of what us conservatives believe. Conservatives believe abortion should not be allowed. Like these are true conservatives.
Yeah.
Like 100% real conservatives. Abortion shouldn't be allowed. Gay marriage shouldn't be a thing. What's another thing that's not popular that the conservatives like that is not popular? They do support war, like it or not. Conservatives do support war.
Yeah, that's true enough.
And so, what's up, Vet Gaming?
Vet Gaming, what's going on, brother?
But yeah, I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable. But the point I'm trying
you're not making me uncomfortable. I'm just
no. Go ahead.
I always catch myself looking at the chat, and
I'm trying to look at the chat. It got stuck with scrolling.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, if you just look at the chat through the Rumble Studio, I think that stays updated pretty good.
Just don't
send a message through the Rumble Studio chat because it'll break and you have to refresh it.
That's what I've been having issues with then.
Yeah, because I appear on Hanging with Hemp's streams a lot, and every time somebody types in the Rumble Studio chat, you get a client-side error and everybody has to refresh. Oh. Everybody in the call has to refresh.
I did not know that. I will not.
Yeah,
because I've been sending
it's a bit of a bug.
The invite.
Yeah, so for you guys using Rumble Studio, just for everybody, if you want to use it, go ahead. Just don't type in the chat because it's bugged. It needs to be fixed.
Hey Vet, I gotta ask, what do you feel about I'm gonna butcher his last name.
Pro guns, pro money, pro military. I love money. Money's great.
Everybody.
I wish I had more of it.
We need more money in general. I mean,
I have $1.
Acts like money. Yeah. There's my money.
I could buy like a quarter of a McChicken with this $1. Yeah.
I missed the dollar menu.
But yeah, so going back to the whole conservative thing, for those of you who are interested, if you want to, you know what conservative, well, we don't, okay, not conservatives and liberals, but Republicans and Democrats, you know what they have in common? They love spending your money on bullshit. If you doubt me, Republican voters, if you doubt me, look at your state's General Assembly. Looking at you, Tennessee. y'all are not great at spending money.
And that's the truth. Like both parties are absolute miserable.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm super excited about Doge. I hope Doge. is super successful.
I hope Doge turns out to be real, first of all.
Yeah, it exists both as crypto and as a government agency now.
Nice.
I guess it's not official because Trump hasn't actually taken office.
I think Trump has to actually be the president before they can actually
so it's not officially a government agency yet, but
yeah. I want the first thing he does to put the Keystone Pipeline back so the gas can be somewhat cheaper again. I drive for a living, so that kind of thing's important to me.
Well, my favorite thing about that, all the leftists are like, the Keystone Pipeline wasn't built. That's not why the gas money went up. You guys don't understand the concept of supply and demand. These companies knew they were going to get more supply, so they were able to have cheaper gas. Once they heard they're going to lose that supply, they had to compensate for lack of supply.
Yeah.
But Biden was okay doing
the Keystone Pipeline does exist. You can look it up.
Yeah.
Who the fuck said the Keystone Pipeline doesn't exist?
Yeah, isn't it completed? It's just not being used.
I don't know. Is it kind of like the border wall? Isn't the border wall still being Like, did they ever complete that?
No, they have not completed the border law.
Yeah.
Well, that is fact.
Yeah. Thanks, Republicans, by the way, for that. They were the ones who stalled Trump on the wall for years.
Yep. And that's why, like, I had somebody the other day, like, Connor, aren't you a Republican? It's like, I mean, I primarily vote Republican, yes. They're like, why are you calling out all these Republicans? I was like, because they're shit. They suck, and they need to go.
Vet gave me, you are correct. That definitely Obama. Y'all remember the second debate that Trump had with Biden back in 2020? Who built the cages, Joe? The answer, Barack Obama.
He did. It was under him.
Yeah.
And then, like, Biden was also okay with, like, so he shut down the Keystone Pipeline, but he okayed what is the Russian pipeline called?
Nordstrom, I think.
Yeah, Nordstrom, and then we blew it up later and blamed.
Blew it up. Yeah.
I mean, okay, it's never been confirmed that we blew it up, but somebody on our side blew it up and blamed Russia for it.
Jeez.
So, also we can continue this war in Ukraine.
Yeah. You can also thank Obama for that second Cuban Missile Crisis we have now.
Yep.
You can thank Obama for the much higher likelihood of World War III.
Yep.
A
lot of people don't realize Russia took Crimea under Obama.
Honestly, you can kind of thank Republicans for Obama too, because they didn't know how to put up decent candidates. The only reason Obama won to begin with is because John McCain was a disaster, and Mitt Romney was also a disaster. McCain was worse, but Romney was not good either.
Palin wasn't great either, and didn't McCain pick Palin as VP, if I remember correctly?
John McCain did pick Sarah Palin as his running mate, but I don't blame Sarah Palin for why McCain was a disaster. I blame John McCain for McCain being a disaster.
I mean, he ended up proving he was
like Sarah Palin could have been attached to anybody, and like it would have been fine. The fact that I don't know, man.
Well, see, this is one of the things that
Sarah Palin kind of disappeared after that election, didn't she?
I get people that hit me up all the time, like, "How are you supporting Trump? He trash talked McCain, who is a war hero. He called him a loser and a sucker."
John McCain is not a war hero. He's a traitor. Get it right.
Yeah. And they're like, "You should know better. You're a veteran." I was like, first of all, I'm not a veteran. Second of all, because I've served, I'm well aware not everybody wearing the uniform is a hero. There's plenty of shitheads in the military.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them get rewarded.
Yeah.
So he's highly decorated. That doesn't really mean he was a good guy.
Yeah. There's probably a good amount. I imagine there's a good amount of nepotism in the armed forces. Am I right?
Yes. And I am so ready to, when I hit retirement on 1 November 2025, we're going to have the biggest Let's Grab a Beer of all, because I'm going to air out all the dirty laundry I can't talk about right now.
Yeah. You can't wait. You can't wait till the embargo's lifted.
Yes. So a lot of you don't know. You guys, I've had people criticize me for being reserved on a lot of my comments. As like the moment I mention military service, I now have to
that game.
Sorry, because I joined the army, not the chair force. Vet is a veteran because he joined. Thanks, Vet. You know what, Vet. You know
my
what?
camera's doing this a lot.
Go dig a ditch somewhere to hide in. I was just saying, like, I've had people criticize me. I was like, because I'm not as I get really vocal about politics, and then there's moments I don't. And a lot of people don't realize the moment my military service is mentioned, I have to rein in what I can say because I signed a contract. And Vet knows this. You signed a contract. We cannot relate our service to our political leanings because people will mistake that as in my case, the Air Force endorses my beliefs. No, the Air Force does not endorse anything I believe. But I promise you, though, when I retire, I'm going to put everything that irritates me about politicians and the military. It's all going to be out there. I'm not going to say anything classified.
Right. Yeah.
I will. There's a lot. Di Bear is excited. She's ready to hear me. She knows I've been bottling up for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me wrong, guys. I love my military service. I serve because I absolutely do actually love my country. regardless of how bad things have gotten in recent
Mhm.
years. Doesn't mean I'm ready to go to war. I absolutely don't. I absolutely do not think we should go help Ukraine. I'm all for avoiding
Oh,
that.
too late. We've been helping, and now
Yeah,
they
I
have our
know.
now they have our weapons.
I mean, didn't they hit Russia with one of our missiles recently too?
I fucking hope not.
You didn't hear about that? We hit them.
I heard
Biden
that Biden gave them permission to use our weapons against Russia. I didn't hear that they actually made an attack yet.
I heard they hit one target, one,
Yeah.
but that's one too many, in my opinion. But
Yeah.
I mean, there's also rumor they used one of our missiles to take out the flagship. I can't remember what it was called. It was a Russian flagship that was in port, and it was hit with an anti-ship missile. And supposedly, it was our missile, but that was in the port of Crimea, which in my argument that it actually is still Russian because they took Crimea under Obama, so it's been Russian for a while.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't realize that either. It's convenient that we lost Crimea under Obama. Trump was in office. Nothing happened. Most of Ukraine falls when Biden takes office. And how are people not making that? And people like, well, you like somebody will look at somebody like Key Lime and say, well, you're just talking about how Republicans are bad at war and spending. Well, Trump has never been a true Republican.
Yeah, Trump was. Yeah, he's a classic '90s Democrat.
Yeah.
It's just the Democrats are no longer classic '90s Democrats.
Yeah.
The party of Bill Clinton died with him.
Yep.
I mean, he's alive, but he's probably dead on the inside. If you were married to Hillary, you would be too. But,
have you seen that man? He's either high or dead. You're right. He's high or dead and on the inside.
Yeah. Again, if you were married to Hillary, you would be dead on the inside too.
No, I would not, because I would just be dead. Because I'd be like, I can't.
You would just be like, "Fuck this! I can't." No.
I would find a way out. I don't know what it would be, but I would find a way out.
Yeah.
Having to listen to that.
One of the other things you wanted to talk about was, I'm sorry.
I mean, we don't have to talk about what's in the topics.
Yeah.
You know how this rolls.
Well, I mean, in the interest of your viewers getting what they clicked on, I think we should.
They know what they clicked on. No.
Chris Drive for non-politics. I mean, hell, I support the shit out of that. I want Rumble to be big enough for all kinds of people.
I absolutely agree with that, and that was the point of this. That was here, Keyline. I'll send this to you. I don't know if you saw this tweet.
Tweet. Actually, they're not tweets anymore since it's not called Twitter. Get it together.
Stop head naming. It was okay. His post.
Are you sending it to me on X or like through Discord or?
I was gonna send it to Studios. Here, I'll throw it in Rumble chat. I'll just do it in Rumble chat.
Okay.
Fuck. What did I just do?
Oh, you didn't send it through the studio chat, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No. I clicked something and something weird happened.
I was told there would be beer and talkie. Well, Wakanda's got beer. I had whiskey. I just drank my last ounce of it.
And by the way, guys, if you see the most recent video on my gaming channel, that is not me trying to start shit with. Oh crap! I hit myself. That I don't want that.
Yeah.
If you guys see that video, that's not me trying to start shit with Steven. It's just a joke from what happened Friday night. So I know I did clickbait title saying like I was trying to Steven's accusing me of stuff and I'm calling him out. No, it's just a joke. It's not serious. So Chris made that post, and that's why this is here. Because Chris.
Okay.
So the whole purpose of the topic is like Chris keeps saying he wants people to stop looking at Rumble as a political only platform, but then he makes a post like that after he says stop looking at
one that's about Dan Bongino specifically, who is decidedly a political commentator.
And don't get me wrong, I love Dan Bongino. I love the success that Rumble's been having with him and all that. But you cannot say.
Isn't he also one of their shareholders too? Am I wrong about that?
He probably is. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know that much. My whole thing was Chris will go on one hand and say Rumble is not political only, but then like literally seconds later say, hey, Dan Bongino's number 3 in the world, and all Dan Bongino talks about is politics. So how are you going to say that it's not politics, but the only person you brag about is politics?
Yeah.
And I'm not mad at Chris. Chris has every right to be excited about the accomplishments of Rumble, but there needs to be a healthy balance of like, hey, yes, Dan's doing really well. This is awesome for Rumble. However, here's gaming. Here's arts and crafts. Here's tabletop gaming. Here's the other stuff that is actually available on Rumble. Dan is pulling in the numbers, but you don't have to stick when you're done watching his radio show, head over to gaming. Watch some Keyline Warrior playing Final Fantasy. Watch Fused Ages doing some fighter Friday or Tuesday, was it? Not
Rumble Fight Club.
Yeah, Rumble Fight Club.
Yeah, he does that like a few days of the week. I forget exactly which ones. Yeah. He and I have been wanting to play. Sorry, go on.
No, you're fine. And like, hey, Major League Fishing has been streaming on their platform for the tournament.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, if you guys you're done with Dan Bongino, go watch to see who's winning the fishing tournament in Major League Fishing right now. He needs to do that. He needs to be like, yes, Dan is crushing it in the numbers, but if you guys are like, you're done getting your fill of your Dan Bongino, this is what you can go watch when you're done.
Yeah.
Like if you want to cleanse yourself of politics, because I don't want my life to be all about politics. I want to do the stuff I love.
Yeah, like despite what the left wants you to think, the people on the right don't actually care about politics as much as they say they do. I mean, God knows I talk a big game about politics, but I'm just a guy who plays video games. I go to work, I enjoy other things. I like whiskey and Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
put that on a shirt.
You have the key sword, right?
The what?
The key sword. I've never played Kingdom Hearts because I stopped using Sony after Kingdom Hearts came out. Not because of Kingdom Hearts.
Right.
But is it called the key sword or what? Is it got a name to it?
Depending on how it's translated. I mean, in English, it's called the Keyblade. The Keyblade. And I've got a few of them, yeah.
I remember when we were at for those who don't know, Hemp Hero lost his father recently, and a lot of us were
rest in peace.
Involved, rest in peace. And Keyline was actually in the stream. I was just in the chat being myself.
Yeah.
But
that's right. I was showing off all my keyblades.
Yeah, you're showing off your goods.
I'm thinking about getting some cosplay like weapon mounts for the wall back here. I can just put my keyblades on the wall because it's pretty cool. It's pretty damn empty, as you can see.
There's a black spot above your bed. Do I ask what that is?
That is a nail in the wall that I have tried to get out time and time again, but it just will not get out of there. It's stuck.
I'll accept. You didn't try to crucify a demon to your wall while you're sleeping, right?
No, I was just working it really hard that night. I banged my elbow against the wall.
I gotta take a leak real quick. I'll be right back, Eli.
Yeah, me too, actually.
All right, chat. So both of us will be back in just a second. By the way, go ahead, Keyline. I'm just gonna go ahead. If anybody else, you don't have to have a cam. You just need a mic and a Rumble account. But if anybody else wants to join the call, here's the link to join the call. I gotta go take a leak real quick. Keyline's gonna go take a leak, and we don't have to talk about the topics in the topics in the title of the stream. We can talk about whatever you want. All I ask is have a mic and grab your beverage of choice. It doesn't have to be adult, but if it is adult, be 21 or over. Poof, girl. Where's Mama, baby?
Okay, I'm back. You guys want to see my $2 bills? I got 5 of them. 5 $2
I know.
$2 bills.
But
Back
you're
here.
both still up here. You can go running off into the woods somewhere. Hi, buddy.
They're probably not worth quite what they used to be, but yeah, paper money never is.
Never
These are my $2 bills. I got
like, are
5
they
of them.
legit $2 bills, or they?
No, they're real.
Are they still as rare? I haven't seen a $2 bill since I was a kid.
Yeah. I want to believe they're still in circulation, but because I never see them, well, I don't know.
I'm gonna get caught up on Bet's chats real quick, just to make
Ooh,
sure.
Confederate currency. That sounds interesting.
I've read that. So Obama, we read that one. Vet is a veteran. Yes, Vet is in fact a veteran. If you guys are not checking out Vet Gaming, by the way, he's getting back into the world of streaming and stuff. So make sure you click the icon next to his name and drop him a follow. If you guys are watching any of the other platforms and asking why I'm saying click the icon next to his name, drop him a follow, because that's how you get to their channels in Rumble. You gotta click their icon, not the name. So
Yeah. Unless it's someone who rated the stream, because if someone rates the stream, you see their username, they have this person has rated the stream. You got to click on their name in that circumstance.
yes,
It's so
yes.
weird.
When they start chatting, that's when you got to start
Yeah.
the icon. Click the icon.
Yeah.
It used to be you click the name, but Rumble now made it when you click your name, it automatically puts the @ in chat so you can respond to them directly.
Mhm.
Which it's cool, but if you were used to like the old way where you just click the name to pull up their channel, it gets confusing sometimes.
Yeah.
That's the Marines. No, Marines are crayon eaters. That's what I thought. So Ukraine hit Russia with the ATACMS, which I believe is fired from the Patriot system, isn't it, Vet? Which is not good because that's ours. That's not Ukraine's.
Yeah. You know that Seinfeld clip? There's a Seinfeld clip that perfectly represents my foreign policy opinions. And so when Jerry Seinfeld says, "Is this about me?" No. Oh, then I lost interest.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we. So I'm gonna admit,
Keep the money in the States, please.
Young Airconda was all about let's be the police of the, like when I say police of the world, meaning we don't control what the world does, but let's be the heroes, let's be the protectors. Young Airconda was all about that. Now that Young Airconda is old Airconda, old Airconda is like, if it doesn't fuck with the US, we don't need to fuck with them.
Yeah. Y'all remember how the United States was not involved in World War II until Japan attacked us back in the Pearl Harbor? Remember how the US had nothing to do with the war until Pearl Harbor?
Well, it's kind of true. We were shipping supplies to Britain.
Okay.
So it's kind of like what we're doing with Ukraine. So it's like history's repeating itself again.
Yeah. So who's going to be the one to give us the next Pearl Harbor then?
Yeah. That's the difference, though. We weren't doing it, as far as I know. My history may be a little rusty. As far as I know, we were not doing anything to Japan. In fact, Japan says we need to strike the U.S. And Admiral Yamamoto, the most badass admiral in the Japanese Navy, said, "Do not attack the U.S." I'm paraphrasing. It's going to be like awakening a sleeping giant. He was against Japan striking the U.S., but Japan did it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And in the words of Mandatory Fun Day on YouTube, they touched our boats. Never touch the American boats. Never touch American boats. But, you know what? That's not true. Well, we had the Flying Tigers in China. Pappy Bollington was an ace in World War II in the Pacific theaters, and he was a Flying Tiger. So he flew with Chinese pilots to fight the Japanese. Ironically, I don't know if you guys also haven't noticed another trend. The people we fight against in wars almost always end up our allies afterwards. So we fought Germany, ally. We fought Japan, ally. We helped China, enemy. We helped Russia, enemy. I don't know if you guys caught that yet. Italy. Italy was an enemy in World War II. We're now allies with Italy.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not very great. I look at the U.S. as, and maybe Steve, how familiar are you with Star Trek, Keyline?
little bit. My mother was a fan, but I didn't watch a whole lot of it.
Do you know anything about Star Trek Voyager?
No.
So I liken the U.S. to Captain Janeway and the USS Voyager. When they got lost in... Fuck. I'm going to get criticized for this. It's been a while since I watched Sandy Voyager. I forgot. I want to say it's the Delta Quadrant, but I think Delta Quadrant is Deep Space Nine. But when they got lost, really far away from home, let's just put it that way, Janeway was giving help and aid to every person that came across them, including technology. Well, every time Janeway did it, she found out those people eventually used that technology against the Voyager crew. That's what the United States has been doing. Every time we help somebody and give them our weapons, we end up having our weapons used against us.
Every time.
Iran, yeah.
Okay.
Vet, hey, sorry, Vet. I forgot you came in here. But
Muted, and then I forgot that the Rumble Studio always auto mutes me, and then I forgot when I unmuted that I was still muted because my microphone was muted. Plus, I got a 7-year-old in the shower that's screaming, "Help me, Dad!" Like as southern as possible. And so when I go mute, all of a sudden, it's not because I'm retarded; it's because I don't need the child getting picked up in the background.
that's understandable.
But go ahead, whatever with what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish my thought. When Vet gets his southern child in the shower under control, I'll let him introduce himself. But what I was saying, so a perfect example, Iran has American F-4 Phantoms. That's their most advanced fighter jet right now, which is shit to us, but it's still our jet that's being used against us. Perfect example. I can say this because this has been declassified now. I can't say how I know, but I can say it. CNN covered it years ago. We had, I think it was a Global Hawk. It might have been our Predator. Patrolling international seas. But then we were specifically, actually, I don't know if I can say that. We were looking at a specific nation. Anybody with 2 brain cells can probably figure out what nation we were looking at. And Iran sent 2 F-4 Phantoms up to go escort this drone out of airspace. I just realized you guys are staring at there we go. Escort it, and they were planning to shoot it down. What they didn't know was we had 2 F-22s also escorting that same drone, and they had no clue it was there. But those F-4 Phantoms are our F-4 Phantoms. We gave them to them. I don't remember at what point we gave it to them. We sold it to them. Well, would you guys say Iran is a friend or an enemy of the U.S.?
I would lean towards an enemy of the U.S., but my view on how to take out the enemies is probably different than most people's.
You want to nuke them until glass, don't you?
Yeah, I just say drop the bomb on all of the countries that are enemies of ours and just let them start over. Send them back to the early days.
Yeah.
I would agree.
I also know how that works, but that's my mindset that, when I went in the Army, it was the same thing. Why'd you join? Well, I have a problem with authority and I want to kill people. Point where the bad guy, it was the same thing. I tell people that all the time because, now that I'm out of the service, I can speak freely. Well, kind of. I can't. There are certain things I still can't say, security clearances and whatnot. So I try to not piss too many people off that I'd have to be like, I'd get a phone call the next day in the morning at 7 a.m. Shut up with your nonsense.
You're saying too much. Please stop.
Yeah. No, they wouldn't even call me. They would just show up at my house. Let's be real.
Court-martial.
You can't court-martial me. I got out of the service. You're the reason I got... You guys tried to screw me over anyways when I got out.
Yeah.
Oh, you had a pre-existing condition. But we're going to say that that's your reason for kicking you out. What? Stupid armies. Military people. Yeah, no, the missile system that Ukraine used, that's the fun Army tactical missile systems. Those were our ballistic missiles we let them use. And they used immediately. As soon as they got the authorization, Zelensky was like, okay, let's use them.
Oh, button. Pushed.
Oh, he did. They had it. There was a. Did you hear about the earthquake over there?
The what?
There was an earthquake they had over there. Yeah,
I did not hear about the earthquake.
So it was what's the scale? I know there's the Richter scale. There we go.
The Richter scale.
It was a 2 or 3, I think, because the quote unquote Earth. I don't know why I'm doing bunny ears when I'm not on a camera, but anyway, I just realized I was doing that. But the earthquake that happened was because when they used our ballistic missiles, they happened to accidentally hit a weapons factory that's caught on fire and just ignited all of their weapons at once.
Accidentally.
Yeah, accidentally. It probably used the word allegedly as well. I'm sure,
Allegedly.
any other military term
Allegedly.
possible. Like, now, granted, I would have loved to have seen the footage of it, because I've seen that shit in real life when we've done alleged testings, and it is spectacular to watch that kind of shit blow up. It's like 4th of July on crack. It is just an awesome thing. But yeah, I was super disgusted with the fact that we're continuing to allow U.S. weapons to be used, knowing the situation. I'm like, hey, I guess that's Biden's or whoever's controlling, whoever the puppet master is. That's their gift to the new administration. I don't know.
My belief, this is Mr. Airconda, not affiliated with the military in any way, shape, or forms. My belief is their goal is eventually to make the war so inevitable that Trump has no way out when he takes over.
I believe it. The purpose is to
So-
give him the responsibility of stopping World War III, to distract him from the agenda that we elected him for, which is to strengthen
So,
the border, deport the
here's
illegals, and to reduce
here's
spending.
Here would be a theory on that. If we do this, the old what if scenario, if that's the path that these idiots in office currently are going, could you see them allowing a U.S. weapon to allegedly shoot a North Korean and get rid of the ceasefire that we currently have, that's been in place since the end of the end of the Vietnam War? Because that war never ended. That's our longest. I love when they say, the Iraq War was the longest war we've ever been in. No. Actually, it's the Vietnam War that we're still in. It's just under a ceasefire. But that is what, why do you think most presidents don't want to, we're all talk with, we're trying. I understand. I don't really care for peaceful talk. I think that's just a waste of time, and we should just go in guns blazing and just lay them out, and that's the end of it. But that's just me and, my brain thinking. But I also understand why not wanting to do that with North Korea, because you don't want to ruin the ceasefire that you have.
Yeah.
Because that in itself automatically kicks back into, that would escalate real quick to World War III, which is where I think that the Democrats are trying, and the liberals are trying to get this to go. Especially now that the North Koreans are working with Russia.
They will let millions of people die just to stop the Orange Man from living in the White House.
Oh, yeah, but here's my thing. I know how we could solve the whole problem and get the North Koreans not to worry about it. I say we send them cell phones with free internet and YouTube and, and other certain sites that may have things that they aren't allowed to see.
Is Mama home?
And with scantily clad ladies and things that they're not used to seeing, and give them free access to everything.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Huh?
Okay.
Because they're not allowed to see, like going to like these XXX sites, right? And I'm not talking about like three different Twitter sites.
Yeah.
But if you gave them that stuff and gave them technology that they normally don't have because, somebody doesn't want them doing all of that, maybe that would solve it. Or we just we reroute all the telemarketers over there.
No, I have a feeling that North Korea needs food more than they need internet.
True. No,
Yeah.
I'm saying the troops. They're troops that are working for the Russians. You give them enough. Send. I don't know if the internet brides. There's the mail order brides. Is that still a thing? I don't know if they've expanded that these days. But maybe give them some mail order brides from Russia. I'm sure they would be loved. They'd.
Not
Love.
from the U.S.
No. We'll use the catalog system or whatever it is. I don't know. I'm very outdated with the tech, and I've just aged the living shit out of myself.
I'm 27, and I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I don't know either. I just remember people talking about that. I don't know. I just think this is ridiculous, and I don't want to sound like
You're kind of breaking up a little bit.
I'm against war and shit like back in the '60s with the fucking hippies. And all that during the Vietnam War, and the stuff that you saw in like the movies with Forrest Gump and all that kind of bullshit. Because I'm all for protecting this country, but I don't. This was not our fight.
Yeah.
This was between. Now, I do understand that this could very easily have escalated into a world war, and if it brought us in, then we deal with it. Then we do what America does best: win the war. But
Yeah.
if that didn't happen, why do we need to be involved in this? Just continue piling on the fake dollar bills that the money that we don't have already.
No, ow,
See, I told you was.
dude.
Because I know, like, if you look back in history, World War II,
Oh
how
my
was that
gosh, I
started?
can't
Two
even.
countries going at each other, and the bigger country got told they were at fault because of an assassination attempt. You know, I'm sure it'll be the same thing. And here's the other thing: away from the war, I have a feeling that we've seen there's been at least 2 or 3 assassination attempts on Trump already, and he hasn't even gotten into the office yet. Can you imagine if he gets into office and actually starts following through on every one of his promises with gutting the government the way it needs to be done and fixing things? How quickly they'll try to take his ass out?
I think they want the war to start before his inauguration.
Yeah, well, I can see that too.
Yeah.
That
way they can distract him.
Well, yeah, because you want him sworn in and the wars, and then we're pulled into the war. You don't want Biden sitting there trying to figure out whether he took a poopy or if he has time to push the button.
Yeah.
Because that's all that would in itself stall everything, because you're going to have all them countries overseas trying to figure out what the hell the old man's saying. And all I wanted to do was just sit and play video games for the rest of my life, and now I don't get to do that. But
Yeah.
it is what it is. I mean, at least we know when the draft gets started up, we'll see who's we'll be back. I guarantee you, if they have to redo a draft, watch how quickly we only have 2 genders again.
Yeah, for real. I love that meme. I love that meme where it's like women when it's time to get drafted, and it's a Barbie doll doing regular housework.
Dude, I guarantee you that is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I watched the video. I wish I downloaded it and shared it on X.
I saw this lady on X yelling at Biden and Harris, like not directly to them, but making a video directed at Biden and Harris, saying that basically she was calling for civil war so we can stop the Orange Man. And I remember thinking, lady, you're over here calling for a civil war. You're a woman. You're a middle-aged woman at that. Here, have a gun and go to the front lines. You'll change your tune real fucking quick.
That's exactly what they would do. Let's also realize
nobody.
There's nobody in this country. All of those, like, you can go. Facebook is the best place. You go to Facebook. You go to all the group
Facebook
pages.
hates me.
Well, I'm saying, like, if you use check out allegedly, I may have seen there are these Confederate groups or Southern group pages and things where they're always like, if they keep tearing down these statues, we need to get our guns and take care of this and take over the government. And I'm like, yeah, go try and see what happens.
Yeah,
you want the entire U.S. military. Now, granted, there may be 3 or maybe some that would bail on the military and shift sides. But in reality, the entire might of the U.S. military, it would be like in Family Guy. I watched an episode where Peter created Pretoria, and they just aimed one giant fucking missile at him. That's essentially what they would do. Aim that missile right at your face and be like, and you would surrender.
Yeah.
Let's be real, it wouldn't even get that far. This country would never, it would be 10 times worse, and I don't even think it like, as much as I would love to see it split, and and I've seen what Marjorie Taylor Greene has said. Oh, well, we already know if the country splits into 2 again, it's just going to be red states versus blue states. It won't be the Confederacy as we knew it before in history books. It'll be, states over, like Iowa will be part of that. And I'm like, well, no shit. We all know that if something like that ever happened, it would be the Confederacy. They're going to use what's easy. That way they can that way they can just add on to history and be like, see, we may have lost the battle, but we ultimately won the war if we go this route type shit. But it'll never happen. That's why another thing that I have a problem with the government is it's more state governments, like when they deployed the National Guard, like during the George Floyd era. During the not rioting. Sorry, that wasn't a thing. It was peaceful protesting, from what I was told.
The fiery but mostly peaceful fires.
Yeah, robbing stores, burning buildings. That was all
totally peaceful. Perfectly
yeah, they
fine.
were just it was bonfires for Christmas holiday.
Yeah. Unless you're white, it's not okay if you're white.
Yes, exactly. But I remember during all of that, Like I was living in Minnesota when all of that happened.
Oh,
I was,
no.
but I was down by the border of Iowa, so I was like
Okay,
20,
that's a little better.
I was like 25 minutes. I was at the southern part where the Governor Walz said we were all
Governor.
just cows and rocks. So I didn't have to worry about that. But I do remember them. He deployed the National Guard, and I was like, "What are they going to do?" His order was go there and just stand. You're not allowed to shoot at anybody. You're not allowed to touch anything or do anything. But we want you there. And I'm like,
Yeah.
why?
Well, shouldn't some of these states have their own guards? Like, I'm pretty sure Tennessee has one, like state troopers and so forth.
Well, you
every
would-
state
Go
has an Air, Army, and Air and Army National Guard.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
should.
And they're capable of operating independent of what the U.S. people do?
They're
The feds
supposed
do?
to fall under the governor as long as they're not on federal orders. But
Yeah.
and Beck can correct me, as far as I know, they only end up on federal orders when the government gives the federal government permission to use them.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
They are like I've got one of my kids is in the Minnesota National Guard. He's out here in Virginia, doing his AIT training before he goes back there. But like while he's in AIT and while he was at boot camp, he was federal. He was owned by the federal government, by the Department of Defense. Once he goes back to Minnesota, he is state property. He's owned by the state. He does whatever Wall says to do. That's what he does. Now, like Honda was saying, like if the feds need activating or whatever, they have. It's weird. It's a massive chain in paperwork shit. It's a lot of paperwork to do that. But the whole thing is like even though each state controls what their particular guard does, they still are not allowed to attack U.S. citizens, which has been in place since I believe the end of World War
I
I.
don't like the
When
aftertaste.
Was it?
when the government whoever was president at the end of World War I had the National Guard or it basically put the military and had them attack World War I veterans because they were marching to DC to try to get their payments that they were promised. And the government was like, yeah, we don't have any more money. Sorry, we're not paying you anything. We're not giving you anything. And I think it was Eisenhower or one of those presidents walked and saw all of these soldiers, the veterans that had just gotten back from World War I, just lying there dying or injured. And he said, never again will we allow the U.S. military to attack civilians.
Oof, well, that aged like yogurt on a space heater, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can go on YouTube and look this up. There's actual footage showing what and discussing all of this, and it was crazy to think that the U.S. military, the government, sent the active military on the ones that defended the country during World War I that had just gotten back from overseas, and then they screwed them out of benefits and stuff, and then left them to starve. And when they were told they were going to get these things when they came back. And they didn't. And then they tried to march on to D.C. to talk to the president and all of this stuff. And the guy that was president was there with them during that time frame. Was a general, and issued the order and was told to issue the order. And I'm like, I don't know how you can live with yourself with that one. Some of those guys might have been people you served with overseas during World War I, and now you have to look at them in the face and try to figure out what to say. I would never want to go through something like that.
If I remember correctly, there was one point where Greg Abbott put the Texas National Guard, up against federal U.S. forces under Obama. Obama was doing some training or something in Texas, and Abbott said, "No, you can't do that." I can't remember the whole story.
Oh, I remember that.
Abbott said, "No, you can't do that," and he stood up the Texas National Guard to make sure the active duty forces, the federal forces, could not train in that area of Texas. I don't remember the whole story. It happened. It happened under Obama, so it was over 8 years ago. But
well, if you look it up, it probably doesn't exist anymore.
I tried looking it up, and it's talking about Texas activating the National Guard for the border, but that's all it says.
Yeah, well, how we do things. We just hide stuff.
Yeah.
Somebody misplaced the paperwork. Damn HR people. God.
Yeah.
Fucking 42 hours.
And that's another thing. So that pointed out, Keyline, with the National Guard, states receive federal funding. And if the National Guard does something against what the federal government wants, they lose that federal funding.
Yep.
So fucked.
But
why is everything so fucked?
I blame
Why is
Obama.
everything so terrible?
Because
we-
if you look at it, a lot of this shit changed after FDR got into office. If you go pre-FDR, the way the government was run, the way the presidency was run, a lot of these things were run. The president and the government basically handled overseas affairs and military matters. That was it. A lot of the stuff prior to FDR was done by the states themselves. And that's how it was supposed to be. It all shifted after FDR got in with World War II because he allowed Pearl Harbor to happen. He knew that we were about to get bombed, and he said, fuck it. He allowed it to happen so he could get us in the war because it was the only way to get us out of the Great Depression at the time. Which I think is a shitty way. Let hundreds of soldiers die just because you can't do your job. I think that's a little crappy. That sounds like a skill issue on the president's side of things. But after that,
it was sailors and Marines that died. Soldiers didn't die at Pearl Harbor. It was sailors and
Oh.
Marines.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, sorry about that. I forgot. God, what was I thinking?
Marines aren't people.
No, they act like it, but they're not. They're not. Because
I'm joking.
no,
Chat,
I know.
I know you know, but the average person doesn't understand the inner branch.
Yeah, so when you sign up for the military, as soon as you sign up, no matter what the branch is, one of the shots they give you is actually adjust your DNA so you are focused on making fun of every other branch. Not kidding. That's not actually a thing. Allegedly.
Oh, but
it's an unwritten military thing.
I call myself. Huh?
Nothing.
I was to say I call myself a Republican, but the way I view it, things the federal government should have absolutely no involvement with state affairs unless the state is violating the U.S. Constitution, because the U.S. Constitution is supposed to be a liberal, fair rights across the board for everybody. So, for example, an example that I think the federal government should be involved is California's extreme restrictions on the Second Amendment. That's violation of the Second Amendment. Federal government said, fuck off, California. You need to stop doing that. That's not how the Constitution works. Now, if
sorry, I read the comment.
if California says, hey, we want to run our election this way for our local elections, federal government shouldn't be able to come in and tell California this is how you need to run your elections. If it doesn't affect the country as a whole, federal government should not be involved with the state. That's my opinion on what the federal government is involved. And then on top of that, yes, with international affairs, that's where the federal government should be involved. The federal U.S. forces should be involved to protect the country as a whole, not used to dictate and rule the country.
Yeah.
And I guess that's not very conservative of me, but I'm at the point I don't give a fuck, because it's like the country has lost its way and we need to get back on track. And if it means a complete hard reset, that's what needs to be done. I'm not calling for civil war. I'm just talking about.
Yeah, I just hope that hard reset doesn't involve a nuke anywhere.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Nukes terrify me. I'm still young. I'm still learning all this shit, but nukes terrify me.
They should.
Well, hey, but you know what? Just be glad that you're not in Poland or was it Norway or Sweden? It's one of those two, because they were already. Well, yeah, I guess you could either of all three of those countries last week started handing when Biden authorized our ballistic missiles to get used by the Ukrainians. All three of those countries started handing out pamphlets to everyone in the country on what to do and what to start preparing for a nuclear attack. Like, they're preparing now because they know something could happen, but like that's their governments are just taking that step in, like, this is what you should, because you got to think a lot of those people over there have never been around or weren't born, and probably some of them don't even know what World War II is or World War I is.
I'll be back.
So they're like trying to teach this younger generation that has zero idea what is going on, because they're the internet era. They're this whole new generation, and they don't know this kind of stuff. Like, I remember this stuff, but I also remember reading textbooks and using the Dewey Decimal System and card catalogs and having to use this weird thing called paper and writing my notes and read and.
Oh, you mean this thing, right?
Yes, and I had to stand up in front of the class to say the entire Gettysburg Address in 6th grade, and people are like, "What the hell is that?" And I'm like, "Oh, get away from me!"
Ugh.
And then I find out this is why I like to stay inside and I hate everybody now. And I just sit inside. I'm like, I don't even bother with a camera anymore. It's just, one, it's just more of a tech thing. And two, if I stream with no camera, I don't even have to wear pants anymore. Like, I consider streaming my job. And I have realized if I want to go to work without pants, I can. I just don't have a camera.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, everybody has told me, and I've been streaming for 6 years. I started on Facebook. I went to Twitch. I went to YouTube. Then I realized those three are the devil when I found out about Rumble. And that was because of Lumpy, Conda, and Crazy Gothel. And I realized, oh my God, that's where the military is. I knew I'd find them someday.
They're
and
right there.
And I came over here and I was like, and I'm still like, everybody's like always with the cameras. I'm like, dude, if streaming is a job, don't most people that work from home not want to even wear pants to the office? Like, get rid of the camera. Like, that's what I want to do. I'm all for it. I think that should be the next movement. Work from home, no pants every day type thing.
Work from home. Like, if your job can be done from home, why the fuck do you need an office?
Well, I mean, now to be fair, I have kids, so I like a game room office type thing.
Yeah. Well, what I meant was what I should have said. What I should have said was, if you can do your job from home, why would you ever leave the house to work?
Exactly.
A lot of jobs cannot be done from home, but for the ones that can, you're wasting your money renting office space. Just do it at home. And ETN, real quick, only if you're in the blast radius. Most people are not will not be that lucky.
Okay, that ETN said if the guy talk. Oh, that would be me. Hold on, I'll just put in the wait. How do I?
And that's the thing that really terrifies me about it. If I were in the blast radius, I wouldn't be as worried about it. But
I'm the imaginary guy talking. Since there's you can hear my voice, but you can't see me.
Yeah.
I'll just put I'm the ghost that's talking.
Yeah, and great. Seriously, no amount of power is worth dropping one of those.
Yeah, no, it's not. I don't want to see that happen. Like, I'm disgusted that those countries even have to give those things out. But here's the thing that I've been having a blast with on X since I came back. Well, I mean, my wallet hasn't because I ended up paying for a subscription to the premium. Plus.
Are you buying into X? Like, you're paying for it?
No, I paid for the annual subscription. I just dropped $168 for the annual. So I have Plus Premium for a full year, or Premium Plus, whatever it's called. And I had Rumble Premium for the year, and I own 53 shares of Rumble stock because I went a little bit overboard.
I keep on meaning to buy some shares.
Well, see, here's the thing: even if you have one share of a company, when they have their shareholder parties or meetings, you're able to go to those.
Nice.
Doesn't matter, as long as you have at least one share, you can attend every one of those meetings, and you still have a say. Because as a shareholder, you have a right to have a say as to what goes on in those meetings.
Yeah,
I'm just there for the shrimp cocktails. Yeah. I could care less about it. Yeah. Well, maybe not with Rumble, but like when I would go to like the Microsoft meetings, I just went for like free electronics and to see what other gadgetries and things that I could mess up. I mean, that Microsoft would totally mess up on. But with what I was saying about, go ahead.
I was gonna say you have the right. You're free to say whatever you want to say. They're also free to ignore you because you're like you owe $5 of our shares. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, I know. But as long as you have one, you can still go there just to get free food when they have those meetings.
I like free food.
I do too. I mean, it's fancier food than I could normally afford.
now that Conda's back, let's talk about Dr. D.
Okay.
What's going on with Dr. D?
So. It has not been officially confirmed that Dr. Disrespect is coming to Rumble.
So
it is
the that channel is actually his. Do we know that that's his channel? Like,
I did not know that that's his channel.
Because let's be real, anybody could take that picture of him and just make a channel, right, and call it that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, ETN? How's it going?
He was talking to the ghost that's on your channel.
I think it is. I don't know if that's his channel. I think that's too soon for him to make it. I think he would make it about the time they're going to respond or announce. It is also possible that somebody saw because Sneeko's another one. Let's see if there's a Sneeko channel.
Sneeko's been on Rumble, hasn't he?
Is Aiden Ross on Rumble?
Neon.
I'm pretty sure Sneeko's been on Rumble for ages. And rice gum. The gum that's made of rice.
I called Rice Gum racist during one of his live streams. That resulted in all. He wouldn't. Let me. So we were doing. I think it was one of the Golf with Your Friends streams. Fuse and I got pretty drunk, and I posted Fuse's link in Rice Gum stream, and I got muted for it. So I called Rice Gum racist for blocking a black man's stream.
That's great.
And I did two things I didn't realize. One, I didn't realize Rice Gum has been accused of racism in the past. I didn't know that because I didn't know who Rice Gum was.
Yeah.
Two, I also didn't know the moment you get muted by mods, the mods can still see you. So I was talking a bunch of shit while I was muted. And that's when I started. So, like, his chat did not see me call him racist. It was just him and his mods that saw me call him racist.
Mm-hmm.
And so Rice Gum started talking about it, pulled up my stream and goes, look at this 40-year-old man playing some childish golf game. Like, he's talking shit about me being old playing golf. He goes, what is he playing? He pulled up one of my ARC streams. He goes, what is this shit? So his viewers came over to my chat and started harassing me. So
hey, you get free views.
Exactly. I became friends with one of his mods because of it. Because he understood what was happening. Like, I told him, like, man,
yeah.
I was just talking to the guys that were still harassing me. Like, look, guys, I'm drunk. I was just having fun with some friends. I didn't think Rice Gum or his mods could see what I was saying. I was just talking shit to talk shit.
Yeah.
I said I don't think Rice Gum is actually racist. Because somebody actually commented on that stream and goes, Rice Gum made you. I was like, no, he didn't. I responded to that person and said, my mom and dad made me.
Yeah.
That's great.
Rice Gum didn't make me.
Back to Dr. D though. So is this because Chris has been teasing a big streamer coming to Rumble soon, and people are speculating it's Dr. D? Okay.
Yeah, there was speculation with him, somebody else, but I also know Aiden Ross's name has been getting thrown around as well.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it'll be Keyline Warrior. That'd be pretty cool.
You're already here. How could you be coming to Rumble?
I heard it was going to be me.
Yeah, it's Vet Gaming, guys. He's the one. He secretly has like 5 million Twitch followers.
And
you're actually a sexy woman, aren't you, Vet?
I am.
I knew it.
He's using voice mod right now to disguise his voice.
Well, that's it, and it's a high tech one because it's government issued.
Right.
But it's Keyline. So the rumors are Aiden Ross, Neon, and Dr. Disrespect.
Okay.
I did too, but it's 3.
I've only ever heard of Dr. Disrespect, and even then, I only know about him because of the controversy.
Yeah. So the rumor it's him because of the controversy, and so Chris said early in the week, a big creator is coming to Rumble, and Chris has been hyping up gaming a lot lately. So everybody's like, all right, big creator. Chris is hyping up gaming. Neon isn't really gaming. Aiden Ross, I don't know enough about Aiden Ross. I don't know if he's gaming or not.
Yeah.
Neon is rage bait, clickbait bullshit. He starts drama and fights and stuff. I don't like Neon at all. And Aiden Ross, I don't know enough about him. I know he interviewed Trump during the election. And then Dr. Disrespect, he's solely gaming. So my belief, the big creator coming to Rumble is Dr. Disrespect. And then a lot, like if you watched or saw a post by Mastering a Rumble and a couple other people, the rumor is he's coming to Rumble because in one of his last YouTube streams, if you look at the lights above his cars and his little makeup scene he does in his streams, they're shaped like the Rumble Dorito. So everybody's like, he's coming to Rumble. He's coming to Rumble because he changed his lights to look like the Rumble logo. Which I can see because Dr. Disrespect, from what I know, he loves doing teasers. He doesn't like if big news is coming, he'll do little teasers in his stuff.
Yeah,
so
he'll put little Easter eggs.
Yeah, so that's possible. Chris has been teasing a big streamer coming to Rumble. He's been bugging Dr. Disrespect to come to Rumble since he got originally banned from Twitch back when Kick started. Because Kick was trying to get Dr. Disrespect.
Yeah.
So my belief, it's going to be Dr. Disrespect because of Chris has been trying to get him for a while, and now.
And he's been pushing gaming hard.
Yeah. And he's pushing gaming hard, and now Dr. Disrespect he's been adding Chris on Twitter, or I'm sorry, X. He's been adding Chris on X, and he's been dropping like in his background subtle teasers that look like Rumble logos.
Yeah.
I
I think it would be pretty great if he came onto Rumble because again he's huge and it would give gaming a huge bump. It'll give him a big old Beyonce. It'll give Rumble Gaming a big old Beyonce bump.
It would. It absolutely would. In this, like a lot of people, so majority of people are happy that it would be Dr. Disrespect. But there are a couple who are reserved and upset about one because supposedly I never heard Chris say this, but supposedly Chris says he was never going to do a contract with a big creator again because he got burned by Steve Will Do It, Bryce Gum. He got burned by Kai and Sanat.
Yeah.
So he said he wasn't going to do contracts anymore. I never heard him say it, but that's what everybody keeps telling me. Nobody's provided that for me. I'm not saying it's not true. It's what I've heard so far.
Mm-hmm.
So people are upset. It's like, I thought you weren't doing contracts anymore. Now you're doing a contract with Dr. Disrespect. First of all, he never said contract. He just said a big creator was coming to Rumble. That's all he said.
He's allowed to say, hey, check this out. This guy's going to be on Rumble because he thinks it's fucking cool, you know? You don't have to sign anything.
To come over to the platform.
Yeah, like if you just, like hell, like nobody asked me to sign anything, and I'm the single greatest human being in the world. So
yes, he is. That is true. No lies detected. Fact check. True.
we have investigated ourselves and found ourselves to be without fault.
Exactly. And this story is so true. You will not hear about
and if you disagree, you're a bigot.
Yeah.
I need more whiskey, but I don't have it.
Another reason why people are upset about Dr. Disrespect is there are people that do believe him to be a pedophile because of what happened with that. He did inappropriately message a minor.
Okay, so that's true then.
That is true because he admitted to that. What is not confirmed, first of all, the court found him not guilty of doing anything like physically, like he didn't physically.
Right, yeah.
So he was found innocent of that. Court found him innocent of that. Okay. However, Twitch staff that are bitter and, Twitch staff did everything they could to make it sound like he actually bumped uglies with his minor.
Yeah. Well, that's what they do. Like, Twitch just hates fun.
They do.
They're a bunch of faggots who hate fun.
They do.
And that's another reason I love Rumble is because I can say faggot and not be punished for it.
Yep.
It's one of the primary reasons I only stream to Rumble. I know if I want to get huge, I'm supposed to multi-stream and all this shit.
Yes.
But other platforms will punish me for saying faggot, and it's not that there's no outlet to dispute claims and have them overturned. I just don't want to bother. It's too much work for me. My time can be better spent just doing other shit.
ETN, that is my fault with Dr. Disrespect, is he has also cheated on his wife. Now, it's conflicting because he's very loyal to the streaming platforms he's been on. Like, if a streaming platform has him, he's very loyal to that platform, but he's not loyal to his wife. However, I'm also a believer in redemption. If he actually learned from his mistakes and learned not to do this stuff anymore, obviously his wife has forgiven him. For whatever reason, I don't know. We don't need to drag his wife into this because his wife has already been through enough as is, in my opinion.
Yeah.
If his wife has forgiven him, something had to happen. Now, you could say he paid her off or whatever you want to accuse him of. That's not fair for me to say. That's not fair for you to say. It does make me question his character when it comes to loyalty. But from what I've seen, when he's dedicated to a streaming platform that treats him well, he treats that platform well. So if he comes to Rumble, and we know Rumble's going to treat him well because that's what Chris does. He treats his creators well. He's going to be do or die Rumble. Now, did he sign a contract with Rumble? I don't think he did. Some people say he did. I don't think he did. Chris says he's done with contracts. I believe Chris, if that's the truth. And nothing has been said other than a couple posts by Drama Alert on X, which Drama Alert is like the...
oh, my God.
Yeah.
Fucking Keemstar. Jeez.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to talk about the biggest douchebags on the internet. It's like a toss-up between him and Rice Gum, honestly.
There you go. So you guys, you get what I was trying to get at with Drama Alert based off what Keelan just said. That's it.
If I may give my opinion on the whole infidelity thing, none of us should have ever known that Dr. Disrespect cheated on his wife. Has nothing to do with us. Has nothing to do with this platform. It should have just been a private thing, you know. And if I am required to care, then I want to know why he cheated.
Yeah.
Because it could be a number of reasons why he cheated.
And I agree with Keyline. And so again, you already heard Keyline said he's not a Christian. I'm a Christian. I don't care that he cheated. No, I care that he cheated because it's wrong, but I don't need to know any more about that. And like Keyline said,
none of us should have ever known.
We should have never known. No, that's private business. And the same thing with Steven Crowder when they dragged Crowder through the mud for his divorce that he's going through right now.
Yeah.
Or he did. I don't know if it's done or not. I don't, because I don't want to know. I don't care.
It's not done until he stops paying.
Yeah. Crowder may be the biggest piece of shit. If he is, then obviously I'm going to call him out for that. Dr. Disrespect may actually be a pedophile. If he is, then I'll call him out for that. But getting his family involved in something just because you hate the man is disgusting. And that's another thing about the whole Twitch controversy with the pedophilia stuff. The rumor is Twitch staff hired this person to talk to Dr. Disrespect, knowing she was a minor, so they can get him on this stuff, because the staff at Twitch did not like Dr. Disrespect. Yeah. So now, if Dr. Disrespect still knowingly talked to this girl in an inappropriate way because she was a minor, that's gross. However, it's worse that Twitch supposedly hired somebody to lure him into this trap.
Yeah, like stop fucking baiting people. If you don't like somebody, don't watch them.
Yeah, that's it. That's as
Quit
simple
fucking baiting
as it should
people.
be. I don't like Neon. If Neon got brought to Rumble and everybody was excited about that, but I'm not because of my own personal reasons, I'm just not going to watch Neon. I'm not going to trash talk him. I'm not going to bait him. I'm not going to tell people to stop watching him, because just because I don't like him doesn't mean the rest of the world has to not like him.
Now, you said Neon was it Neon you said was the guy who likes to start shit? Or
if it
was that somebody else?
He went to like a UFC fight and got kicked out supposedly by Dana White himself from the fight. But the story was he was actually going there to go harass Trump while Trump was watching the fight. And Dana found out and said, "No, you're not coming in. If you're going to come here to harass Trump, we're not letting you in."
Yeah, like you don't go out of your way to go to an event just to fuck around with people. Yeah.
And so when Dana White found out, he told the security to not let him in. So Neon did this whole post about, "I'm not allowed in the UFC fight. I paid thousands of dollars to be here, and we're being turned away."
Yeah,
like, no,
you admitted you were there to fuck around with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Your money could have been better spent on a fucking Big Mac meal, honestly.
Yeah.
And Big Macs aren't even that good, so.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't like Neon. But other people like Neon. You're allowed to like him.
ETN.
That douchebag is insufferable. I know I am, ETN. I'm very insufferable. I'm loud, I'm obnoxious, and I say things people don't like.
It's okay, so do I. Well, I mean, I'm less loud than Conda, but I don't know.
You don't live north enough to be louder.
Yeah. I try to keep it sort of kind of quiet during my streams because I live with other people, and sometimes I stream late at night and they're sleeping. So
I'm the same way. I also just had a whole conversation here.
So I make sure my microphone is turned up a lot so that people can still hear me.
So you were talking this whole time, Vet, and you forgot you were muted?
Oh, no.
Yeah. I was wondering why I was just getting ignored. I mean, I know I'm a ghost on the channel right now, but goddamn, I thought it was maybe because I'm an Army vet. Maybe that was
do you know how to... Have you got OBS on your computer, Vet? You got OBS, right?
Yeah,
do you know how the virtual camera works on OBS?
Yes, kind of.
Okay,
I don't really use it.
Because you can use that to give yourself some kind of a physical presence right here on the stream we're doing right now, and then
I think it's cool just to be like a random voice that's just hacking into the system. I'm kind of cool with that. After I was called the guy with the guy talking, I just want to be known as that right now.
Yeah,
it's easier that way. Maybe I'll just be a VTuber.
Who the fuck is here? I wish I had like a puppet or something here that I could hold up and I can move the mouth whenever you're talking.
Oh my god, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean I've got a little stuffed animal that's like I've got a little puppy up here. Maybe that'll be you. Let me get it.
How are you getting that puppet to talk like that? Oh. shit.
All right, this is Vet Gaming, everybody.
Woo! I'm a puppy now.
He's the little
God damn.
puppy. Actually, hold on. You can't really see it, but like my full screen camera, it shows a little bit of my boom arm from my microphone, and I could just put the puppy on the boom arm. And then,
Nice.
yeah,
If it moves, you know I'm getting frisky.
Yeah.
That's all, guys.
I don't know if you ever, I don't know, Vet Gaming, if you ever watch, there's a guy on YouTube called Aaron Clary, and he makes a lot of videos about, mostly about gender issues and economic issues, but he's a pretty funny guy, and he
I
has,
haven't really converted my YouTube algorithm over to politics yet.
Uh,
Mostly what it is Family Guy, South Park, some gaming stuff, and
Yeah.
like AI videos, but they're like, they
Mhm.
take like movies and things. And like I watched one, it was Star Wars. There was a Luke Skywalker one. There was a Shrek one, but it basically it's rednecked, like completely Southern redneck. And
that's great.
they are fantastic. I mean, Luke
Yeah.
Skywalker and his sister were, you know, I mean, it
Oh
was.
no.
I was just like, wow,
Well,
I'm sold. They got to follow on
yeah.
that one.
Well, back to what I was talking about. Aaron Clary has a pair of women's panties on his boom arm, on his microphone. It's hilarious.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of that when I do my
and when,
stuff. It's my
Yeah,
streaming stuff
he
is
doesn't
more-
he doesn't talk politics a whole lot, and honestly, when he doesn't really know what he's talking about. He's not a leftist, you know. He's conservative, but he can't read the political room very well. He's much better at talking economics and gender issues.
I just like to cause chaos. That's essentially what I'm good at doing. Whether
Chaos.
it's playing, it's in video game. Like if people go, like when I used to stream on YouTube, I would stick to games, open world games, you know, like Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Red Dead Redemption 2,
Assassin's Creed.
you know, any of those. But people would be like, "Oh, how do you do that?" I'm like, "I don't know how you do any of this shit." Well, what do you do
Yeah.
in the game? I said, "Do you see what I did? The game put me here, and I just killed 15 different people." And
I just
like,
pushed a bunch of buttons and the guy died. That's
like, or I played Watch Dogs 2. They're like, well, "What do you do in Watch Dogs 2?" And I'm like, I took my character, right? We drove to Oakland, and I murdered 2 blocks worth of people with a yo-yo, because that's where it's at.
I got a yo-yo here in my drawer, actually.
Like, I don't play games to
There it is.
give advice. Oh, nice! I haven't seen one of those since I was a kid. And once again, aging myself. But see, that's the thing, is like I don't play games I want to entertain. I like to be the center of attention. Once I get comfortable, and it takes a little bit, just because I got like massive PTSD and anxiety and shit, which is why streaming works wonders for me. Because then I can just, you know, do whatever the hell I want, except if I'm on YouTube or Twitch or Facebook.
You can't say faggot on Twitch.
No, and you can't give advice. I gave advice on mosquito bites on Facebook, and I got put in Facebook jail for 6 months.
Really? For fucking mosquito bites.
Okay, well, to be fair, it was an image that I shared, and there was a mosquito bite, and there was a lighter under a spoon, and I said, light the spoon underneath the spoon, put it on your mosquito bite. I'll be here next week to give you advice on how to deal with third-degree burns.
Yeah.
So that may have been misconstrued as like some kind of druggy thing. I don't know. I thought it was good advice. And I did get one of my accounts on X banned, like for violating free speech, like 4 times after Elon took it. This was like during the election time. And I was like, I messaged them back and I asked support. I was like, I thought this was the platform of free speech. How do you violate free speech when they're a free speech policy, when your thing says that I have the freedom to say whatever I want on the policy? And it was because I may have called a lady, you know, she called a Jewish girl like something, and I told her to go fucking turn to ash at Auschwitz, and that may have been a little bit too far.
Yeah.
For
No
what
excuse
I said.
for no excuse for banning you, though.
Yeah, I was defending the Jewish girl.
The point of free speech is to protect people who say that shit.
Yeah, and just because I was tempted to, after they denied it, they wanted to say sorry. I was gonna. No, that wasn't them. I sent that to TikTok. They booted me off their platform too.
Yeah, fuck TikTok too.
So they booted me off, but that may have been because I literally went. Now I have a separate account that has like 10,000 followers. I don't really use it. Now the only thing I do use it for is to go look at the liberals that are, you know, the really out there ones that you see on X that are from LibTalk, the libtards. Yes, my God, I've started to go hunt for those on TikTok now to share. I found one. I found a dude. Well, he says he's a lady, but I'm pretty sure it's a dude playing dress up. But I shared it because it was posted 2 days ago, and he was calling out that the LibTime account from X, and I'm like, oh, this will. So I downloaded it without the watermarks, and then I uploaded and tagged them. And I was like, look, you're famous now. They made you famous. I said that guy did.
Yeah.
You know, the one playing dress up with the dolls, and clearly, like, I thought maybe he watched that show back in the 90s, the Drew Carey show. There was this heavy set lady that used to wear makeup that made her look like a clown. I can't remember her name, but that's what this dude looks like.
About, but yeah, I don't remember.
I know.
I got a yo-yo.
Nice.
We were discussing that I killed two blocks worth of people in Oakland with a yo-yo in Watch Dogs 2.
I've never played the second one. I just played the first one.
The second one is the best one. It's still, to this day, still has online, so you can have up to 3 other people. If you play it, you can invite 3 other people to join you, and it's open world all over. So you can go to San Francisco, Oakland, and Los Angeles.
Conda, this is Vet Gaming's unofficial avatar. It's the dog.
Yeah, I was getting a little
virtual cam. Then
I was getting frisky with the microphone. That's why I'm no longer sitting on it.
Yeah, I put him on the thing, and this fucking.
I just went to town.
Going on. actually, hang on. Have y'all seen? I saw a hilarious video once where like this woman has like a camera in her house, right? I guess just to make sure her dog behaves.
Oh, I thought we were going a different way.
Yeah, so her dog was just standing there by the couch, and the lady is leaving, right, just to go out and do whatever she does. The minute she left the house, that dog grabbed the couch pillow and fucking went to town on that. And the funniest part is the song "Eye of the Tiger" was playing in the background.
That dog is good. We're alone now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ironically or unironically, it's the same face I make during actual sex.
Jesus. Oh my gosh.
Mike. I do have another idea though for another show that I would like, not a non-gaming show that I would possibly do over here. You know, have you guys ever watched what's that guy that there was a guy that
how about a woodworking show called Play With Your Wood?
Yeah.
That would be good. That would be awesome. I think we could incorporate some stuff from Ren and Stimpy on that. But there was a guy. You know what I'm talking
downstairs, a loader in pairs was over your neighbors.
God, what the hell was that show? Ridiculousness. There we go. Took me a minute. But I was like, oh, what if we did? I did a show similar to Ridiculousness, and we had a couple of people. We just sat there and pulled up videos from like YouTube or TikTok and just laughed at shit because free speech and people are stupid, and stupid shit is always funny to laugh at.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't care whether there's these people that that were breaking down and screaming and all of that on the videos and stuff after Trump got elected, whether they were staged just for clickbait or they were actually just nuts. I loved watching it because the shit is funny as hell.
How long have I had this thing? This thing. I'm still getting used to my camera. Like if I move it to the left, my hand has to be on my right side for me to see the yo-yo on the left.
Otherwise, it's invisible. It's
mirror.
Not really there.
Yeah. Conda and Keyline are not guys.
We're not?
Apparently not. ETN said
I was told I'm not a guy, but that's just because I'm a Jew. Yeah. So, and Jews aren't people.
I'll just say if only I were anyone else. If I were a woman, I'd have a fuck of a lot more followers.
ETM, what I just saw between my legs says I'm a guy.
You had to check first, didn't you?
I did. I was.
You had to make sure.
Jesus.
I've been in the Air Force too long. I get confused now.
Oh, I would make a comment, but I don't want to.
Well, I have a comment to add to that, Vet, but I gotta wait till I retire before I can make it.
Yeah, I know. I know what you. I know which one you want to add to.
Hey, speaking of which, Conda, did you still want to have your retirement party in Gatlinburg?
I do.
but I just found out my family wants to go to Disney World after I retire, so I don't know how I'm going to do it.
Okay,
but
so
I do.
the solution is we put Disney World in Gatlinburg.
Let's do that. Are you talking
Yeah.
about Dollywood?
I'll call up Ron DeSantis and be like, hey, we got this great idea.
Temporarily or permanently move Disney World? Yeah.
No, not
Did you-
permanently. Just for your retirement party, because no, that's not happening.
Did you know that Disney almost had another one of their theme parks? There was one that was going to be built in Virginia.
Virginia.
Yeah,
Virginia.
it was going to be full of Virginians. But they were going to have some, but the county said, "Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want the tourism. We don't want the extra money."
Yeah, I was gonna say, so Sevier County, Tennessee, is already a huge fucking tourist hub as it is with Dollywood and NASCAR Speed Park and all that shit. Also, because it's in the fucking mountains, so you get a lot of cabin rentals there. You know,
That's what I want. Is the
like
cabins.
Sevier County is already fuck huge.
You could
tourist
come out
spot
to my neck of
as
the
it
woods.
is.
You could come out to my neck of the woods. We're the moonshine capital of the world.
I thought that was Gatlinburg.
No, actually, it's Rocky Mount, Virginia.
Oh.
That is the official moonshine capital of the U.S.
Well,
'Cause
I decided.
you got all the mountains around, so half the people you don't even know who are making. Like, you got the legal sales that you can get. Then you just wander out. If you get lost in the woods, you'll find your way back, because usually you'll find some shacks out in the woods with, where they're making hooch.
With the good stuff, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, them clear glass jars
Mhm.
full of the good stuff.
Yeah, for real.
I
Like,
just
if,
drink straight
it-
rubbing alcohol. That's what I drink.
ugh.
I just go to the grocery store and pay $2 for shots of 90% 90 proof alcohol. It's called pure lemon extract.
What's going on? Well,
Does the same thing.
YTC stands for Yo, 2 cars.
Oh, I was thinking something else, but never mind.
I couldn't think of anything dirty, so I was like,
My brain's already in the gutter. I watch a lot of stuff on X.
Well,
yeah.
Like
That's
you can't
another
find
thing
your
that pleasantly
but you-
surprised me about X is that there's a lot of funny shit on there.
There is.
I follow a couple of I see a lot of programmer memes on there because I'm a Linux user, so I get some of the jokes.
I get them
like
too, but I went back to Windows, but I also jump to Linux every now and then as well.
Windows is getting way more Big Brother on our asses, and I'm not going to support that. So I'm a Linux gamer all the way now.
Are you saying that I should get rid of Windows 11 Canary Edition and not use the Windows recall and support Linux in the free world?
I mean, you can support Linux without Windows. That's what I do.
Well, I was told to support Windows because most of my family controls Hollywood and the banking systems. Now, and I don't want people kind of let them know in your chat I am Jewish, so I can make these jokes. They're not allowed to.
I was about to say, are you Jewish?
Yes, I am. That's why, I can get away with saying that stuff. Nobody else can, because otherwise I will say that you're being mean towards me.
Hey,
I just come up with a couple of funny Jewish
But
jokes.
legit,
more
I
like puns.
actually am. So
No, I believe you.
and I do have family that works in the banks, maybe
yeah.
Hollywood.
No, but
Yeah,
no,
a
just Linux is just again, Linux is not necessarily better for some things, but if you like your privacy, hey, seriously, like Microsoft, Windows, stop violating people's privacy. You've been doing a lot more of that the past few years.
What are you talking about? They don't violate
what are
privacy.
your-
Come on now. Microsoft Recall would not record every single thing you do, and then claim it's going to go on to stay
Yeah,
on
they
your
would.
computer, and
Yeah,
then secretly upload to OneDrive where they have access to it. They would never do such a thing.
All you Windows users, look forward to the update that forces ads onto your desktop with or without an internet connection.
I can't wait to have the ads in my brain while I'm sleeping.
Now is the time to switch to Linux. And for you gamers out there, Linux gaming is getting a lot better. It ain't perfect, but it's getting there.
I played
It's probably
Madden
better
20.
than Apple gaming.
Yeah, and real quick, EA Games, that's for you. That's for removing Linux support from Apex Legends. Go fuck yourselves.
Hey, don't even get me started on EA. They can suck a fat one, those rat bastards. Did you hear the latest what they're doing with Madden? I don't know how many people actually play that or care for that game. I know the big thing is the Call of Duty.
Call of Booty.
Yeah, well, that one
Call
too
of Duty.
sometimes.
Well, Call of Duty's not playable on Linux either. I tried to get into Black Ops 6, but I can't. It's borked.
Do you know why? You got to go with the Black Hawk 6. I think that's the way it works.
Black Cock 6.
Yeah, Black Hawk Down.
Yeah. Black Hawk
Hold on a
Down
second.
does have a video game actually on the PS2.
Black Cock or Black Hawk?
Black Hawk Down.
Okay.
The movie did get a video game adaptation on the PS2. We used to have it when I was a kid. I didn't play it very much because I was bad at it, but
I've been thinking about playing. Was it 6 Days in Fallujah? I want to play that game.
I've been thinking about that too.
I heard it's really good.
I haven't. I kind of. Is it still in early access? Because I don't want to pay for a game that's still in early access.
Let's find out.
Yeah, the next game I stream will probably be. I might play Spider-Man on PS1. So look forward to that. Those of you watching.
I miss the old Spider-Man games. I loved.
Yeah.
I loved those games.
Yeah. The funny thing about Spider-Man on PS1 is that you can't. You're up on the buildings, right? And you can't see the ground because the PS1 draw distance was really bad, so you can't see tall buildings. But they did. So the way they got around it was one of the Spider-Man villains had this like poisonous gas all over the lower levels of the city, and so that's their excuse for why you can't go down there and why you can't explore like the streets, because the draw distance was really bad. Like PS1 draw distance was very primitive. I'm glad things have gotten better, but you just couldn't really help it. That's just the nature of the beast. PS1 games, yeah, they're a little 32-bit box.
And to answer your question, 6 Days in Fallujah is still in early access with very positive to mostly positive reviews.
Okay, well, as long as people like it, I'm not going to buy it until it's officially released.
I don't blame you. I think that's the.
I don't want to get burned.
Everybody's been complaining about these early release or beta release games, but the reason why they keep doing it because people keep paying for it, so they're going to keep doing it.
Yeah, stop supporting the beast.
Yep.
What these game developers should be doing is they should be doing free demos. You don't need to put the whole game out there yet. Just give us the first 2 levels completely free, and that's it.
Like the good old days.
The game when it comes out, and please, for the love of Lemmy, finish your games before you fucking release them.
Especially if you want us to pay full price, like $40.
Finish the goddamn game. FP in the chat. What's going on, brother?
Hey, FP, welcome back.
Finish the game.
What were we?
There's no reason for you not to finish the game.
What game? What did I miss?
Any game. Just finish it before you release it.
Especially EA or triple game titles.
Ubisoft.
Well, hey, now to be fair, I am a Ubisoft partner, so I can't really. Actually, who am I kidding? I call out anybody. I have criticized every company. I've gone on. Actually, I'm not allowed on certain podcasts anymore because I've criticized.
They didn't finish Far Cry 5. They didn't finish Assassin's Creed Unity. They didn't finish a lot of Assassin's Creed games. But
Shadows. No, wait, not Shadows.
Or Black Flag.
Black Flag was great. No, it was Skull and Bones that took him like 11 years to fix. And
I heard Black Flag was really good. I've never played an Assassin's Creed, but I might play Black Flag.
Black Flag was great. Assassin's Creed 3, if you like history, if you're a fan of history, Black Flag, Jesus Christ. Assassin's Creed 3 is really good. That one's based on the era that it is the Revolutionary War. Really good one.
That sounds cool.
That one's cool. Odyssey is, if you like Greek mythology, Odyssey, really good one.
It took 15 years to finish the game, but I'm not complaining because it's awesome. Well, it doesn't matter how long it takes to finish the game. If it takes 1 year or 15 years, just finish it.
That's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, don't release a broken game and then release a fucking patch that we have to pay extra for a year later.
You mean like Call of Duty or like certain games that come out like 160 gig game?
I mean like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5.
Oh.
Y'all remember Pro Skater 5? The disaster that release was?
Do I have to remember
an 8 gigabyte patch for a 4 gigabyte game. That's for you.
Yay.
Thanks, Activision, for that.
Doesn't Call of Duty do like 30 gigabyte updates on the regular for their game too?
Yeah, it's something like that. Do you know that the mobile versions, that are owned by Activision now, do the same thing? They have just as big of updates now. They're like the last update that I installed on my Android phone was pushing, I think, 13 gig. It was ridiculous. Or no, probably 4 gig. And I'm like, the hell is with the updates? Like, look, I'm okay. I understand that when you put them on PCs and consoles, but dude, this is a cell phone. I should not be downloading that kind of a file on a cell phone. Now, with trashing EA, I'm all for that because I used to love playing Madden. I was a big Madden fan up until 2005. And then I said, "Fuck you." When they forced 2K to get rid of their football games, then I was like, "F you." But I did find out with the next version of Madden, they're going to be adding a open world environment. So
for the next Madden?
Yes. So if you
Madden.
Okay, so here's the thing. Do you know NBA 2? You know that open world section in NBA 2K games, right? The basketball?
No, I don't. I've never played sports games.
Okay. Well, there's an open world section in the basketball in 2K. If you go YouTube it, whatever, it's where you can run around to like different stores. You can hang out with friends and buy in-game shoes and all this other bullshit and pick up games and stuff. I think that's what they're doing with
a
Madden,
bunch of things that are not playing basketball.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, like imagine playing an FPS game, but you also have to run around and.
It's to get kids to buy shit. Now, I don't know how that's going to work in Madden because I think it's retarded. I just want Madden to fail so bad because now for basketball games when I played was it really big into sports games. I preferred EA's NBA Live. They were fantastic. They were way better than the 2K stuff. But when it came to football, 2K football was the shit back in the day. Now all I do is just play like Red Dead Redemption, the first one that just came out on PC. I got it from a place, maybe a website on the internet that wasn't through Steam, that may or may not have allegedly had a pirate flag. I don't know. But I have played it. I haven't even gotten to the first mission yet because once I get through the initial stuff and it lets you start to go to the Armadillo or whatever the hell the first town is, I never get there because I spend about 45. Like I streamed it on Rumble a couple days ago. The entire stream was basically me getting my bounty to go from $0 to $1,500 in like that 30-minute stream because I have a problem with like my trigger finger got a little trigger happy and somehow the bullets just kept flying out of my gun and shooting people right off the horse, and I don't know how that happened. So
did you manage to make it happen? You just get to 1,500 in half an hour?
Yeah. Actually, I think I have exceeded it multiple times. I've lost the save. I forgot to save it. 3 times that I started over, I have ended up each time at the end of a stream with about like $1,500 to $1,600, and I only have like $70 to $100 on hand, so I can't even pay it off. Like it literally says you are the most wanted outlaw. When you go into a shop, you will get a discount because of that.
Yeah. So ETN, his name is John Madden. He was a football coach, right?
Yes, he was.
Yeah. I know of John Madden.
I played, Madden 95 on the Genesis, and my brother and I would intentionally make it rainy and snowy conditions just so the ambulance would run over the football players when they got injured.
Oh my God, that's great.
The extent of my sports gaming experience was my next door neighbor had Super Mario Baseball on his GameCube. That's it. That's the end of that sentence.
So on Genesis, I did a lot of sports games, Street Fighter. And there was a game called, it was Jungle Strike.
Oh, I remember that.
They did.
I remember that, but I was on Team Nintendo up until the Dreamcast came out, and then I was sold on the Dreamcast. I bought that sumbitch day one, spent $500 on the Dream. I was homesick from work the day that launched. And I went to my job to buy the Dreamcast, 2 controllers, the VMUs, and a couple of games. And they're like, I thought you were sick. And I was like, I am. I am. Oh, no, I got everything. I got all my germs everywhere. Give me my stuff so I can go home and play video games.
That's what I did that a lot, too.
The thing I don't have... If I had Conda, if I had your stream on my TV, I could tell my dog and point to the screen, and she would try to bite my TV because she'd see
To
the
get my
dog.
dog.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't even have to be a real one. It could be an animated. It could be a cartoon dog.
I'm gonna eat it.
What about?
Yep.
What about? What
The
about?
fluffy one.
Oh, the vet gaming. Yeah, totally. She would go. She would try to murder that thing.
Use your puppy.
It's a good puppy. It's
Easy
sitting
puppy.
right there and behaving.
What could change?
Yeah,
with
I'm not
the
putting it
latest-
on the boom arm just so that it can.
That rape the mic.
Hey, every now and then I got to get a little frisky. Sorry. What
that's
could
great.
change with the latest VA disability reform bill? How the hell should I know? I don't pay attention to that shit.
Well, guys, I gotta actually start wrapping it up. It's 9 o'clock.
Sounds good.
Okay.
But before you go, Vet, you didn't get to talk about yourself and your channel and what you stream. So why don't you go ahead and do that? And Key Lime, I want you to give a final shout out to yourself before you leave too.
Okay.
Well, right now I haven't really been streaming a whole lot of anything. I'm just getting back into it. I'm just working on getting everything set up. I probably will do no cam streams for a while just until I get fiber internet because currently I run off of Starlink, the magical space internet. So during the day it works great. During the night it's hit or miss. But I also have 3 acres. I live literally in the mountains, so there's trees everywhere, and I'm not allowed mass deforestation. But as for content, I'm a variety streamer. I kind of stream. I have no consistency into games, but you will see things a lot of open games, whether it's Red Dead, Watch Dogs 2. I don't get into the Call of Duty stuff just because it's not my thing, and I get. Most people get way too gung-ho in it, and I'm just like, I don't really care about that thing. I do some retro gaming. I have a sports show currently on YouTube. I may bring that over here as well, or multi-stream it. But other than that, that's about it. I'm working on trying to figure out the best way to do a schedule. So just keep an eye on things.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate you coming on by. And guys, you
Yeah.
definitely need to check out Vet. Vet's also started the Was it Vets on Rumble or Rumble on Vet or Vets of Rumble?
Well, if they want to rumble on me, I mean, it's going to cost a little bit extra, but
You gotta get the vibration settings.
Yeah,
on
they-
the new update.
no, it's hold on. Let me. Shit, not X. I don't want job search. God, stop trying to tell me to get a job. Vets of Rumble.
Vets of Rumble on X. If you guys want to be a part of the Vets of Rumble on X, check it out. He's trying to get a good organization going. I've been trying to get Regiment over on Rumble. I think it's gonna. That's another thing I'm excited about. Dr. Disrespect, to kind of go back on topic real
Dr.
quick.
D.
Dr. Disrespect has been promoting Regiment quite a bit. Well, up until he got caught up in his scandal, he was promoting Regiment quite a bit. So if Dr. Disrespect comes to Rumble, that's going to be pulling more Regiment members on Rumble. There's a few of us. There's myself. There's Llama Noises. There's Vet. There is Roy Rat.
Yeah.
So the more we can get on over here, there's a couple others. I'm forgetting their names right now, but if you get more Regiment,
and I heard Aiden Ross just donated like $5,000 to do a Call of Duty tournament for Regiment.
yes.
So
even if they
I don't know if he's going to come over here and stream, but I've heard rumors of him as well. But that would also be another great way to get some more Regiment members over here.
So if either him or Disrespected, the big gamers that they're bringing, or streamers that bring in the Rumble, that would be great for Regiment. That's kind of selfish between me and Vet, because we're both veterans, we're both Regiment members, so we obviously would love to see that. But that's all I was gonna say. Now I'm gonna let Key Lime, as he got his Vet avatar on screen right now, to tell us about himself and his channel.
I'm Keyline Warrior, and I strangle puppies live on camera, or stuffed animal puppies live on camera. Disclaimer. No. ADL, stay away from me.
I'm just reading what ETN said. Create a channel with same name, because right now anyone can create a channel with any name that is not. Okay, well,
Yeah, claim that shit.
I got a username, and I've only got one channel. I've got the Vet Gaming YT, and then it's just and then my username.
Yeah,
I don't know.
No,
if
but what I do is I play video games, and I stream what I want when I want, but mostly it's Team Fortress 2, Minecraft, the occasional Final Fantasy thing, Kingdom Hearts, also a big Kingdom Hearts fan right here, and yeah, the occasional JRPG that I take up interest in.
Nice.
If you guys are interested in stuff, check that out. And
need a
I dropped
dispenser
both
here.
their user accounts in chat. I know those are their correct user accounts because I actually follow both of them. So I'm not posting some fake account. I promise it's them.
Well, he tagged my name in it, so
Yeah.
I was
Okay,
like,
this is
that one that's actually my channel name also. So is the channel, but like it's and I don't understand. Like I don't know which one to
Could
use
call him Whiplash.
because like when I joined initially, I had just the user, so I have like 100 and something followers there. And then when I found out about the channels, I made my channel name, and that one's only got 47. So I'm like, well, I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to stream to. So I just do the gaming channel and just go with it that way.
Doing this is a better arm workout than my actual arm workout that I had today.
Well, to be fair, watching it on the screen, it looks like something else. But well, that's a different show. That's the late night show, right?
And it's gone.
And it's gone.
Well, Vet, don't worry. If they follow your account, they get notified no matter what channel you're live on.
Exactly. Yeah. Plus, I'm on X, so I ain't going any. I mean, I'm an X Premium Plus, whatever, for a year. So
A
you'll
whore?
find me there. On what now?
No, I'm fucking with you.
I literally stopped and thought about it, and I was trying to figure out
It's like,
I was
wait.
what? What's going on here?
But all right, guys, I appreciate you coming by. I gotta get to bed, and I'll catch you
Sounds
guys
good.
in
Yeah.
the next stream, no matter where and where that is.
Sounds good.
Have a good night, guys.
Later, everybody. Take it easy. Appreciate you all being here.
See ya.